Survivor's Daily Routine, an original post-apocalyptic story. From version 2, the Spinosaurus universe, read by the author. For other narrations from this same apocalyptic setting, please feel free to check out the playlist in the description. Over the period of a few years, an unexplainable anomaly spread across the Earth like a virus, resurrecting all the extinct animals who have ever lived on the planet. It was slow at first, and more or less went unnoticed, but then suddenly exploded in its frequency of species revivals, and people quickly took notice of what had been previously missed by the masses. Due to the anomaly, which was all the synergistic event was ever known as, extinct animals, including the dinosaurs, went from being extinct to being a rarity, to suddenly appearing everywhere around the planet in mass and on an ever faster and faster scale. As more and more once lost species appeared, civilization could not hold itself together, and it was slowly overwhelmed until it finally broke apart and collapsed altogether. Survival for all species on the now overcrowded planet became a toss-up as a free-for-all fight for survival took over the world. The Earth could barely sustain so many competing ecosystems, each completely different from one another, once separated by millions of years each, in its environment at once. Over 500 million years worth of complex life and over 1 billion years worth of basic life, all fought for the same necessary resources that quickly became dangerously limited. Yet, life hung on. As years passed, the species that managed to survive adapted to their new environments. They settled into their new, somewhat unstable but functioning ecosystems, and the world calmed back into order following the planet's 6th mass extinction, as new food webs and relationships between species were established. Among them, pockets of modern human survivors clung on as well. Yet, the anomaly, the resurrection event of all extinct animals, which vanished again as suddenly as it appeared, did one other thing. It didn't just resurrect all the extinct animal species that had once lived on the Earth. It also changed some individual specimens from each species, physically altering them, and very rarely giving some individuals of those once lost species the ability of higher thinking, intelligence equal to humans, larger body size, and even the ability to speak. There was never any explanation from scientists for what the anomaly was, how it did what it did, or how it even happened. It had, and that was all that really mattered. This story begins 21 years after human civilization fell and the survivors were damned to have to survive in this post-apocalyptic future, and follows the Wachowski family in their day-to-day lives in their new hostile world. Lives that are about to be interrupted in the most terrifying way possible when Adam Wachowski makes a startling discovery and a grave mistake. A mistake made possible because a terrorist group known as the True Patriots, who were living, hidden in plain sight, in a nearby community of survivors who called themselves the Patriots, a group completely unknown to the Wachowskis, created a monster. A monster created from a mix of animals, which was designed to excel in combat, that, after a failed attack against another community of survivors the True Patriots disdained and wanted to see burn, was now free from the control of those who could put a leash on him. Though injured, their hybrid dinosaur was now on a collision course with the Wachowski family, who were now caught in the aftermath of a decade-long war between survivor communities. The attack on the town had failed. Those who created the hybrids, a secretive terrorist group that hid in plain sight among the others in their community, were dead, and he was almost killed as well. He, a hybrid dinosaur that looked more like a creature crafted to be scary in appearance than anything natural that had evolved in time, had escaped the failed assault and managed to slip into a flowing body of water, wounded but still alive. He was as smart as any human, and had been brainwashed to think killing was the only thing he should want to do, and the only thing he could enjoy in life. He was one of 5 hybrids made by the terrorist group. Of those 5, 1 was dead. 2 were unaccounted for following their unexpected escape, and 1, the first one, had gone rogue. That one had turned on those who created it, sided with the very town they had attacked, and had been the one to seriously injure Version 2, the name of the hybrid since he was his creator's literal second version. He'd had his throat torn out during the battle by his fellow hybrid Version 1, who had apparently given itself a proper name since stealing its freedom, Shadow. Feigned death and escaped from the community when no one was looking. From there, he had crawled to a body of water, a river, and slipped into its depths. He let its current carry him away, far from the community, away from his dead former masters, and into a much larger body of water. From there, everything that happened next was a murky blur for Version 2, even as he crawled along the lake bottom and came nearer and nearer to the lake shore, opposite to the side where he had been washed into it by the river. Nothing became clearer as he pulled himself out of the deeper water and came close to the surface. It all remained murky as his vision began fading. He had gills, so there was no danger of drowning if he passed out. But there were many animals in the lake that could prove dangerous to him in that vulnerable of a state, if he could just reach the surface before he lost all his strength. A large hand with clawed fingers erupted from the water suddenly, and a large form pulled itself onto shore. The back spikes appeared first, followed by the plated Dunkleosteus armor that ran along Version 2's back. After escaping from the community, he had managed to reach a river and let the current carry him, able to stay under the water thanks to his gills, snapping his Adestus teeth at any fish or snakes he saw weakly. Feebly, even. When the river had dumped him in the lake, Version 2 had pulled himself along the bottom, too weak to swim, until he came to the shore. While at the bottom of the lake, he'd been forced to use his spiked tail like a club to scare away a Rhizodus that had gotten too close for comfort. It had swum away into the murky water, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. The hybrid dinosaur crawled out of the deep water and collapsed in the shallow water near the lake shore, lying on thick, clayish mud, small waves sloshing over him, his nose above the water, one of his hands clasped against the massive wound in his neck that was still oozing blood. He hissed and spat out a few bloody globs of water before passing out. He was unconscious, but he was still alive. The last thing Version 2 saw before passing out was a lone man with a rifle. Not a true patriot, rather just some dark-haired survivor with a red vest on, walking out of the trees and onto the beach towards him, looking like he couldn't believe what had just crawled out the lake. Around an hour earlier, that survivor's day had been as normal as any other. Sights, such as a rusted, long-forgotten shopping cart that lay sprawled on its side in the middle of the street, were normal, as were its dried leaves dangling and stuck between its bars, swaying in the gentle morning breeze. Other leaves blew past without becoming stuck and continued on across the silent street. The empty street in question passed through the outskirts of a small, long-abandoned town, one that was lined with silent and ever-watchful abandoned buildings that had remained mostly unchanged over the decades since civilization was overwhelmed and then collapsed. Most of them were old brick and stone ones that had actually remained unchanged for roughly a century or more. No cars drove down the street, and no school children in a hurry crossed the road without really looking both ways, though they pretended to. Now, the only thing that crossed the street on a constant basis were dried leaves blowing in the summer and fall breeze. Or maybe the occasional raccoon hurrying across the road while hoping it didn't become lunch for some pterosaur circling overhead, or some other carnivore that was light on its feet. The sun was still low in the east. It was an early fall morning after all, but it was higher in the sky than the tops of the buildings and the surrounding trees. Despite it being early in the morning, Adam Wachowski, having hiked several miles already, emerged from the forest that bordered the town and passed between two of the buildings, stepping out onto the road and approaching one of the unassuming buildings that had been looted roughly 2 decades ago when people preemptively decided that civilization was already over. It was an old drugstore that no longer had a door. It hadn't had one for years. Adam stepped inside, some leaves that had blown inside the doorway crunching under his boots, while others that were still damp from the rain the night before stuck to them. He slung his rifle over his left shoulder and slid his bag off his other one. After listening for a moment, he concluded that the store was empty and proceeded inside, moving a few rows of shelves down from the door and entering the aisle he desired. After walking roughly halfway down the row, he came to the only set of shelves in the entire store that wasn't empty. He dropped his bag to the ground and began examining his secret stash. The middle of the store, that had been completely looted over 2 decades ago, was really the perfect place to hide one. Who would expect there to be supplies in there after so many years? Not that there were many people left scavenging nowadays, anyway. Not that there were many people left in general. Those that were had formed into large groups and communities. Adam was a rare exception in that regard. His cards had just not played out that way. He didn't have a community. He had a cabin and his family. They were on their own when it came to survival. Adam examined what was stashed on the shelves. There were sealed medications that were likely too old to be of any real use should they be needed. There were some old boxes of ammo for his rifle. There were some other basic odds and ends as well, like a full and ready to go first aid kit, extra solar powered walkie talkies that were still in their original packaging, backup fishing rods, and fully stocked tackle boxes, and so on. Today, Adam only took 2 dust-coated boxes of ammunition, which were both more than 20 years old, and dropped them into his bag. There was also a shaving kit sitting amongst the various items on the shelf, a can of sealed shaving cream, and a basic razor, which also was still sealed in its packaging, and considering the thick beard on his face, it was something that Adam certainly could have made use of. But it was the only one left. There were no replacement blades, and he decided not to use it until it was absolutely needed. Shaving with a razor was much better than doing it with a knife or similar object. So for now, it too would stay on the shelf. Better to leave it here instead of at home so he wasn't constantly tempted to use it, Adam figured. Nonetheless, Adam ran his hand through his beard and really thought about it, picking up the package the razor was in and looking it over as well. Who would have ever thought that he'd ever live in a world where a pristine razor would be so tempting of a sight? Maybe after the cold weather is over, I'll come back for you, Adam said after a few seconds, setting the package back down on the shelf. A soft, low growling coming from within the store made Adam pause before he could look at anything else. He stiffened, his gaze lowering towards the ground as he slowly crouched and looked through the bottom shelf at the aisle over. 4 large fur-coated legs, bottomed with paws that adorned 4 thick toes, and sharp but short claw-like hooves, were walking down the neighboring aisle. The legs passed and continued down the aisle, walking away from the door and deeper into the store. The size and the color pattern on the fur betrayed the animal's identity. It was an Andrewsarchus, carnivore from the Middle Eocene, the apex land-dwelling predator of its day. Adam realized it must have followed him into the store. deciding that he didn't want to tussle with such a large and agile predator. Adam closed his bag and slowly stood back up, silently backing up towards the door, keeping an eye on the end of the row of shelves, making sure the carnivore didn't come around to his side. It was tall enough to look a human in the eye, and Adam didn't want to experience that stare down nor what would follow after. He continued backing up towards the door until he reached it, and it was only then that he turned around. He hadn't seen the Andrewsarchus again after glimpsing its legs, but he knew it was still prowling around the shelves somewhere towards the back of the store. It could stay as far as Adam was concerned. It would likely be weeks before he came back, and he doubted it would still be there by then. Adam backed up to the door and exited the building before turning around and stepping back out onto the street. Managing to do so without drawing attention from the prehistoric predator, he turned to hurry back down the silent street as the wind stirred up and scattered the brown leaves around him. Not so much as hearing any sign that he was still being followed by the Andrewsarchus. A crow squawked at him from the roof of one of the buildings, flying away a moment later. It wasn't the only thing flying. High up in the sky, circling far overhead, were several large pterosaurs. Their squawks echoed faintly down from the sky like a whisper. The wind helped carry the sounds of the flying animals down to the ground. All the while, it also whistled through the empty buildings and brushed through the leaves on the trees, adding sound to an otherwise silent world. What sound there was, like the calls of the flying reptiles, sounded like ghosts. Adam passed through the alley between the same two buildings again and re-entered the forest on his path, the same one he'd hiked to the town on for the ammo boxes. With fallen multicolored leaves crunching underfoot, he set off back the way he had come, heading for home. Aside from the wind, the world was silent around him and felt devoid of human life. Outside of the buildings that still dotted the world, it almost seemed as if human civilization had never been there, and that the earth was left wild and untamed as it had been for most of its history. Though that was to be expected with extinction, that the evidence and presence of species was to be erased, until they had returned, it was the same with the dinosaurs. It was like they had never even been there. Ghosts truly were real. Adam didn't know if he believed in an afterlife, but he did believe in a higher power in the universe. He didn't think death was the end. In his mind, he felt like something had to happen after life ended. Maybe you were born again anew as something else. Maybe you entered a higher plane of existence. Maybe you became a ghost. Maybe you waited with your species in purgatory until you got a second shot, like everything that had ever went extinct had gotten 2 decades before. Maybe it was the doom of all life to reincarnate over and over again, and watch as all species it lived as die off, one by one, until life itself came to a final end. And even if none of that was true, the world still felt haunted, like ghosts were roaming everywhere. Every time Adam heard a dinosaur roar, it was like he was hearing the bellowing cry of an ancient ghost. Seeing the empty world and the silent remains of civilization not only made Adam have these depressing thoughts and made him feel the same way, but also made him have the same feelings he did when he watched it all come to an end so long before. In the new world, that was a crazy mix of the animal life from eras such as the Holocene, Pleistocene, Eocene, Cretaceous, Jurassic, Permian, Carboniferous, and all other eras before, during, and after. A world so mixed where one day you might run into a member of the ancient Dimetrodon genus, only to turn around the next day and run into a tribe of early humans, such as Homo habilis, only to turn around again the next day and come face to face with some apex predator from the Jurassic, all the while maybe going all those days without seeing animals from the modern world, even something as simple as a chipmunk. Those feelings were likely normal for many. At least he supposed they were, as was the feeling of living in a world full of ghosts. As a human, when alone with his thoughts, Adam sometimes felt out of place in such a world. Did humans and dinosaurs and all other vanished prehistoric life, once separated by millions of years, really have the right to coexist together? The universe sure seemed to think so, though that also didn't seem to be limited to prehistoric extinct animals. Adam remembered, shortly before civilization fully fell apart, about hearing about living Tasmanian tigers being found again, along with living heath hens and Bahi River dolphins, among the countless animals from all the eras of Earth's animal history, from the ancient Cambrian, which birthed the first truly complex life, to the modern Holocene, that seemingly just came back out of nowhere. He had heard the same thing about the dodo bird as well. It was like everything was getting a do-over. They were not the only extinct animals man had once lived alongside that had been resurrected from oblivion. Adam had once, years prior, seen a Caspian tiger crossing the forest trail he was currently walking on. Another ghost, revived from extinction by whatever had revived the dinosaurs and other prehistoric fauna. Seeing a tiger in the forests of western Ohio confirmed to Adam one important piece of information that he had previously suspected. That whatever the animal that was revived might have been, it was not necessarily placed where they had been found naturally in the past. Since Adam also knew that rarely the revived animals could talk, the idea of what a talking tiger might have to say was at least amusing to him. Though what did not amuse Adam was the knowledge that there were modern-day predators lurking in the forest that were just as dangerous as any Utah raptor or other decently sized carnivorous prehistoric animal would be. Entelodont was a particularly nasty one to encounter. Thankfully, it had been years since Adam had last seen any. Bullets didn't seem to hurt those animals at all. Adam sometimes wondered if they were too stupid to even realize they felt pain, since they more than earned the nickname Hell Pig. When encounters with them occurred, they tended to be anything but fun. As his walk through the forest continued, Adam passed the skeleton of a triceratops that lay just off its path. Its horns and empty eye sockets pointed at him. Another ghost he'd seen several hundred times now, one that had been, in life, just as dangerous as any carnivore, and now, in death, one with unblinking, empty eyes that never missed anything. They took in every change, big or small, fast or slow, good or bad. Adam always felt that the skull was watching him whenever he passed it. The only truly positive upside the end of human civilization had in Adam's life, at least in his mind, was that the air was the cleanest it had ever been in his lifetime. That was nice, at least. Silently, Adam continued to follow his usual path back through the trees as the morning dragged on and the sun rose higher, leaves falling around him with each gust of the fall breeze. They seemed to be the only things moving. The forest also seemed to be devoid of life on this early fall morning, Adam noted. It wasn't just the lack of modern humans, it seemed very few animals were around at all. The ever-present breeze now seemed to give Adam a physical chill. The temperature had been low enough that Adam wore a red vest for warmth. Bright red, which meant that it did not do any favors in regard to camouflaging. He now wished he'd worn something a little warmer due to the uncanny chill that morning had produced, but at least needing to be camouflaged did not seem to be necessary that morning. Adam's route through the forest spanned several miles from where his family was waiting to the abandoned town's outskirts, and he picked his pace up as he now just wanted to get home. It was a lonely walk on the best of days, and this one seemed to not be the best. The lack of life just felt off. Sometimes Adam brought his son with him on these trips, but not today. If that was a good or bad decision remained to be seen. Adam's trail, formed by years of constant usage, took him through the deep forests of the region of Ohio he called home. As he passed over the top of a large hill, he caught a glimpse of a distant old iron viaduct that would never again have a train roar across its high trestle. He would lose sight of it quickly because his trail then descended the hill and entered more forest on what had once been state-owned land. Then, it looped through the hills and trees and eventually came out along the shore of a lake. From there, his path followed along the tree line at the edge of the sorry excuse for beaches that ran along the lake shore until it finally snaked off from the shoreline, away from the water, and worked over to the cabin where his family lived. The cabin itself was in a large forest clearing, a very large one that had been cleared of all trees decades before by Adam's father, who was the one who had built the cabin. Adam had known once civilization began crumbling that it would be a good place to go to ride out the worst of it due to the isolation. He'd originally only intended to stay for a few weeks at the cabin with his then girlfriend, but that hadn't been what ended up happening. In the clearing was a pond stocked with fish, and in some of the open space around the cabin were patches of crops that had been laid down by the two inhabitants after the apocalypse. They had been able to make the whole area virtually self-sustaining, and so Adam and his now wife had lived there since civilization was overwhelmed and destroyed by the reappearance of prehistoric life. Together, Adam and his wife had raised their kids there. They had spent around half their lives there. It was probably the place they'd spend the rest of their lives too. Both Adam and his wife were nearly in their mid-40s, having only been in their early 20s when the world decided to go from 0 to 100 over the course of a few months. It still didn't make sense, but those days were long gone, and in the end, the details didn't really matter. Maybe the universe had glitched. Maybe God had decided that he liked his prehistoric creations more than mankind, and he wanted them back instead. Whatever the reason, it had happened, and the result of it was the world that the people left had to survive in. As Adam's general hiking routine continued, his mind began to wander, as any mind does when an activity is repeated over and over without change or incident. That morning, his mind wandered back to the night on an isolated country road when he first saw a living dinosaur over 20 years before. He'd been driving home, taking an isolated route that traveled down dark and maintained country roads that slinked and wormed between thick forest and isolated farm fields. The only lights for miles were his headlights. There were no cars on these roads at that time of night. He'd never even seen one on them in the day either. And so, as he drove, he ended up only half paying attention to the road, entering a light trance of highway hypnosis. So, when the massive shape, a moment resembling a scene from some cryptid-themed horror movie, appeared in his headlights ahead on the road, he didn't register it right away. However, once his brain snapped to attention, Adam had slammed his car's brake pedal to the floor. His vehicle skidded to a stop on the gravel road, less than 10 feet from the massive, spike-coated, four-legged animal. His jaw dropped, and he gazed wide-eyed at the massive shape that was eyeing him idly and without concern, munching on the plants in its mouth just like any cow would. Adam did not know it at the time, but what he was looking at was a dinosaur, an Ankylosaurus to be exact. He didn't know that though. All he knew was that some massive, unknown animal that looked like it had walked right out of a movie was standing on the road right in front of his car in the middle of nowhere at night. Adam had heard rumors, mostly on online chat rooms and other social media, of supposed dinosaur sightings. But there was no genuine evidence for that. While some of the fuzzy trail camera pictures did look shockingly well made, everyone just laughed and assumed it was some new online trend or hoax that people, mostly conspiracy theorists and religious extremists, were jumping on. Some even thought it was part of some elaborate marketing campaign. And at that moment, on that country road, the thought of it being a living dinosaur did not even cross Adam's mind. The ankylosaurus had, after a few seconds of eyeing the car, turned its uninterested gaze away and began to meander across the road into the field on the opposite side. Adam stayed frozen as it crossed the road, and he stayed frozen even when the animal's clubbed tail swung into the front of his bumper, shaking the car and leaving a massive dent, despite the swing having just been an idle one, with no force put into it. The dinosaur paid no mind to what its tail had struck, though, and it just stepped across the ditch and into the field of beans on Adam's left side. Then it was gone, vanishing into the darkness like it was never there, like it was a ghost, a snapshot, or residual echo from 65 million years before. After sitting in shock for roughly half an hour, Adam finally shook his head, let up on the brake, and slowly continued down the road. When he got home, it was almost 2 in the morning, and, still in shock, Adam just told his parents the dent came from a mailbox that belonged to an abandoned house in the middle of the woods that he'd hit while taking a turn around a corner in the middle of a nowhere country road too fast. He had to say something that they'd believe to explain the damage, and they did believe him. Either way, Adam was still the one who had to pay for the damages. Looking back on the incident years later, Adam was grateful it had been some herbivorous dinosaur that paid him no mind, instead of acting aggressive due to feeling threatened, that he had happened upon on that country road, and not some hungry Tyrannosaurus Rex or similar large carnivore that might have been a little more interested in him. Even a Utah raptor would have been a very dangerous thing to have come across that night. As Adam continued walking just inside of the tree line, his mind still wandering away to distant memories and unsolved mysteries. He was passing one of the smaller beaches, which was made up of a sticky mix of clay and mud instead of sand, along the shoreline of the lake. He heard a massive splash and turned to face the water. He expected to see maybe an osprey flying off with a fish, or maybe some critter swimming away. His bag slipped from his shoulder and fell to the ground when he laid eyes on what was emerging from the water. He couldn't believe or comprehend what he was seeing, and he froze as he gazed at it. The thing that was crawling out of the lake, having made a splash as it surfaced, was like a dinosaur from a nightmare. It was all black, covered in spikes, adorned with the very recognizable killing toe claws of a raptor on each foot, had unusually long arms for a dinosaur, and had the freakiest, most bizarre, undinosaur-looking teeth and tooth structure Adam had ever seen. It also had a single, glowing, yellow eye, the other eye socket just an empty, bloody space. It looked wrong, alien even. It was more like an actual lake monster than it was a dinosaur. The dinosaur collapsed in the water and laid there, seemingly out of strength. Cautiously, Adam slung the rifle off of his shoulder and walked out of the tree line. The dinosaur's single, pupilless-looking eye looked at him for a moment before it slid shut. Small waves sloshed against the creature's side, mixing with the blood that was oozing from a disgusting-looking wound on its neck. Adam had never seen a bite like it. The animal was still breathing, its nose above the shallow water, but Adam took a step back when he saw gills on its neck, shaking his head just like he did when he saw the ankylosaurus for the first time. Thoughts flooded his mind. What was this thing? What kind of dinosaur had gills? Certainly not one Adam had ever seen, heard of, or read about. He felt like that would have been something scientists would have taken note of if they'd found fossils of the species before the apocalypse. He stood, rooted to the spot, just looking at the thing. After he thought it over for a few seconds, he raised the rifle and aimed at the dinosaur's head. It was better this way. Not only was this unknown thing a potential threat to his family, but it was also clearly suffering. Best to just end the animal's pain here and now. Besides, if it somehow healed, then it was definitely a potential threat, especially since Adam and his family didn't live far from the lake and made trips to it frequently. It offered more water-based resources than the pond next to their cabin did. The animal presented another threat in a world that already had too many, and Adam wouldn't risk it recovering. One reason Adam and his family had survived was because Adam always eliminated potential threats as soon as he saw them. An attitude that had proved more fruitful far more times than it had backfired. Wanting to make sure the bullet got through what looked like thick armor on the dinosaur's head, which looked like the plated armor that was found on Devonian-era placoderms. Another thing that scientists definitely would have took note of if they had found fossils of the species. Adam took a step closer and all but pressed the gun muzzle against the animal's skull. He pulled the trigger and discharged the bullet right into the middle of the animal's head. The shot rang out loud and echoed clearly across the lake. Satisfied, Adam lowered the gun, discharged the spent shell, and turned to walk back to the tree line. He entered the trees and grabbed the bag that he had dropped. He didn't see that the Dunkleosteus armor covering version 2's head had stopped the bullet. He didn't see that as he was walking away, that the bullet slipped out of the spot it had lodged in version 2's head and fell into the water. And he also didn't see version 2's single remaining eye slide back open briefly. Version 2, the only name that the man-made animal had ever been given, locked his gaze on the human who had tried to kill him and snarled softly, the single row of Adestus teeth in his mouth bared, before passing back out. As Adam looked back one more time, the animal looked, and as far as he was concerned, it was dead. Adam Wachowski returned home without further incident. The family cabin sat in a large forest clearing, closer to a large, relatively circular pond, which was decently deep for one of its size, especially in one spot that was slightly off-center from the middle than it was to the nearest tree line. Adam's morning run to the old drugstore had gone well, and tomorrow, unless plans changed, he would use the bullets he had brought back to go hunt fresh meat, some of which would be eaten immediately, and some of which would be added to the family's winter stock, because he was about sick of the pitiful excuses for fish that were in the pond. He went around the pond and approached the front door of the cabin, and set his bag down on a wooden deck chair that sat on the roofed porch. He opened the door and stepped inside, leaning his rifle against the wall in the entrance hallway, and he then shut the door behind himself. Dad! Adam just had time to turn to see a speeding shape collide with his midsection and wrap its arms around him. Adam grunted at the moment of impact, then chuckled and wrapped his arms around his oldest child, his only son, Nolan. Hey, buddy, Adam said, hugging his son and running a hand through the boy's hair. He'd left before anyone other than his wife had been awake, and so he had not seen any of his children that day, nor had they seen him. Nolan looked like his father, whom he was very close to. Nolan had Adam's face and black hair, though his was not the unruly mess his father was known for having, but a much more straight, downward-flowing hair that was more like his mother's. Nolan was stout when he knew he needed to be, always willing to help out with things away from the house that needed an extra pair of hands or an extra set of eyes. Despite that, it wasn't uncommon for him to be scared by his own shadow. Adam knew that Nolan was a brave kid at heart, but his son had self-doubt about that fact, and during tense times was quick to panic. There was more than a few occasions when Nolan would have run away from a situation and made the issue worse if his father hadn't held him in place. Despite that, Adam had always known his son to come through in the end. Despite the fear he might feel in the moment of some event, in the end, Nolan would face any danger despite his terror if it was to protect someone in his family. Despite that, Adam felt the need to prepare Nolan more than he had already throughout his various survival lessons, and a good part of his focus had been on doing so. Unbeknownst to him, this had caused his other kids to feel as if they were sidelined or that they didn't have their father's confidence. Nolan and his father spent long summer hours together as Adam taught his boy the ways of the new world he'd grown up in, the one Adam had been forced to adapt to. Adam had hoped that those long lessons would help Nolan grow out of the shell of uncertainty and fear that had grown around him. But anytime things got tense, Adam could always see the boy struggling to hold himself together. It was that part of Nolan he wanted to see get swept away before he felt he could teach his other kids how to survive effectively. If need be, he felt that he was willing to put off teaching his other kids past the age he'd planned to start on if it meant making sure Nolan was ready. He had become so convinced of and focused on that he always picked Nolan out of his 3 kids when he needed help on nearly anything outside of the house, despite if his others spoke up offers. Nolan wasn't afraid of the world itself. He was afraid of what was in it. And perhaps he had less of a reason to be afraid of it than his father did. After all, Nolan had grown up knowing that world. Adam had been thrown into it unexpectedly. To Nolan, the world his father had grown up in, a world with cars, movie theaters, school, and worldwide connection through the internet, and no living dinosaurs, sounded like the most alien thing ever. He couldn't comprehend the world his father had spent in his youth, despite hearing about it many times. Despite that, he was afraid of it, even if he knew deep down he'd always be able to face it if needed. As of yet, his fear had never won out in a tense situation. "Adam?" a voice from the hall called. He smiled and looked up. "Hi, honey," he said, stepping away from his son and wrapping his arms around his wife as she entered the hall. Adam and his wife had met in high school and been together ever since. A true case of high school sweethearts, if there ever was one. When she came with Adam to the cabin as the apocalypse was beginning, she thought the stay would only be for a few weeks. Though she had worked hard to make it a home for their family, once it had become clear the world would never go back to normal, she always felt deep down that there had to be a safer place somewhere. Her name was Kyalani, and she'd been feeling the urge to say so far more strongly than usual lately, for a very important reason, and felt that it would just take one more unexpected incident occurring for her to finally say something about it. It had been more than 10 years since she'd last brought up looking for anywhere else last. She was certain others had to be out there, perhaps not far away. By all accounts that she had gathered near the beginning of the apocalypse, most of the populace had survived initially. And while that number of survivors would certainly be much lower at the current time than it had been 2 decades prior, she still felt confident that the sheer number of people who'd survived meant that there had to be safe areas with large populations of people somewhere. In terms of appearances, Kailani looked younger than she was. Despite the constant stress that came with surviving in a post-apocalyptic world, she could still pass for someone in their mid-30s. Meanwhile, Adam looked slightly more aged than he actually was. Kalani had blonde hair that ran down to just above her shoulders. She could also shoot just as well as Adam could, and was approving of the idea of her kids learning the hard truths of survival. But she had been reluctant at first, as any mother might have been, state of the world or not. As Adam embraced her, he kissed her on the lips, then on the cheek, and then took a deep breath of her flowing hair. "Don't get frisky here," Kalani chuckled as he did, pulling back just a bit. "Oh, what's wrong with a little frisk?" Adam asked, kissing her on the neck, before scooting back with a playful smile. He took her hand and placed his on her still relatively flat stomach. There was a 6th member of the Wachowski clan on their way. They were due for arrival in 5 months. The new baby was, in fact, the very important reason for Kalani's resurgent of old wishes for somewhere safer than their cabin. What's wrong? The eyes of one of our children are on us, Kalani said, lifting his hand away, trying to sound serious, despite also trying to keep laughter held back. That's what's wrong. He doesn't need to see risking. For extreme measure, she also then pointed to her belly. And number 4 might be listening. Oh, fine, Adam said, pretending to pout for a second before then leaning forward. I'll save the rest of the frisking for later. Baby number 4 won't hear anything, he whispered, kissing his wife on the ear and neck again before walking out of the hallway. The 4th family member walked out of her bedroom as the group exited the hallway and entered the living room. Hi, Dad, the middle child, an eldest daughter, greeted. She then shot her brother her usual glare. Aside from feeling resentment towards her father for what she saw as him willfully ignoring her, she was jealous that Nolan got to learn all the ways of surviving, and she got nothing. Her father always immediately defaulted to saying she was still too young to go with him and Nolan. As a stubborn 12-year-old, she found that infuriating and hard to take, especially since Nolan had been properly introduced to it at roughly the same age she was currently. Yet, in his quest to help his son, Adam never took the time to see why she was always so ticked off, especially when her younger sister never threw a tantrum over anything. Katrina found that when she brought up that Nolan had been 12 when he was given his first real lesson as well, her father just seemed to not want to hear it, and it made Katrina very irritable. She felt like she was just going to explode one day, likely soon if things did not change. Hey, Katrina, Adam greeted. Katrina rolled her eyes and went back to her bedroom, shutting the door, having just come out to give her curt greeting as she always did when Adam returned home. Unlike her mother and younger sister, Katrina's hair was a curly mess, though, like her mother and sister, it was also a bright shade of blonde. She was also the only woman in the house who ever seemed to stay grumpy. Even Kalani had never been so short-tempered, even when she was pregnant. Adam once joked that there was perhaps a genetic connection with the curly hair leading to grumpiness, since she had inherited it from his grumpy grandfather. Though Adam knew part of it was because she felt he didn't think she could handle herself in the outside world. He didn't think that was the case at all. He would teach her the ways of the world like he taught Nolan. Once he was sure that Nolan had learned all he could, and had gone as far as he would go, and maybe once he was sure that Katrina had matured past whatever tempered state she was currently in. Adam never really understood that his lack of clear communication with his eldest daughter was what had sparked their division, despite what Kalani may have told him. The usual, Adam sighed. Katrina might have thought otherwise, but Adam felt that she was still too young, and he didn't plan to think otherwise until she was at least 13. In his eyes, 12 was too young. Nolan had only gotten basic lessons at that age, and the big stuff had waited till the following year. And, while Adam's focus on his son might have come off as favoritism in the eyes of his other kids, especially to Katrina when she learned that she might have to wait till past 13 to start learning things if Nolan didn't reach his father's expectations in time, that wasn't the reality of how it was at all. In truth, Adam simply didn't want to expose the harsh reality of the outside world to his kids until he felt they were old enough to handle it. Nolan was at that age, and the others simply weren't. Katrina truly had no idea how violent and scary the outside world could be, even though she felt like, and convinced herself that, she did. Adam had worked with Nolan since the day he had turned 13, and not a day prior, despite what Katrina had claimed. And his son was perhaps now even more scared of what was outside than he had been before learning about it all. It had only reinforced the idea that 12 was definitely too young to be ready for it. However, all Katrina saw was her father choosing to work with Nolan, more than usual in recent months, and nothing more. She'll get over it, Kalani said, having long learned that it was fruitless to try to explain to both of them why things were the way they were between them. Adam nodded and sighed. Yeah, though I think you said the same thing 6 months ago, he said, looking at her and his son. Another thing that he had failed to realize was that he simply never sat down and told her why she was waiting, or why he didn't seem to give her as much attention. His focus on helping Nolan was so persistent that such a simple idea never crossed his mind, partially because he felt that he didn't need to explain why, just as the idea of how his focus on his son was affecting his other children never crossed his mind either. Even then, as Adam scanned the room, it took him a moment to realize that the family was one head short in the count. Hey, Adam said, looking around the living room just to make sure he'd not overlooked the unaccounted for family member. Where's Maeve? Maeve Wachowski, the soon to be no longer youngest family member, hurried through the forest like she did almost every day. And, like every day, she did it secretly, without any weapons. For a 10-year-old girl, this was not exactly the safest thing to do, but she had never thought about any of the dangers that lurked in the forest. Having spent her whole life surrounded by their presence, she was used to them. It also helped that there was a certain trio out there that helped keep the area clear of most threats, and had done so since they'd moved into the area. Though before Maeve met them, it was an unintentional service. Now it was one they went out of their way to perform in order to protect her and her family. Like her sister, Maeve also wanted to learn how to survive, but she too had been told by both her father and her mother that she was too young. Though unlike Katrina, Maeve decided to do something about it instead of just pout, throw tantrums, and start arguments with a dad whose focus was clearly elsewhere. Maeve, being the defiant kid she was, had searched and found her own way to learn, taking the issue into her own hands. Her little secret group of friends she'd made in that quest were now teaching her how to survive. Hence, why she was out in the forest, not worried about possible unseen dangers, though they certainly were there. As she passed through the trees, she stopped when 3 velociraptors, all of whom had large claws, crept out from the trees in front of her. While velociraptors typically were not as tall as someone even Maeve's age, and were covered in feathers as well, the 3 individuals now standing before her in the clearing were all almost Utah raptor sized, standing taller than even Adam did, and only one of them adorned any feathers at all. After freezing for a moment, Maeve smiled. There you guys are, she said. Prior to meeting these particular dinosaurs, Maeve had admittedly despised dinosaurs and anything related to them, and anything else that looked prehistoric and alien, finding them as nothing but giant scary animals. Despite never knowing a world without them, she knew they were not like lions or wolves. She knew that they did not belong where they were now. Some basic instincts deep down in the human brain knew it was wrong for them to be back. It knew that they should have been separated by an unfathomable amount of time. As she'd grown older, she'd stopped fearing them due to being around them constantly, but she had never taken any kind of liking to them. Until she happened to meet the trio of oversized Velociraptor Mongolianus individuals, now standing a few feet away from her. The leading raptor chittered softly. Their large size and varying physical differences when compared to others of their genus, not unusual for talking dinosaurs. The talking ones were always larger and different looking than the non-talking ones. He, the leading raptor, was the pack's leader, and upon his chittering, the other 2 stopped behind him. The alpha of the pack was mostly purple in base, with dark blue patches and mild red underfelts, especially on the belly area, inner legs, and underarms. His name was Streak, which came from the blue coloring that streaked out from under the base of his arms, over his shoulders, and down his otherwise purple back and tail. He was reserved, more dignified than the other 2 in his pack, and had a serious demeanor about him that demanded respect, though he did have his softer side as well. He acted more stoic than he really was, and the members of his pack, and Maeve, knew it. Bard, Streak's brother, was perhaps the most eager, playful, and outgoing of the three, having been the one to meet Maeve first. It was a chance meeting while Maeve had been trying to teach herself how to survive on her own. When she first saw Bard, she thought that she was about to be eaten, but then he'd started happily talking to her instead. Generally, his claws were more put to use in snuggle sessions than they were put to use in hunting sessions when around her. The cuddling was something Streak pretended he disapproved of. Bard also was mostly purple in base, but he had the same streak patterns as Streak, only his was light green. He had no patches of color like Streak did, though. His claws were also black, unlike Streak's, whose were very dark gray. The third pack member, Gamma, had claws colored like Streak's as well. Bard was the curious type, who didn't always think things through fully, and liked to stick his nose in places it did not necessarily belong sometimes. Out of the three, Gamma, the only of the three who wasn't related to the others, was the most standout, at least in terms of color. His main base was a dark, muddy, sand-like brown or tan, and running down his side, tail, neck, and the side of his head was a vividly bright orange stripe that went down each side of his body. He was the only three of the oversized raptors to have any feathers, having some long, but not too numerous plumage on his arms, which started out behind the wrists and stopped at his shoulders, and a thick layer of feathers on his back and shoulders. Some also were on part of his neck, head, but they were not too numerous past the base of his neck. There were also patches of feathers of varying length on the upper half of his legs and thighs. His lower legs had an orange tinge to them, which grew stronger the closer to his feet you looked, and his claws were gray. Personality-wise, Gamma was in the middle between Streak and Bard's personalities, acting as an unintended middleman, or dinosaur, between his fellows' vastly different personalities. Maeve reached up and stroked Streak's purple nose. "You weren't at our usual meeting place," she said, referring to the place the pack slept at night. "And you thought it was a better idea to come and find us, rather than wait?" Streak asked. If we had been any other pack of raptors, our nesting area is always clear of other dinosaurs, but out here, that's not always a guarantee," Streak said. Maeve sighed and looked down. "Oh, lighten up, Streak. No matter what you say, you know that we keep this whole particular area of woods clear of threats. Whether her father is aware of it or not," Gamma said from behind the Alpha Raptor. "Is it really that shocking that she tends to just wander around?" Streak glanced back at his fellow and sighed. "Oh, you're right," he said, placing a claw under Maeve's chin and making her look up at him. "Sorry, kid. I didn't mean to raise my voice." He was cut off when Maeve flung against him in a giant hug. "Oh, Streak, you are a big softy," she giggled, hugging the raptor tightly. Bard and Gamma both chuckled behind Streak, making him groan softly. Anytime that Maeve exposed that fact, they never let him hear the end of it. With Streak's grumpy, protective moment over, Bard, whom Maeve had named after her favorite owl, bolted forward and seized the little girl in his claws. "How's my favorite little human?" he greeted excitedly, lifting her off the ground and giving her an excited hug and nuzzle. "Hi, Bard!" Maeve laughed as the excited raptor hugged her tightly, ending his affectionate greeting with a giant lick across the side of her face. A few laughter-filled seconds later, Gamma also joined the snuggle fest that was occurring in the forest, which was consisting of affectionate licks and two hug-happy, oversized velociraptors that were acting more like oversized puppies rather than prehistoric killing machines. Streak just watched, pretending to be the stern alpha who was annoyed at the other two members of his pack when he really found the sight adorable. Maybe just a tad embarrassing. Well, does this really have to happen every time she visits us? Are you all done yet? Streak asked a little while later, after letting the three have their fun. Maeve now was sitting on the ground with a purring mass of tangled claws and limbs wrapped around her that was the other two raptors. Oh, come on, Streak. You know we're cuddlers, Bard protested. Not biters. You're both embarrassments, Streak replied with an annoyed huff. She didn't come all the way out here just to snuggle with you two. Maeve shrugged. I'm okay with this, she said, hugging Gamma's head as if he were a typical household pet, which he allowed. Streak sighed. Kid, you wanted us to teach you how to survive on your own. We can't really do that with you snuggling two of my packmates, he explained. How about we do that, then you guys can do whatever you want, he offered. Maeve stared at him and then sighed. All right, she said, standing up and brushing herself off. Bard and Gamma also jumped back onto their feet as Maeve smiled at the Alpha Raptor. I'm ready then, she said. Then let's take a walk, Streak replied, his no-nonsense manner returning as he re-established order to what had been a chagrining situation. I think you two easily forget that we are exceptions to the norm, and that most dinosaurs, and a lot of other things, out here would love to just tear you to pieces if they got their claws on you, Streak said as they walked through the forest. He paused at the bank of a creek and looked down at Maeve. I don't want to see that ever happen. So, you need to learn how to avoid being detected. Most importantly, how to hide your scent from predators. He bent down and scooped some mud off the side of the creek in his clawed hand, and gently, though he didn't ask first, smeared it across Maeve's face. Like that, he said. Hey! She sputtered when the surprise wore off, spitting out part of a twig that had gotten into her mouth. Mud works best, Streak said as if he hadn't heard her. It covers your scent completely and leaves you hidden. With enough of it, no predator can find you. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you a little test today. It's been a while since we did this. Maeve wiped some of the mud out of her eyelids as he continued, half-heartedly glaring at the velociraptor as he spoke. Nearby, there's a decent-sized swamp. I'm not telling you which direction it is, because we've already taught you how to find landmarks like that by reading the growth of vegetation or the sloping of the land. You will be given a 5-minute head start before we come hunting you like we would any prey item. We're not going to hold back either. You need to find the swamp and find a way to hide your scent before we catch you, and then stay hidden for 5 more minutes once you're there. Understand? He asked. Maeve looked slightly frightened, but she nodded in a determined way. I understand, she said. Okay, good. Look around. Pick what way you're going to go. You have all the time you need for that. But once you step across the creek, the clock starts, Streak said. 5 minutes until we chase after you. Your second 5 minutes don't start until you find the swamp. If you even do. You won't hurt me if you catch me, right? Maeve asked after a moment. No. But again, we're not going to hold back. If one of us catches you, we'll pounce on you and pin you down on the ground, like anything else we hunt, to make sure the message really sinks in. Streak replied, taking a step back, silently telling Maeve that the time for talking was done, and she now had to start thinking. Taking a deep breath, Maeve turned away from the 3 raptors and began scanning the trees on the opposite bank, trying to pick what way she was going to go. She knew she had to make the right choice on her first guess, or she'd definitely be caught. Her hands grew sweaty as the pressure of the challenge sunk in. Studying the trees and plant growth carefully, as well as the direction the water flowed in, and what areas seemed to be lower down than others, Maeve took note of one section of tree line where plants seemed to be denser than they were everywhere else, as were the plants and mosses growing on the trees. The creek was also flowing that way, at a steady downward incline. That, combined with the fact Maeve knew that where plants grew denser, it meant water was likely closer and was more accumulated in that direction, she took, as well as the increased amount of moss she saw on the trees, as a good sign. Deciding she'd go that way, Maeve sprinted across the creek and into the forest. She heard Gamma calling out and encouraging, "Good luck, kid!" And then she was on her own, sprinting through the forest and brush, hoping she'd chosen the right direction. Maeve shoved her way through the thick forest, feeling some barbs and sticks leaving slight cuts as she shoved through them. She was leaving a trail so plain that the pack wouldn't even have to use their noses to follow her. Not that it mattered because her jacket, which was the same bright red in color as her father's vest was, offered no help in terms of camouflage. The pack would probably be able to find her by sight, even if she left no trail anyway because of it. Suddenly, her leg gave out, and she tripped, falling face first onto the leaves. Groaning, she rolled over and saw her foot was caught in a long, tangled vine that sprawled across the ground. A distant roar, followed by a series of chattering barks, told her that her velociraptor friends were now hunting her down. Though she knew they wouldn't hurt her, if they did catch her, Streak would most definitely at least make the part of pinning her down on the ground very realistic. He'd made that perfectly clear. She began fumbling with the vine, trying to get it untangled, and actually managed to avoid being caught for once. She could hear them chittering when she finally got her boot untangled from the vine, and she stood, sprinting away as fast as she could. They most definitely could hear her, but that didn't matter. They had her scent, so they'd be on her in seconds anyway. If they hadn't already seen her because of her jacket. She had to hope that she'd picked the right direction to run in, and she could reach the swamp before they caught her if she had. She found that she had picked the right direction to run in. The swamp appeared so suddenly before her that Maeve almost fell into it. She stumbled and fell to her knees in the water when the ground suddenly dropped away as she pushed out of the trees. Getting up, she sloshed into the marsh, searching for a good spot to cover herself and hunker down. She could hear the raptors coming again and knew they'd catch her if she was being so picky. So she just dropped into the water and began lathering her skin and clothes with thick, almost gray-colored, stinking mud. Once she was completely coated, she sank down into some shallow water, sinking into the mud slightly, and laid in some reeds, waiting. The raptor pack rushed from the trees not even a second later, and they charged out into the swamp, splashing as they went. They paused about 10 steps away and began sniffing the air while Maeve watched, staying completely still. She hoped she'd put enough mud on herself to stay hidden. "Her tracks disappear here," Streak said, half chittering. "Spread out and look around," he said. Bard and Gamma walked off to the left and right, but Maeve saw Streak was still walking generally towards her. He moved slow, examining disturbed patches in the marsh, looking for any kind of sign, or maybe part of a red coat that was not fully hidden. He took another deep breath, but only picked up the scent of decay, moss, swamp water, and stinking mud everywhere. The smell of the swamp was so overpowering in his nose that it would keep any predator, even a Tyrannosaurus rex, from being able to pick up a scent within it. He stood again and scanned around. So close, the ripples from his sloshing footsteps sloshed up Maeve's pant legs. He was so close, she could have touched him if that didn't mean getting caught and losing. "Do either of you see her?" Streak called. Maeve closed her eyes, not wanting Streak to see them if he happened to glance down. "She's not over here," Gamma called. "Or here," Bard added. "Maybe she ran deeper into the swamp?" "No, she was only just ahead of us. You said you saw her. She would not have had time to run deeper. She's got to be close by," Streak replied. He glanced around again, eyeing the reeds for signs of movement not caused by the wind. Maeve stayed still and hopeful. Maybe for once she'd actually pull it off and not get caught by the hungry pack. "I think, for once, you're not going to get your claws on her," Gamma said, walking forward and stopping, one of his claw-adorned feet stepping down right near Maeve's head. She felt the ripples from his step slosh against the side of her head. He's got a point. Actually, by my count, time's up, Bard called. Streak actually looked really impressed as he recounted in his own head. I'll be. She actually did it, he said. Now we just have to find her to let her know. He looked less impressed when Maeve suddenly jumped up from the reeds right between him and Gamma with a roar of her own, startling him and sending him tumbling back into the water. If looks could kill, the one he had on his face upon emerging from the water, coated in wet leaves, slimy moss, and other decaying matter, and seeing a mud-covered Maeve and his packmates laughing, would have at least put the girl in bed with a medical injury for a week. Maeve simply thought the scene was the funniest thing she had ever seen, and paid Streak's scowl no mind. After glaring at Maeve for several moments, Streak's gaze then turned to his packmates. You two are being awfully brave, laughing at your alpha. You both have a good excuse, I hope, he said, standing up out of the water and shaking the mud off his body. No, I'm just cocky is all, Bard replied. A little while later, it was time for the two groups to go their separate ways for the day. I'll come see you guys again tomorrow morning, shortly before lunch, Maeve said, rubbing each oversized raptor on the nose. The three prehistoric carnivores had not just become friends to Maeve. Meeting them had made Maeve change her view of dinosaurs as a whole. Though, while awesome to behold, the large animals were certainly still scary at times. Streak's words were correct. His pack were the rare exceptions to the norm when it concerned reincarnated prehistoric animals, and it was easy to forget sometimes. Shortly before lunch, are you offering to be ours? Gamma asked, which earned him a flick on the snout from Maeve. Maeve had noticed that to be a constant thing with the raptors, though they had human-like emotion and human-level intelligence. They were not at all above reminding their human friend that they were extremely dangerous, natural machines of power when they needed to be, often with playful reminders that they could still eat their human friend if they so desired. Maeve sometimes wondered if all talking carnivores didn't have that I could eat you right now, human sense of humor. Maeve doubted it was just limited to these three talking ones. She also had a pretty strong feeling she was far from the only human to have ever wondered about that fact. She sometimes wondered if talking plant eaters had an equivalent joke if they made friends with people. Bard chuckled, bringing Maeve out of her musings, then asked, How are you going to explain your muddy state to your parents? Maeve looked at herself and shrugged. I'll think of something. I'm the youngest, so I can get away with things like this easier than my brother or sister could. She giggled, waving goodbye and turning to jog for home. Again, she traveled without fear, knowing the pack kept the woods clear and her family safe. She just wished she could tell her family, but she knew her father would not approve of raptors being in the immediate area, nor would he hear her out about them being safe and friendly once he was made aware. Maeve knew her father often jumped the gun whenever it came to reacting to things he saw as possible threats. Usually, shooting first, or asking about, or thinking on it later. So, Maeve felt the whole situation was best avoided for the time being, and continued to keep the pack a secret, even telling them where her father had set his game cameras up so they would be able to avoid being seen on those as well. Velociraptors that were almost the size of Utah raptors would certainly be something her father would not take well to seeing near his home. Nonetheless, she would often fantasize about telling her father, him taking the news well, and the pack getting to come and stay at the cabin for good as extensions of the family. Maybe one day it would happen. She hoped. She already saw the raptors as part of her family. Maeve's walk back home was as uneventful as usual, and she made a quick side stop to make sure her other secret was still safe. Peering over the edge of a roughly 9-foot deep, extremely small, tight downward chute of a cave opening, she saw that they were still nestled on the bottom Fireworks. With the fuse sneaking up through the rocks, over the ground, through the air, and into a hole in the side of a nearby tree, where a waterproof box of matches were also kept. She had rigged up the whole thing in secret, squeezing into and then climbing out of the cave several times, which she was barely able to do due to how small the space was, to place the fireworks and set up the fuse, halfway between her family cabin and the main territory of the raptor pack. It was her secret signal. If there was ever danger, she could come out to this spot, shoot off the rockets, and the pack would come help her family. I've hoped she would never need to shoot them off. After she was sure her self-designed alarm system was still ready for use and had suffered no damage from the recent weather, she continued on her way home, enjoying the scenery of the forest, covered in drying mud or not. A tweeting made Maeve pause and look up. A mother bird was tending to her nest, and likely the last baby she'd had that year. Maeve watched as the songbird dropped some worms into the baby bird's hungry mouths before flying away again. They began tweeting again right as she flew off, and Maeve smiled, watching the mother bird fly away to continue providing for her nest of babies. It reminded her of the time she'd found an egg in a creek that had been knocked out of its nest by the wind, and she had taken it home after being unable to find the nest, hatched it, and raised the baby before releasing it. Her parents had been so proud, and ever since then, Maeve had always loved bird watching, especially when they were nesting. She emerged from the tree line on the opposite side of the pond from the family home, less than half an hour later. Maeve walked around the pond and up to the front door. She opened it, and her mother gasped. "What on earth happened to you? You're a mess!" Maeve shrugged. "I tripped and fell in the mud by the pond," she said, nonchalant and acting as if it was no big deal. Her family bought the explanation, but still made her take a bath right away anyway, and her mother immediately began washing her daughter's clothes as well. Dinner that night was more less than undesirable fish. The dining room was illuminated by lanterns, and the sounds of forks and knives clinking on plates accompanied the dancing firelight. The family ate in silence. There were no wonderful or humorous conversations being shared. Those were rare occurrences of late in the family household, and had been since the family had unintentionally become estranged from one another. Throughout the last few months especially, the Wachowskis always seemed to be ticked off or worried about something or someone, and that brought the collective moods of everyone down. The kids seemed to be ticked off at one another often by the catalyst of how Adam was focusing on Nolan. Katrina especially was ticked at him and Adam. Maeve was less affected by the animosity since she'd started secretly meeting with the Raptors, but remained quiet during meals. Kailani was always trying to think of ways to bring her own concerns about the family's safety up instead of initiating a conversation. And Adam was tired of Katrina's temper, but still hadn't realized his lack of communication with her was the cause. The whole family suffered from a collective lack of open communication, and no one seemed to know or accept what should be said to fix it. The family sat at a large round table, which already had a space open and ready for a baby's high chair to be placed at when the time came. Adam had managed to find one, and it now sat, still in its box, in one of the closets. Adam picked up his napkin when he'd finished most of his fish, being the first to finally break the silence. "You guys should have seen this weird dinosaur I saw today," he said, wiping off his mouth. Kalani lowered her glass. "What was it?" she asked. Adam shrugged. "I don't know," he said, picking up his fork and taking another bite of fish. "I've never seen anything like it. The thing had gills. Have you ever heard of a dinosaur having gills?" "Like a fish?" Kalani asked, keeping the question short since she knew Adam could be rather long-winded when he had something he wanted to say. Adam nodded. "Yeah, It crawled out of the lake like some urban legend lake monster. It had all this armor all over its body and had these weird teeth. They were arranged in a single row on the upper and bottom parts of its mouth, like a pair of scissors. I've never seen anything like it in any book about dinosaurs. Undiscovered species, maybe? Maeve suggested. Adam nodded to her. Maybe. I don't know. The closest thing I can say it resembled is a Utah raptor, at least in body shape. It didn't have any feathers either, but it did have something like quills on the back of its head. I don't even know how something like that would evolve in nature. What happened to it? Kalani then asked, looking slightly frightened. Adam placed a reassuring hand on her arm. Whatever it looked like it had gotten into a nasty fight, probably under the water somewhere if I had to guess. Something took a big chunk out of its neck. It was clearly suffering, likely dying, so I shot it right in the head and put it out of its misery. And where was this at again? Kalani asked urgently. The big lake a few miles from here, not our pond, Adam explained. Kalani nodded, then faced the kids. Kids, you are not to go out sneaking out to see it. You understand me? I don't care how wild it sounds, there might be others in the water out there. She's right, Adam affirmed. I can't imagine what else might have been able to take a bite like that out of that thing while it was underwater. You sure it wasn't a risottis or large prehistoric crocodile bite? Maeve asked. Adam nodded. Yeah, the bite shape didn't match any animal we've ever seen in the lake. Again, don't worry about it. You're probably right, and it was just some odd species lost to time. Some weird, maybe Jurassic-era dinosaur that wasn't around for too long. Just nature playing around with designs or something. There were a lot of really weird animals throughout prehistory, so I'm sure that there were some lost oddball dinosaurs. It was inevitable that we would probably see some that didn't make it into the fossil record. We probably already have many times and just didn't realize. After supper ended and the used dishes were cleaned, the family moved into the living room to spend the evening hours together. It was rather silent in the evenings at the Wachowski cabin. Adam was reading an old scientific book about dinosaurs he had recently found. It was actually a potentially valuable discovery, because at the time of being published, just a few months before the world ended, the multi-volume set was one of the most up-to-date and accurate books on dinosaurs ever published. And since Adam was never the most knowledgeable on dinosaurs, and still wasn't, but he had gotten very good at identifying them, as well as most other prehistoric animals, whether they presented a threat or not. So he was giving the book series a full study, especially the section on how large carnivores tracked their prey. He was also keeping an eye out for the small chance the dinosaur he'd seen was in the book somewhere, or in one of its subsequent volumes, about other prehistoric life forms from all eras. Kalani sat next to him and was knitting new socks, little green ones, for the upcoming baby. Nolan and Maeve were playing an old board game they'd gotten from one of the hall closets, and Katrina was pretending to read in sulky silence. The fact no one was paying attention made her keep doing it to try and get a reaction from someone. Nolan rolled the dice for his move as Maeve drew a card from the draw pile. The sound of the dice and the turning pages of Adam's book were the only sounds. Lanterns illuminated the room in soft yellow glow. There was a sudden crash outside, like something had knocked a barrel full of farm equipment over and spilled the contents out in a tangled mess on the ground. Adam jumped to his feet and silently waved for someone to douse the flames on the lanterns illuminating the living room. As the lights were dimmed, one by one, Adam slowly crept to the window and peered cautiously out from a sideways angle, his body tense and ready to react. Behind him, his family stood silent, tense as well, and wide-eyed as Adam tried to spot what had made the noise. Trina watched him, her wide and frightened gaze, then turning to her brother after a moment, and he looked back, clearly just as scared. Out of the three children, Maeve was hiding her reaction the most, though the worry was still visible on her face. Kalani, meanwhile, felt a pit growing in her stomach as the thoughts of what might have been outside ran wild in her mind, and old fears, long pushed aside, were dragged up to the forefront of her thought. It was dark outside. The moon seemed to have been blocked out by some clouds, and in what dim light remained, Adam couldn't see anything. At least he couldn't see it at first. A large head, with visible large teeth, suddenly filled the window from off to the left, and Adam quickly, but silently, slid back out of sight right as it did. Put his finger to his lips and motioned his family to stay still as the window was fogged over by the warm breath passing out of the partially open jaws. The large snout nudged the glass as the animal outside began looking into the window. At first, Adam could only see the body shape in the dark, and he thought it might have been a Poikiloporpin, a theropod genus from the Jurassic, if his memory served correctly, one he'd seen before, or possibly even a small Lithornax, which he did remember was a genus of theropod from the Cretaceous. But after getting a second peek at the animal, he realized it wasn't either of those two because of its shape. Standing outside, its eyes gleaming and peering into the window, was neither dinosaur he first suspected, but instead one of the largest theropod predators from the Triassic, a Gujirosaurus, part of the Coelophycid family. In the low light, it appeared to be dull gray, though it was more likely actually a shade of dark green. Once Adam was sure the animal was indeed a Gujirosaurus, he silently mouthed to his family the name of the animal that was outside, making sure he was clear enough so they could read his lips. The dinosaur snarled, lifting its head away from the window, sniffing the cabin walls. It growled, shaking its head and sniffing the walls once more. It left the window completely and prowled along the walls. It smelled food inside and was searching for a way in. After several long seconds of walking around the cabin, but unable to find a hole, the dinosaur roared and slammed its head into the nearest wall. The cabin shook. Pictures on the wall rattled, and some fell, and Maeve started to scream, but her mother covered her mouth and prevented the cry, though Kailani looked like she wanted to scream out as well. The dinosaur hit the wall again, and Adam motioned to his son, mouthing silently the word, "Rifle!" Nolan nodded, and quickly ran off down the hallway to his father and mother's bedroom. He returned a moment later, and passed the loaded 22-gauge rifle to his father. Adam checked that it was ready to be fired, and hoped he wouldn't have to use it. Gujirosaurus was not a particularly large theropod, especially if compared to carnivorous dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus or Spinosaurus, but it was still large enough to pose a serious danger to humans. On average, according to the books, they were around 18 feet long and possibly stood somewhere around 5 foot tall at the hip, though the individual outside the cabin appeared to be slightly larger than the average specimen. By now, the dinosaur outside had reached the front door, and it was sniffing at it, sticking its head in under the porch. It sniffed the door, focusing on the knob where the scent of prey was the most potent, and slowly ran its tongue over it, trying to get a taste of what it sought. The Gujirosaurus cocked its head to the side and stopped tasting the doorknob, opening and closing its jaws a few times, confused as to what the thing blocking it from its prey was. Its nose told it that prey was somewhere inside the unexpected but firm barrier. The Wachowski family heard it snarl, and it threw its head, nose first, into the wood, causing the door to shake violently. The Gujirosaurus hissed and nudged the door again, but the lock held. The dinosaur couldn't understand why it wasn't able to intimidate the strange barrier blocking it from the prey it was desperately trying to reach. With another hiss, Its shining teeth bared, the dinosaur rammed its head into the door again, bellowing when the wood would give in and break. Adam motioned his family to stay in the center of the living room and approached the end of the front hall, aiming his rifle at the door in case the dinosaur outside broke through. He crouched, ready to fire, and pulled the hammer back with his thumb, his eye gazing through the scope. The door shuddered again as the hungry animal outside attacked it once more, but it still didn't break down. Adam heard the dinosaur's angry bellow. The door, which Adam had reinforced years earlier, had held. Frustrated, and with a final high-pitched roar, the dinosaur turned and sauntered off back into the night in search of prey that it didn't have to break down walls in order to reach. Adam returned to the window just in time to see its swaying tail vanishing into the night. The outside looked brighter, so it seemed that the moon had come back out. Once the dinosaur was gone, Adam sighed and sat the gun down. "Okay, you can light the lanterns back up," he said. The last lingering bits of tension seemed to fade like the shadows once the light steadily returned, though Adam kept watch out of the window for several more minutes, making sure the Gojirasaurus wasn't coming back to try again. At the very least, he was thankful it had been a relatively small carnivore, instead of one of the larger ones like Tyrannosaurus or Giganotosaurus. He'd once seen an aggressive T-Rex tear the roof off of a trailer house and then flip it over as well to get at the people inside, and prayed such a scenario never took place at his family's household. He had little doubts that one of the larger carnivores could likely tear off the cabin's roof if they really were determined to get at what was inside. Kalani settled into bed for the night a few hours later as Adam undressed in the corner of the bedroom. It was late, nearly midnight, and the only light on in the house was in the bedroom. A single lantern with a burning dim flame. "First time that's happened for a while," she said, referring to the incident from a few hours prior. Adam nodded. "Yeah, but it's unavoidable," he said. "With all the animals running around, having some come by for a visit is a guarantee. Pond attracts them." Kalani looked down and placed her hands on her stomach. "I hate that our kids don't have a safe world to grow up in. I don't know what I'd do if I ever lost any of them." Adam turned to face her, and he walked to the foot of the bed. "Hey, don't think about that. We have a good place here. It's isolated, mostly self-sustaining, and safer than most places. But there is water, which will inevitably attract some animals, which will pick up our scents. You know that, and it's nothing we haven't handled before. And we've been lucky as well that it's never been any of the larger ones out there. But luck runs out eventually. Eventually, it will be one of the larger ones. That's also unavoidable. And it doesn't even have to be one of the large animals to be a danger. A pack of determined large raptors could get in here easily if they wanted to, or something we know and have seen before. Do you remember the night the house got swarmed by that troop of Dinopithecus, which were also attracted to the pond? Because I do, and I still have nightmares about it 15 years later. How they shrieked and banged on the windows, their eyes in those giant fangs. How we had to hold the front door shut with everything we had to keep them from getting it open." Kalani paused to compose herself, and then continued. "How we were planning to make a run for the ATV so we could maybe escape if they got inside the cabin. I still think those are the scariest things we've ever run into, even if you seem to think otherwise. That was the closest anything has ever come to getting inside of the cabin. And the first time feeling of safety here was shattered for me. They'd gotten inside, I don't think we'd be alive. Just like if a raptor pack ever got into the cabin. Oh, I'd rather be hunted by one of those than a troop of Dinopithecus. And they're out there. Animals like what we saw tonight are out there. And what if they had been the ones to come back tonight? Maybe that troop is long gone, as you seem to think, or maybe they're still living up in those nearby hills and will one day pass this way again. Kalani, Adam, there has to be someplace better out there somewhere. There has to be other survivors who are actually making something like what we used to have, Kalani protested, her hand going to her eyes as she wiped some of the forming tears away as her composure weakened. All the while, words she couldn't stop continuously spilled out of her as she began pleading a case she'd been building within her head. Being pregnant again has really made me think about this stuff a lot lately. And what happened tonight was just the thing that finally made me say it. There's too many dangerous things around here for our kids to have real lives. I want them to have a place they can be kids in. I don't want to have to worry every time they walk out that front door. Something happening to one of them is the only thing I find scarier than Dinopithecus. If there was ever an animal that Kalani felt was the biggest threat to her children's safety, it was that species. One might first think of the big theropod carnivores instead, but after experiencing such an attack of such ferocity from something much smaller, Kalani disagreed. The big theropods were dangerous, but smaller species, like the apes, closer to man size, could get you in places the large animals couldn't reach. I know. I've looked. Honey, I've searched for years. As far as I've seen, there's nothing out there. Years ago, I thought maybe I'd seen something to indicate people were living across the lake somewhere, but I haven't seen any signs for a decade. If they were there, I think they're gone. And the lake is so big, it would take far too long to hike around it and check for the effort to be practical, especially if there is nothing over there, Adam replied. I think you hoping for something like the old world being out there is just a far-fetched idea. I don't know, rather, I don't believe something like that can exist in this world. It can't just be us! Please, Adam, just look again, Kalani begged. I love this house. I do. I made it my home. We made it our home, despite every challenge. But our children will never be truly safe here. We're surrounded by forests and hills and a lake. We can never be sure about what's hiding in them. No matter how many cameras you put up, we'll never really know. What if there was a city that was walled off somewhere, or a town that was fortified? Even something as basic as a school people made a life in. No dinosaurs or freakishly large baboons hiding behind every tree. Just think about how good for the kids, all of them, that type of place would be. With the new little one on the way, it's really made me realize all over again that we're not safe here. Not really. This place is not safe. Adam looked at her for a few seconds, but nodded, sighing in resignation and understanding. Once we get more food stocked up, I'll go out on another proper exploration to see what I can see. Maybe I can even find an old boat and see what's across the lake. Just remember that in this world, no matter what I find out there is nowhere that is truly safe. Don't fool yourself into thinking a utopia exists. They didn't exist before the apocalypse, and they don't exist now. There's just places that aren't as dangerous as others. He paused, and then added after thinking for a few seconds, "Tomorrow, I'll hike some of the roads that head east. Haven't been out that way in years since all of our stockpiles are to the west of here. I'll go that way and try to find signs of there being other people somewhere nearby. Good ones, not bad ones," he promised, hoping to appease her stresses, though he was not too optimistic on finding anyone. The last time he'd seen any traces of people, a little over 10 years ago, was while at the top of a tall hill deep in the forest. He saw something flying near the horizon that caught his eye. He pulled his binoculars out and saw the object in the sky were a series of helicopters carrying what looked like a Spinosaurus strapped underneath them in a harness. They were so far away, Adam couldn't hear them, and he just watched them continue on their way. He'd never seen them again, and he still had no idea who the people flying them were or where they were taking a Spinosaurus to wherever they were going, or why. It was just as confusing then as it was to Adam now. He didn't expect to find anything near as dramatic the next day. At most, maybe signs of horses moving through or wagon tracks on one of the roads that were in better condition. Kalani sat up and kissed him. "Thank you," she said, knowing it would have to be enough for the time being, reaching over and dousing the lantern flame. She kissed him again and then said, "You really need to shave. I thought about bringing a razor home from the store. I just didn't think it was necessary. It's necessary." Out in the forest, hiding amongst the shadows, only briefly visible in the beams of light from the full moon, the Guajirasaurus continued prowling through the trees. Its eyes gleamed in the darkness, like its teeth did each time it opened its jaws. It snarled, pausing to sniff the night air, but it found no traces of prey. After scanning the empty forest for signs of life, the frustrated carnivore lifted its head and roared at the sky. To an observer watching from the right position, its teeth would have appeared silhouetted against the untouchable moon the large dinosaur was unleashing its frustration at. The dark forest for miles around was filled with its frustrated wail, a sound that had vanished for over 200 million years, and one that was now back and echoing through the forests like it did in the Triassic. A sound that was like a ghost from a bygone age making its presence known. It soon faded, and the moonlight bathed the forest again as it fell into silence, and the frustrated Gojirasaurus continued its search for food. High above, the moon, glowing bright, watched in silence, just as it had watched the dinosaurs from long gone past bygone ages rise and fall millions of years before. Like it watched animals before and after them come and go, as it had watched all life to ever exist on Earth through every era it ever existed, rise, dominate, and vanish. It watched entire eras go by and ecosystems become distant memories, as it always had and as it always would. The moon remained a silent observer in the sky, a sight that all animals to ever live on the earth got to see and wonder at, itself a ghost of Earth's past as much as the reborn prehistoric animals were. When version 2 opened his eye again, he was still lying in the water, the waves gently sloshing along his side as they had been since he crawled out of the deepest part of the lake nearly a full day prior. The sun was just appearing above the trees. Version 2 laid still for a moment, his eye looking around the landscape around him. If one looked, They had seen his gaze seemed to be different than it had been the previous day, calmer and less intense and feral looking. He was surprised that he was alive. He had not expected to awaken again after passing out the last time. In those emotional moments, it seemed a different personality had for the moment taken control. The hybrid just stayed in the water, gazing around the world that was a vast mystery to him. As he did, it felt different than he had previously. Like his gaze, he was calmer, clearer-headed, though all of that faded as the delight of still being alive began to wear off and the thoughts about his situation and his state of healing sank slowly in, as did the memory of the humans shooting him and everything the true patriots had said to brainwash him, the brainwashing that had left him a living husk, that made him into a violent, mentally unstable monster. All of that came slamming back, and his gaze suddenly returned to how it had been previously, feral and insane. The True Patriots, the group who had created version 2, had been a group of extreme fanatic idealists who had resorted to carrying out terrorist attacks against communities of survivors they saw as enemies. Communities that had united and beaten their community in a war 10 years prior. A group appropriately named the United Communities, who were not the aggressors in the conflict and only fought back as a means of defense. The True Patriots, named as such because they saw themselves as true representatives of what their people, who simply called themselves the Patriots, should have been, formed when like-minded people who never got over the loss came together covertly. Their initial talks became a movement that was spearheaded by individuals who had wanted to undo the defeat they'd been dealt, mostly former leaders who had been forced out of power when the war was lost. A group of scientists, who for the most part shared the views of the True Patriots, working in a still fully operational lab in the heart of the city the True Patriots called home, had then created a total of 5 hybrid dinosaurs as part of their mission to achieve their goal. 4 animals they could use as weapons. Each had a unique design to assist them in combat. However, things had not gone as planned. Despite trying for years to make the animals submit through force, version 1, 000001, the predecessor to version 2, which had been created years before any of the other hybrids, had resisted and gone rogue, escaping its creator's clutches in the process. Version 1 had been born with a sibling, but that individual had been killed during the time before its sibling managed to escape, a mercy kill from its own brother that it had requested to be carried out. Version 2, 000002, though planned for a long time, had been rapidly pushed through production and created with the single idea of being superior to version 1 in every way, of being a fix to the mistake of the first hybrid. The True Patriots only worked towards that goal, blinded by supportive groupthink, even when the design they created became impractical and overly complex at times. They nonetheless continued only with the idea of outdoing their work on version 1 and every day. Then, in the end, they rushed to complete version 2 once version 1 had escaped, and the heat started growing on them from people who actually had the authority in the Patriots community who had grown suspicious of what exactly the group was doing. Once born, version 2's creators had taken to brainwashing him as a way of gaining control instead of abuse and violence as they had done with version 1, which had failed spectacularly. The brainwashing method had worked on the hybrid's impressionable mind, and version 2 had been made into an unstable, aggressive animal, but an animal submissive and loyal for his masters, blinded by being raised to think he should only want to spill blood. In the end, despite the odds, he was a lethal beast. In terms of appearance, version 2 hardly looked like a dinosaur. He looked like nothing that could evolve in nature through natural means. His looks screamed that he was unnatural, that he was designed by people who had likely lost their grip a little bit, and that he was designed specifically to outdo something else's abilities. Though they achieved in making him superior on paper, where mixing the dangerous aspects and features of so many vastly different animals sounded great, to achieve everything they wanted on the animal itself, the true patriots had to make him far from practical looking. In fact, his creators had likely mixed too many animals into him in their obsession to make him better than his predecessor, because he was rather over the top looking, though that didn't mean he wasn't dangerous. Along his back, shoulders, and skull was a thick layer of armor, the same armor found on the placoderm class of armored prehistoric fish. Specifically, the armor on version 2 came from the Dunkleosteus. Along the ridge of his spine grew a series of spikes made from the same armored material, which looked like painful growths emerging from the back-plated armor instead of naturally growing spikes, such as the ones found on some species related to Stegosaurus. Version 2's arms were long, enough that he could comfortably walk on all fours as easily as he could on his hind legs. On his neck were gills, and since he also had a nose, this allowed him to breathe both out of and underwater. Between each toe on both of his feet was webbing, which only increased his swimming abilities. And on his inner toe of each foot were the recognizable, large, killing claws of a Utah raptor. In his mouth were the large teeth of an ancient shark-like species. Growing at the end of his tail were 3 rows of the same thagomizers one could find on a Stegosaurus. And, though it couldn't be seen, version 2 had the ability to unhinge his jaw, and he saw the world through infrared vision, traits that came from the Titanoboa properties that were mixed into his genetic code. There were also a few other aspects about him that carried over from the snake as well. He looked nothing like version 1, whose design was far more practical and looked more like a dinosaur due to having been carefully planned out over years. In truth, the over-the-top design version 2 did have reflected just how crazed and frantic the true Patriot had become when designing and creating him. So many completely different animals could hardly be mixed together and their outcome still be something that wasn't over the top or overcompensation for a past error. Both of the 3rd generation hybrids, developed separately and concurrently with version 2, also had much simpler and more practical designs. Though they were still different from version 1 and 2 dramatically. However, the true Patriots hadn't cared what version 2 looked like. They saw seemingly outdoing the failure of version 1 in every way as a success, no matter what the hybrid actually looked like. They just wanted to create something dangerous and saw their overcompensation as success. As for the other 2 hybrids the True Patriots created, version 3 and version 3A, 000003 and 000003A, they had been kept in cages outside of the True Patriots camp prior to the attack against the town they saw as the head of the United Communities, proving to be unexpectedly resistant to brainwashing as well. Then one night, a few days before the big attack, they had escaped, and version 2 did not know what their current fate was. He hadn't cared either. His masters had told him to only focus on the coming bloodshed he would carry out when they attacked their enemies, and what he would do in a future battle with version 1 if they ever crossed paths. That coming attack against the communities of survivors that had beat the Patriots in the war hadn't gone as expected either, for version 2 barely escaped while the true Patriots were all killed. Version 2 hadn't escaped the battle unharmed. Version 1, who had allied himself with the communities against the true Patriots, had bitten a large chunk out of version 2's neck during their fight, and had taken out one of his eyes as well, with a swing from its own spike-adorned tail, a feature version 2 also had, though it hadn't allowed him to do similar damage during their fight. Version 2's neck wound had closed by the time he'd awakened, and was no longer oozing blood, but it was still raw and very sore. But also like version 1, version 2 had the ability to heal rapidly from injuries and shrug off extreme pain. Version 2 didn't know or care how it worked. All he had overheard once was some of the true patriots commenting on how he was designed to rapidly regenerate and heal from injuries, but version 2 didn't pay attention to what they said unless they were ordering him to kill something. But there was no one to control him now. The true patriots were all dead, and 000001 had nearly killed him during their battle on the streets of the community. But 00001 had failed, and now version 2 was unleashed on an unsuspecting and unprepared world. Version 2 snarled and, still in pain, sore everywhere, began to push himself to his feet. His first attempt failed when his arms gave out and he tumbled back into the water with a splash. He growled and tried again, this time stumbling to his feet. He stood on all fours, somewhat like how a post-apocalyptic stood, until he caught his balance. Then he slowly raised onto his two back legs. He shook the water off his soaked body and began taking unsteady steps out of the lake, onto land, and into the forest. He could smell the scent of the human who had tried to kill him yesterday. He didn't follow it yet. For now, version 2 was only focused on recovering from his injuries. Then he would go after the human. The old insane gaze, the unstable gleam was back in his glowing, solid yellow eye. Any chance of seeing the world from a new perspective was lost with the return of the effects of the brainwashing he was subjected to, and his mind became more focused. The desire to kill he was raised to think he wanted returned, overpowering the calm thoughts that filled his mind upon his awakening, burying them deep once again, with no chance of taking root. Upon waking, version 2's true personality had come out and nearly was able to take over, but it had been stopped by a slamming mental door by the brainwashed personality and cast down into being a dormant observer once again. Buried by the damage left by the true patriots in his mind was a personality that was more mentally stable, neutral, one that could be reasoned with, and even friendly. One that had realized it was more than an unthinking programmed creature, only knowing for reasons it didn't understand that it just wanted to kill. The true personality that had developed within an unstable and brainwashed mind subconsciously knew it was something more, something better than what it had been forced to become. It was buried too deep, as was the realizations it had come to, while shackled and dominated by the sadistic, unstable, bloodthirsty personality left by the brainwashing to take control. The controlling mindset that the true patriots had programmed into version 2 since he had hatched, the one that offered no mercy, was the one that remained to control, and the hybrid's true self remained only able to watch from the depths of his subconscious. Though he might have been brainwashed into believing he should only want to spill blood, he wasn't rendered single-minded on that focus. Version 2 was as smart as any of the other talking variants of reborn prehistoric creatures. He was nearly as smart as any human. Version 2 lifted his head and roared at the sky. He was masterless, he was free, he was his own now, and no one else's. He was also more resolved than ever to spill blood, having been gifted a specific target. His broken mind saw it as a chance to finally do what he had been raised to believe he wanted to do, and what had been robbed of him during the attack. A monster was now unleashed on the world. The first thing version 2 had to do was recover his strength before he collapsed again, which meant he needed to eat, which meant he needed to hunt. His first targeted prey item that he sniffed out was a grazing deer, a male individual with rather small antlers. Version 2 crouched in the moss and brush, leaves crunching silently under his hands and feet, and watched the deer continue to mindlessly eat, ears flicking back and forth. Crept closer on all fours, moving slow and stepping lightly to minimize the amount of leaves crunching, his one eye unblinking and focused. Focused on all the small details required to make a kill. Version 2 stopped when he was within striking distance, waiting, continuing to crouch on the ground, maintaining strength before the coming spring in his weak limbs. The deer suddenly raised its head and looked around. Version 2 then acted rashly, thinking he had been spotted, and lunged forward with a shriek. He exploded out of the brush, sending leaves and sticks flying in his wake as he sailed through the air with a burst of strength. But he missed his target and just tumbled to the ground, short of the spot the deer had been standing in before his rash attack that had been fueled by desperation. The hybrid hissed in pain, his limbs shaking and feeling too weak to put any weight on, as the deer bolted off and vanished into the forest. Version 2 didn't chase it. He just laid there, waiting to gain enough strength back in his muscles to stand up again. After he did gain the strength to stand up once again, Version 2 pushed himself to his feet and began to sniff out another prey item, prowling through the forest on all fours, dragging his swaying tail on the ground behind him. This time, he came across a lone Euryhippus. Though this was a much smaller animal, Version 2 wasn't about to be picky. He did the same stalking tactic, and this time he was rewarded with a successful kill. He lunged forward from his hiding spot and grabbed the small animal in his teeth, holding it by its back within his jaws. He had the large, protruding, bladed teeth of the Adestus, the scissor-toothed shark, and the tooth structure from the same creature. The version 2 didn't know, or particularly care, what specific species of Adestus his teeth were from. Having the teeth from the genus meant that he had a single row of teeth in the upper and lower parts of his maw, which ran down the center of his mouth, and those teeth, combined with version 2's powerful bite, made quick work of the flesh they'd been sunken into. Something in the tree started squealing as the Euryhippus cried out loudly, but version 2 just crushed it and ended the pitiful struggle, leaving the squeals in the trees as the only cries filling the forest. Too hungry to slowly draw out the kill, as he usually would have done, version 2 just dropped his prey on the ground and began tearing into the flesh with the sharp teeth in his maw, pulling out several of the organs and blood-soaked strips of meat from the belly of the Euryhippus with his unique set of teeth. As he ate, version 2 paid no mind to the squeals that continued without pause in the trees above him. The source was an individual Appidium, a member of one of the species that made up a genus of primates from the Oligocene period, a part of the wider Cenozoic era, that was squealing out to alert its fellow primates that made up a troop. With food entering his belly, he began to feel better quickly. The effects from the much-needed meal worked fast, and fresh strength seemed to flow into his limbs before it was even digested. Once he had more strength, he'd begin hunting underwater, stalking his prey and then drowning it when they came to drink. That was his preferred method of catching food, but he didn't have the strength to propel himself swiftly through the water at the current time. Soon, there was only a bloody Euryhippus skeleton left on the forest floor, the meat fully cleaned off. Version 2, once making sure there was nothing left on the bones, huffed, and then left it where it lied. Stomach full again, version 2 now crept his way toward the scent of water, finding a muddy pond after a short walk. After taking a few drinks of water, he slid into the shallow but murky brown liquid, moving almost like a crocodile entering the water would, and curled up on the bottom, his gills allowing him to sleep underwater, hidden from any eyes searching for a weak animal. If you looked at that spot at that moment and didn't know he was there, you would see nothing out of place. After sleeping his meal off, version 2 had emerged from the pond and returned to the lake. He was a graceful swimmer in deep water, easily swimming in wide arches over any obstacle on the lake bottom. His gills, webbed toes, slim body, and powerful legs, as well as his strong tail, combined to make him not only graceful in the water, but also very dangerous. The water was unusually clear this morning, and his glowing eye peered deep into its depths. No prey was in sight, so he swam back to the shallower water and settled in a rocky spot by a tiny beach. Keeping himself submerged, he watched the trees for movement and waited. He crouched and, still under the water, remained there for a long time, unmoving and eye unblinking. His patience was rewarded when a large shape finally emerged from the tree line. Version 2 partially opened his jaws. He'd been hoping for a deer at most, but the shape approaching was much larger than a deer, and it would be much more filling. A megaraptor slowly approached the water, leaving deep footprints in the sand as it neared the water's edge to quench its thirst. It had been trying to take care of its hunger as well, but all it had found that morning had been a very defensive herd of grazing Therizinosaurus. Despite carefully stalking them and waiting for an opportunity to strike a vulnerable member, it had not been rewarded for its efforts with food. All it had received to reward its morning efforts was a painful wound on its side. The slash was received from a well-aimed swipe of one of the three large claws from one of the herbivores once it had crept too close for their comfort. The wound the claws left consisted of 3 red gash marks, which were easily visible through the dinosaur's brown feathers. Unable to get food there, the megaraptor had turned its attention to thirst instead. It now paused just short of the water, its large hand claws, which were small compared to the ones on the Therizinosaurus, tracing on the sand, head cocked slightly to the side as it looked around. Nothing seemed off. The small waves were gently sloshing under the shore as usual, but this time the lake seemed different. The dinosaur noticed, instinctively, that the area felt strangely still, but the megaraptor sensed no threats and took another step forward and bent down to the water to take a drink. The water seemingly exploded as a massive shape with giant teeth emerged from under the water. The megaraptor barely had time to register what it was seeing before version 2 had latched onto its neck with a powerful chomp. Using his powerful legs, version 2 then kicked back and dragged the struggling theropod into the depths of the lake to drown it before feasting on it. His meal from the day before had returned much of version 2's strength, and this one would do much of the same. After a final splash of version 2's spiked tail, the ripples in the water's surface became still again, hiding what was beneath the surface, as it always did. That morning, a minor wound from the claws proved to be the least of the megaraptor's problems. By the time version 2 would be done with his kill, there would only be a skeleton of the megaraptor left on the lake bottom. Later that morning, version 2 tore yet another bite off of the submerged corpse lying strewn out on the lake bottom, blood and bubbles flowing out into the dimly illuminated water around him. The glowing eye in his head was brighter in the dim light than the sunlight shining down far above was. He was feasting on his kill almost 50 feet below the surface of the lake. He'd eaten over half the meat on the entire carcass before he was satisfied. No longer hungry, he pushed himself off the bottom and swam up, leaving the rest of the meat for whatever lucky scavengers happened to come by for a nibble. Version 2 emerged near the surface not far from a location where rocks were piled on the bank, piled there by humans decades ago for whatever their reasons had been. They laid like a blanket on the ground, emerging from the water and extending far up the bank from it. He swam over and crawled up the rocks until he reached the tree line at the top of the bank. He shook the water off himself and entered the woods, beginning to search for a place to sleep his most recent meal off. One more night of rest, and he knew he'd be nearly completely recovered. And come morning, he would go back to where he had first crawled out of the lake and begin his mission to settle what the human had started by shooting him. Version 2 had already directed all of his unstable, deranged hate on that human and whoever he was associated with. They would all die. Version 2 felt the traces of a smile on his face as he imagined all the things he would do to however many humans he would soon be finding. Speaking of humans, Version 2 caught wind of a scent he immediately recognized on his way to find a sleeping place. It wasn't the one who had shot him, but there was a lone human nearby, likely living off the lake and the resources it provided. Version 2 hissed, deciding it would be fun to play a little game with them. As he had heard a true patriot say once, it was the neighborly thing to do. Why not play with this new neighbor just for a little bit? Version 2 followed his nose to the campsite, which was not far from the water. It was located just outside of it. There was a camper set up in a clearing, near a long, broken-down truck that had flat, rotting tires. The camper was not too long, a little over 30 feet at the most likely, with a single slide-out on the side opposite of the two doors. Scanning the scene, Version 2 stalked out of the trees and crept closer, his nose telling him where he would find his prey. He dropped onto all fours and approached. As he prowled through the campsite, Version 2 glanced from side to side, taking notice of what other possessions the lone survivor living in the spot had scattered about. A few old lawn chairs were seated around a still smoking fire ring. There was a shelter the person had built with split firewood stacked underneath it. An axe was leaning up against one of the walls. There was also a trail at the other side of the campsite that likely led down to the lake after passing through some brush. The person living here obviously got plenty of their food from the pond, given how much dried fish was hanging from lines strung between the trees. Even if he was hungry, Version 2 wouldn't have stolen the easy food. He still would go for the live prey that would scream. Always the prey that meant he could spill blood. He wasn't hungry though, so there was even less of a reason for him to steal the easy-to-reach food. If he had decided to spend a few days stalking the person before killing them, then he would have taken the food as a way to plant the first seeds of unease. But Version 2 was going to save that for the human who shot him. He had plenty of games in mind for that person and whoever they were affiliated with. Growling, sniffing the air, he finally approached the camper, walked up alongside it, tracing his finger claws down the side, continuing to sniff the air in order to try and pinpoint where the human inside was. The survivor inside didn't know what jarred him from his sleep on the dinette bed, but something made him open his eyes. A sixth sense that was speaking to him urgently, though he was not sure why exactly. The feeling put him on edge, though, because it was feeling that he didn't get often. He had lived out there, far from many groups of people, on his own for several years without incident, ever since he had deserted the Patriots in the time following their mad war with the United Communities, which he had never supported or wanted to participate in. After so much time of only minor dangers, having the feeling he now felt was alarming. After focusing for a few seconds, the former Patriot soldier realized he could hear something snorting and growling outside. A moving shadow on the opposite wall from him made him realize there was a dinosaur sniffing just outside. The shape of the shadow was unmistakable as a dinosaur, possibly some large raptor with a longer than average snout, or other similarly shaped theropod. There was a long, double window along the wall that the man was sleeping against, and he scooted against the wall under it as tightly as he could, trying to stay out of sight as the shadow moved in front of the window and peered inside. He heard it letting out a chittering growl. He then could hear its breath colliding with the glass. fogging it up slightly. The former Patriot soldier had never felt so afraid as he did then, knowing that the thing outside was mere inches away and only separated from him by thin glass and flimsy walls that weren't much thicker. After several long seconds, throughout which the man struggled to stay silent and still, while tightly pressing himself against the small space of the camper's thin wall under the window that allowed him to just remain out of sight, the shadow moved away from the window, and the shape was gone, appearing to have left. After waiting for several seconds, the former soldier decided that the dinosaur was gone, and sat up to look out of the window and see where it went. And he made direct eye contact with it. Version 2 was still right outside. He'd only taken a step back, so his shadow would no longer be plastered on the wall. He snorted, fogging the window up again as he stared at his frozen prey. They stared at each other for a moment, neither making any moves. Then, with a shriek, Version 2 lunged forward and smashed his head through the glass. The window frame bent inward and Version 2 snapped his jaws at the man, who rolled off the folded down bed and onto the floor with a scream. Version 2 thrashed, trying to get further inside. When he was unable to, he roared as loudly as he could, jaws wide open, saliva flying off his teeth. The man, who thought the roar sounded horrifyingly, unnaturally, vicious, and deranged, stood up as the dinosaur pulled its head out from the window. Version 2 took a step back and evaluated the camper. Then, he walked up to it again and grabbed its underside and pulled up with all the strength in his arms, legs, and back. The first time, he only managed to jostle the camper. It stayed on its wheels, and the jack supporting it stayed firm. But on the second try, using all of his strength, Version 2 managed to lift the thing off the ground, and with a shove, he rolled it onto its side with a series of crashes and shattering glass, causing the slide out, which the camper landed on, to be forcefully pushed back inside as everything and everyone inside the camper went flying. The survivor inside struck his head on one of the reclining chairs that were located on the slide out, opposite of the folded down bed he'd been napping on. As his head was spinning, Version 2 climbed up onto the camper's side. He stuck his head inside the window again, roared, and began tearing at the walls with his claws. He leaned back up, standing on all fours, looking down through the broken glass. After pausing for a moment to reassess his frenzied attack, he reached his arm inside, clawing at the man, who was crawling on the wall-turned floor, searching for his rifle in the mess of stuff that was scattered all over. The man stayed just out of reach of his claws, so Version 2 pulled his arm back out of the camper and stuck his head inside the window again, snapping his jaws, but he still couldn't reach his prey. He let out another deranged roar that then turned into a maddened shriek of frustration. He pulled his head out of the window again and looked then over at the door. Standing, he took the single step needed and stood over it. He grabbed the latch with the tips of his long finger claws and pulled, but the door was locked. The latch proved stronger than anticipated, possibly having been reinforced by the man living in the camper. So Version 2 stepped back over to the window, growling at the man, who, unable to find his gun, looked up and screamed in pure terror as Version 2 again shoved his head inside and roared at him. After another long, loud shriek that sent saliva droplets flying and showed off every one of his terrifying bladed set of teeth. Version 2 pulled his head back out of the window again, and the man sat up, and he watched the dinosaur swing its gaze around. Version 2 eyed the camper, and then slammed his head down onto the wall, though it only cracked and caved in very slightly. He then tried the unshattered portion of the window, but he still couldn't get inside the gap after breaking through, and after snapping his jaws a few more times, he pulled his head back out of the window once more. The man then watched as Version 2 again stood, walked over to the door, which was directly above him. He watched as the dinosaur stood there, above, its silhouette visible through the opaque glass in the window. Version 2 regarded the door, and then dropped back onto all fours, examining the door's window. He knew it wouldn't be as strong as the surprisingly resilient lock. So, with a snarl, he reared back and slammed his nose into the glass, sending it crashing down into the camper. Pulling his snout back out of the window frame, he reached an arm inside, through the busted screen of the inner door, and felt around the spot where the main door's lock latched. The man in the camper could only watch as, Using a single long claw, version 2 found the locking latch and slowly, with a gentle flick of his claw, flicked it. There was an audible click. Version 2 stood and threw his head back, roaring at the sky before looking back down at the now unlocked door. The survivor inside the camper could again only scream as Version 2 opened the door and leaned down inside the much wider opening, using his arms to keep from falling inside. Version 2 sank his Adestus teeth into the man's leg, his tail swinging back and forth in excitement at being seconds away from the hard-earned kill. Crushing the man's leg instantly, the hybrid drugged the rest of him out of the camper and began tearing into his body and neck with his teeth, crushing bone after bone and ripping muscle after muscle with ease. The man could only scream until the screams turned to gurgles, and then those turned to silence. Version 2 lifted his gore-covered prize out of the overturned camper. He wasn't particularly hungry, but he still indulged himself in the tastiest parts of his prey's body. Perhaps it was fitting, though Version 2 didn't know it, the name of the Adestus, the shark genus his teeth originated from, meant to devour. After he was done with his prize, Version 2 just walked away and left the rest of the corpse that he didn't eat there on the ground to rot or be eaten by some scavenger that might happen along. Day passed, and night came again, as it always did. A very satisfied Version 2 was again returning to the lake to spend the night. He had decided to bed down under the water again, in the shallow spot between the rocks where he had caught the Megaraptor. Though some of his more severe wounds left by 000001 still had yet to fully heal, he was more or less recovered from their battle and back in his prime. 000001 was also likely either fully healed or very close to fully healed by this time as well. Version 2 realized, but he found he didn't care. All his mind was focused on was the human who had shot him while he was at his weakest. Stalking on all fours, Version 2 slid into the water, sinking under the surface and vanishing from view. The spikes on his back were the last signs of him slip beneath the surface and leave the water's surface still. Version 2 slept well, and when he awoke, the sun was again in the sky. So he sat up and lifted his head out of the water. Taking a deep breath of air through his nose again for the first time in hours, he snarled softly, deeply satisfied that he had not only survived, but recovered. He stood, and a tiny part of him wished he could go hunt down Version 1 and finish their conflict now that he was strong again. But he knew that the community would know he escaped and would be watching for him. Better to just stay clear of them. Even his murderous, revenge-lusting mind knew that, and focus his intention on his current target, which again fully consumed his mind. He was recovered, fully healed, and again a creature to be feared. But beyond all of that, Version 2 knew he was ready to go after the human who had tried to kill him for one other reason. That morning, he was not only finally healed from his wounds fully, but he opened a fully regenerated glowing eye in the socket that had previously been empty. That was one further upgrade he had in comparison to Version 1. While he could not grow a whole lost limb back, he could grow eyes back if they were damaged. The true patriots had felt it was not wise to risk an animal created for combat to be able to be permanently blinded. For Version 2, first step in going after the human would be to go back to the beach he had washed up on and where he had been shot. From there, he would be able to pick up the human scent and track him to his home. He gazed around, snarling softly, as he thought with sick delight about what was coming. He was going to deeply enjoy not only terrorizing the human for a few days, but he was going to enjoy killing him even more, and letting the human see him at his strongest rather than his weakest. With those thoughts, he sank into the water again and began swimming, tail swinging through the water behind him, back to where he had been shot by the human who had no idea what was coming for him and anyone else who was with him. That day he found the cabin and began to watch its inhabitants, learning each person's patterns and picking up on their weaknesses. When night again came, he stood still, just inside of the tree line, hidden within the foliage, until the last light inside of the house was turned out. The family was asleep inside. Version 2 circled slowly around the outside, inspecting the building and noting entry points he could utilize. Peered inside a few windows, such as the sliding glass door and the living room window, noting the layout of the inside of the home. Standing on the front porch, gazing into one of the living room windows, his finger claws lightly and without his full intention, traced along a faded claw mark left behind in the wood by an angry Dinopithecus almost 2 decades before. He'd reached the place where the primates had long before, with much better success than they had, but didn't proceed further yet. Instead, he slinked back into the forest shortly after arriving at the cabin, satisfied with his initial look over the house. All the while, Wachowski family members, Adam, Kalani, Nolan, Katrina, and Maeve, remained asleep in their respective beds and never knew he had ever even been there. Though it did not seem like it to the Wachowskis when they woke up the next morning, it was now a different world, and they would never have a truly normal day again. From that moment, a presence would always be lurking nearby, even if they never saw it. Everything was about to change. Wachowskis had built a house, they'd built lives, but it was all about to come crashing down. Adam's mornings started early, before the sun was fully up in the sky. After leaving his warm bed, he relit the lantern and, using its light to see, entered and walked down the hallway and into the kitchen. He set his light on the table and went to the cupboard. He began the process of boiling a pot of coffee and looked outside as he waited. He could see the family home in the early morning light, bathed in a gray tinge. Outside the large sliding glass door, 10 or so paces from the back porch, were the wooden garden plots, arranged in rows that led towards the nearest tree line. Each plot grew something different, sometimes different things at different times of the year. Common crops included radishes, beets, beans, broccoli, potatoes, turnips, corn, wheat, fruits like strawberries, grapes, blueberries, and red and yellow raspberries, and so on. Some years had different fruits and vegetables than others. One year they even had watermelons. Corn was the main crop they grew, and it was the most common item served at dinner alongside fish on most nights. Fish was the most common item in the family's meat stores, alongside venison, and other modern and prehistoric animals alike. Not far from the cabin was the large shed where most of the farm equipment was stored, along with other odds and ends. There was also a metal, open garage closer to the forest that was empty, save for a long broken-down, rotting ATV, and a few other items that Adam had never found uses for. On the other side of the house, outside of the front door, was the main side of the clearing. The large pond took up most of the space, but not all. There was a dock for fishing, and the family pontoon boat was either tethered to it or pulled partially onto shore when not in use. Though the boat's engine didn't work, nor was there fuel to put in it, it was easy enough to maneuver with paddles, and the girls' favorite summer activity was taking it out to the deepest point of the pond and swimming. Because of this, Adam often made checks to make sure no new visitors were hiding in the pond. For 5 years there had been nothing unwanted, and for 8 there had been nothing dangerous. Scattered around the property were other various odd objects here and there. Old rusty equipment no longer used, random toys from the kids. There was also a metal fire ring off to one side of the pond, far from any trees or the house, where the family would sometimes spend summer nights they weren't on the boat, sitting around, enjoying the crackling of the burning wood, the smell of the smoke, staring into the flames with one another, and just enjoy themselves. One night a few years back, they'd even been joined by a group of traveling, or rather migrating, Neanderthals. It seemed that they'd been traveling north and had just come across the family cabin by chance. It had been surreal. The group had just come out of the forest and joined the family around the fire pit. The two groups simply sat around the firing together for hours, enjoying the heat from the flames and the safety it brought. Adam had even brought out from the cabin a flask of water, showed the Neanderthals what were inside and how to drink from it, and they'd shared a drink together. Even though they didn't speak a shared language, there had still been an understanding reached between the two parties. They might have been from different worlds, lived very different lives, and been different species, but they were both still human beings surviving in a hostile world the best way they knew how. There was no hostility at all, and the Neanderthals, who slept around the fire that night, had left before sunrise the next morning, never to be seen again. Though, they had left a spear behind on the porch, seemingly as a thank you for sharing the fire and water. They might have disappeared almost like ghosts, but the spear proved they'd been very real. It now hung above the front door, and Adam liked to look at it as he drank his coffee in the mornings. He wished they'd had more visitors like that, instead of hostile dinosaurs, or the shockingly aggressive Dinopithecus, which Adam definitely thought lived up to the name Terrible Apes. Those things might have been the root of his tendency to shoot first and ask questions later, because that night he'd held off, and it had nearly resulted in both him and Kalani being torn apart by a troop of them, which neither of them had seen until they were peeking in through the windows. It was too close of a call for Adam to ever hesitate again. Dinopithecus was a giant baboon from the Pleistocene epoch of the late Tertiary period, and it was just as aggressive as its smaller relatives from the present, but in a much larger and stronger body. Scarier than many dinosaurs, though, unlike his wife, Adam would rather see them around than something like a Utah raptor. Despite that, Adam hadn't forgotten what Dinopithecus could do. Quite the opposite, because he hadn't just helped fight them off on that night, but the next day, he'd also gone out into the forest hunting for them. In doing so, he had almost become the hunted. The troop had only stopped coming after him when he'd shot what must have been their dominant male. Thankfully, that was the last time he'd ever seen them. That incident had been too close of a call for comfort, though it was indeed possible that the troop was still living somewhere within the nearby forest-covered hills. But he'd handled them then, and he could again, should the need ever arise, like any threat that came for his family. On the opposite side of the pond from the firing was also an old driveway which led to a back road, which then connected to a highway. The driveway was long overgrown and lost to sight, though the space it occupied was still visible due to the large open break in the tree line. Adam believed it had been at least 15 years since he'd driven a truck down it. It had been laid down with fresh gravel when the cabin was first built by Adam's father, gravel that was long overtaken by tall grass and weeds. He only walked through the tall grass when he needed to travel along the roads, which he would be doing that day. The interior of the cabin itself was arranged in a rather linear manner. Just inside the front door was a short hall that opened up into the living room. In the living room was a comfortable setup, including a couch, multiple chairs, a coffee table, and a fireplace with a nice mantel. The fireplace was invaluable, as it served as the only means of heating the cabin during the winter. On the winter nights, the family members awoke one at a time in assigned hourly shifts to tend to it and put more wood on, in a cycle that repeated throughout the night. Directly across the room from the front hallway was another hallway lined with 4 doors. If one entered from the living room, the first door on the right was Nolan's bedroom, the second on the right was Adam and Kalani's room. On the left, the first door was Katrina's room, and the second was Maeve's. Once one passed through the hall, they were in the kitchen. The kitchen had 2 doors to the outside, both of which connected to the back porch. The sliding glass door was the main one of the 2, and off to the side of the room was a windowless wooden door. There were a few closets in various rooms and hallways, and a small windowless bathroom as well. It served no real function anymore, as the cabin had no running water, and was thus hardly ever entered by anyone. Adam's coffee was soon ready, and the smell brought him out of his thoughts. Adam poured a mug and sat alone at the kitchen table. As he drank, he couldn't help but think that sometimes he actually missed the annoying chime of the morning news reports. But new reports on live TV were just another fleeting memory. Another ghost. Maybe a different type of ghost than the echoing roar of a dinosaur, but a ghost nonetheless. Adam followed his same routine for mornings when he would go early morning deer hunting in his tree stand. He soon had a bag with lunch packed, a note written and left on the table for Kalani to read, detailing when he would be back and where exactly he would be going in the search that he'd promised. He grabbed his rifle and one of the boxes of ammunition he'd brought home from the drugstore and headed for the door. He unlocked it silently and slid his boots on. There was now just enough light coming in for him to see them. A few seconds later, he had them and double-checked his supplies before returning to the wooden front door. "Dad, can I come with you today?" a voice asked as Adam reached for the handle. He sighed and looked back at Katrina, who was standing at the end of the hall, still partially in the living room. "Honey, I'm not even taking your brother with me today."
"I want to learn! I'll be careful and do as you say, please! For once, just please spend time teaching me instead!"
Katrina interrupted, begging her father loudly to allow her to come with him. Adam looked at her for a few seconds and then shook his head. No.
"Why not?"
Katrina shrieked, not a question but more of an accusation. "Tone," Adam warned. "You're only 12, too young to see how nasty the world really is. That's the end of it. I've told you over and over before. Besides, this isn't even a learning expedition. I don't know what to expect out there today," he said. "Now stay here and help your mother around the house," he added, opening the door and stepped outside, shutting it behind him. He paused on the porch, sighed, and walked down the steps and towards the woods, knowing she'd understand eventually. Katrina stared at the door, feeling tears welling up in her eyes. She screamed in frustration and threw a picture standing on a nearby table into the wall. It shattered and fell to the floor. Realizing what she'd done, she walked over to clean the glass up. Even in the dim light, she could see what pictures she'd thrown. One of her with her father, after she'd caught her first fish in the pond. The shattered glass had torn the image, leaving it shredded between them both. Any other time, that picture was Katrina's favorite, but now she was so angry with always being told to stay home, and from her father continuing to ignore and not hear her, that she tore it fully in half, ran outside with the crumpled pieces, and threw them into the water of the pond. It was only a few minutes after that she, still sitting on the dock, came to deeply regret tearing apart and destroying her favorite picture. The proud smile her dad had in it, her own ecstatic one as well, were now lost, and neither of them had smiled like they did that day at any recent point in time. Kalani watched her daughter from the front step and decided to just let her cry and vent out some of her emotions that had been long boiling inside of her. So she went back inside to finish cleaning up the mess. Adam Wachowski made his way down the road that had once been a state highway surrounded by forest. He had walked it hundreds of times in years past, but had never seen signs of other people on the road, at least for 10 years, which was around the time he had last traveled in the direction he was going in. The roaming, marauding bands of people that were prevalent early in the apocalypse had fizzled out with time, though some still remained, though there were no signs of any roaming groups. Adam knew his family weren't the last ones on the planet, even though at times it felt that way. The Wachowskis were most certainly not the new generation's version of Noah and his family after the flood. As he walked down the road, passing rusting hulks of cars, Adam wondered if he should try to find some long-range radios. If there were people out there, that might be the best and the safest way to find them. You weren't face to face with anonymous voices. It would be nice to hear a new human voice again, Adam admitted to himself. The world was so quiet. Existing was quiet. The earth lacked sound. Adam never knew before the world ended how much he would miss the sound of a passenger jet flying high overhead. And the roars of dinosaurs and other prehistoric beasts were not the same as the background noise of the old world. Not the same as a new human voice. And there were the lights, too. Adam loved to see the distant cities at night, all lit up, bright and full of life. Now they were dark, silent, empty, dead, and invisible at night. Ghosts of the old world. About the only thing that made up for the lack of city lights was the fact that the night sky was stunning with no light pollution. It wasn't uncommon on summer nights for the entire Wazkowski family to take their pontoon boat out to the center of the pond and gaze up at the clear stars and bright Milky Way for hours. Before the apocalypse, Adam had never seen a truly dark night sky with no light pollution. While he missed city lights, he didn't think he could go back from the stunning view of the stars if given the chance. He could not wait to introduce his newest child to the tradition. That was one thing to be excited for. Back at the cabin, Kalani set a bowl of fish stew out onto the kitchen table. Maeve began eating right away, shoving spoonfuls of fish into her mouth. "Whoa! Have somewhere to be?" Kalani asked. Maeve paused. No, I'm just really hungry," she quickly explained. "Well, your stomach doesn't need to be fed fish like a steam engine was fed coal. Chew slower," Kalani said, filling a bowl for Nolan as well. "Is Katrina not going to eat?" he asked. Kalani suddenly realized her daughter had not come back inside when called for lunch, and looked at the door. Maeve stopped eating and made eye contact with her brother, confused and a little concerned. Kalani sighed, mouth in a thin line, and walked towards the front door without another word to her two present children. Katrina was the one she needed to talk to. As she walked away, Maeve and Nolan shared another concerned look. After exiting the cabin and walking down to the pond, Kalani now approached her eldest daughter, who was still sitting on the dock, not having moved since the morning. She sat down next to Katrina, letting her feet dangle in the water. "Do you want to come eat?" Kalani asked. Katrina shook her head, tucking her knees tightly against her chest. Kalani nodded, rubbing her daughter's back gently. "That's okay. Whenever you want to is fine," she assured. After a moment, she then said, "Do you know why your father hasn't worked with you or your sister?" "Because he thinks we're helpless," Katrina said. "Nope, that's not it," Kalani replied. "He knows you both are very capable." "And he's just sexist," Katrina spat. "No," Kalani said, alarmed her daughter would even think something so vile about her father. "All right, because he loves Nolan more," Katrina snapped. "No, Katrina, that's not it either," Kalani assured, placing a hand on her daughter's cheek. "Look at me. He only works with Nolan right now because Nolan is older, he's more mature, he's less hard-headed, and Adam knows he's ready to face what's out there. But he's also in a place right now where Adam thinks he has to work with him more than usual, so he can make sure he's ready. And if he has to wait to start working with you, if it makes sure his son is safe, then of course he'll do that. Your father doesn't think you're quite old enough yet to see what horrors are out there. So even if he thought Nolan was ready, he still would wait to start working with you anyway. I know you think you're ready, but you really don't realize how it is out there," she said, straightening her daughter's curly hair. "But soon he knows you will be ready. You're almost 13, and that's when he plans to start taking you out on lessons. That's the truth. But you refuse to let it get through that stubborn brain of yours." She paused and then added, "Of course, you're not fully to blame because your father is also stubborn, and he doesn't think he needs to explain himself or his reasoning to you, or Maeve, or anyone." With that, the mother left her daughter to think that information over. Adam had been about ready to pause and eat the sandwich he had packed for lunch when something unexpected happened. He found a person. A man who was lying dead on the road in a pool of fresh blood. Adam picked his pace up to investigate, realizing as he neared that whatever had happened had just gone down. Maybe he could give aid and save this person and learn where they came from. Maybe he could find out who or what had attacked them. So cautiously, Adam crept closer, with his gun raised and ready. The man was on his side in the center of the road, some fruit spilled out of a bag he'd been carrying, a knife in his hand that was limply being held in his fingers. He had long hair, mostly gray, and a beard that made Adam's look like it really wasn't so bad after all. The man's beard seemed like it had not seen a razor in at least 5 years. Adam approached the man, and once he'd reached him, he slung his rifle back over his shoulder, crouched, and gently rolled the stranger over onto his back, thinking he'd seen the man breathing. Hey! Adam was cut off when the man swung the knife up and embedded it into his shoulder. He screamed and fell back as the man pushed himself to his feet, putting his weight on the knife to push Adam down, and only pulled the blade out of Adam's shoulder once he was standing above him. He kicked Adam in the head, and Adam's world grew fuzzy, spinning, and he couldn't focus his vision on anything. Out from behind trees and rusted cars came 3 others. Whooping, they rushed him and took his bag and rifle off his back, quickly distributing the items amongst themselves. Adam could only watch, still in a slight, shock-caused daze as they silently went through his bag and each took what they wanted before they passed it on to one of their fellows. Adam realized through the pain, and as his world stopped spinning, that it had been an ambush. He knew he should have sensed something was wrong, but seeing another person for the first time in so many years had momentarily blinded him to what it might have meant. The blood covering the man hadn't even been blood. It was just juice leaking from some blood oranges that the group had smashed and slathered on the man, the very fruit Adam had seen scattered on the road. The group looked like born and raised rednecks, dangerous ones as well that looked like they walked right out of one of the many horror movies Adam could barely remember. They looked like people who had spent their entire lives living deep in the hills, or the kind of people you would have seen in prison had civilization never collapsed. All day, every day, and a little fish finally took the bait. One of the rednecks, who seemed to hold authority among the group, chuckled. His beard was also long, and he wore a blue jacket that didn't hide the fact he had a very muscular build. Actually, I feel this could be more of a spider in the fly scenario, he said. Around his neck was a necklace of Gasosaurus teeth, as well as one large tooth in the center that looked like it had come from a Tyrannosaurus. In his hand was a machete, and slung over his shoulder were a few rusty steel animal traps. The redneck who'd taken his rifle whooped. "Damn, I hope my aim ain't rusty. It's been a while since I gotta shoot someone," he said, pointing the gun at Adam, jittering with excitement. "We got his stuff. Can I shoot him now?" he asked, not able to stay still as he gazed through the scope of the rifle and aimed it right at Adam's head. "Hold on just a minute. Pause that itchy trigger finger," the obvious leader said, holding his hand up. Out of the group, he was the only one with hair that was neat and combed, and it added an unexpected aura of authority to him. Look at this man. Well-fed, groomed hair, clean and freshly washed clothes, a sandwich in his bag, made from fresh bread and topped with freshly grown vegetables. That special kind of worry in his eyes. He has a place. There's more. He's not a loner, the man said, nodding slowly, as the pieces of the puzzle he was reading in Adam's eyes together. He's got a family somewhere nearby. And the other 3 all let out some eager woos, and the skinny one said, "Would be just a shame to not skin 'em all together and hang 'em side by side on the same tree." The skinny one also had a beard, and was the tallest of the bunch, and was the only one not wearing a jacket. The cold did not seem to bother him, because other than scuffed jeans, he was only wearing a worn, sleeveless shirt. "Yes, sir. So, how about it, Chief? Where's the family?" the leader asked. "Santa Claus wants to pay an early visit. He's got some presents to give out. Why don't you guide me and my elves to your chimney?" he said. Adam had to admit the man did look like Santa, if Santa was the result of 5 generations, at least, of inbreeding. "Fuck you," Adam spat. The man laughed. No, not you. But maybe I will your wife. The others all laughed. One of the men dragged Adam to his feet, and the one with the rifle motioned down the road. Walk, he growled. Come on there, Red Vest, show us the way home. Be Santa's good little reindeer and dash us all the way to our destination. The leader encouraged with a pat on Adam's shoulder. Adam didn't move, and the leader sighed. Diplomacy never works, he muttered, looking past Adam. Ron, he said. The redneck who had been lying in the road grabbed Adam from behind, putting a knife to his neck. The skinny one who took the rifle moved ahead down the road a few paces, shouting, That's right, give it to him! While the leader sighed, ignoring the skinny one's comment and instead still speaking to Adam. Look, you're in no position to be defiant. But if it will move things along faster, maybe we can talk something out about not killing all of you. Just kill me. It'll save us all time because I'm not saying anything. Adam spat. The leader glared at him. Now look, I have no problems with leaving you here, bleeding out on the road, or maybe hanging in a tree for any hungry dinosaur that comes along. But it's been a long time since I had a fun time with a woman, and I'd rather not have to keep waiting. I'm rather pent up, you know. We'll find them whether you tell us where they are or not. With these little supplies you have, you can't have come from very far away. Only a few miles? And I know you didn't come from further to the east, so that only leaves north, south, and west. Even if you found where they are, you wouldn't get close. My family would see you coming, dig in, and open fire. You'd have nowhere to hide behind, and you'd be shot dead before you even got close to them. Oh, come on, this is going nowhere. Let's take him back to the refinery and lock him in the furnace. Let him stew in there for a while until he wants to talk. Or like you said, string him upside down in a tree and let some dinosaurs nibble on him for a few hours. That's always fun to watch, the redneck holding Adam's bag shouted suddenly. Quiet. We can be civil gentlemen about this. The time for rough play will come later on, the leader said. Then he faced Adam again and responded to his last statement. Not if you're with us. I can guarantee they wouldn't fire a single shot. Come on, Daddy, tell us where they are and we'll let them live. Not you, but they can keep going. One-time offer being put on the table right here and now, the leader said. Adam didn't say anything in response, just continued glaring at the man. Oh, come on, you gonna do that bullshit dance with him too? He's dumb, but he can't be dumb enough to buy that, the skinny one called, sounding impatient. You said it yourself, he can't have come from far away. Let's just kill him and look around the area for a while. It'd be quicker than this bullshit diplomacy you're employing. You do this every time. You're the biggest bullshitter who ever bullshitted. The leader groaned and turned to chew out his fellow, beginning with the phrase, Would you shut up? When a massive black Utah raptor, which was covered in a layer of feathers across its body that were the same black color as its scales, suddenly charged out of the woods, its hand talons raised aggressively. It sprinted across the road at full speed, seized and carried the skinny redneck, who dropped the rifle, off by his neck in its strong jaws. Everyone jumped when the raptor seemingly materialized out of the trees. For a brief moment, Adam wondered how long the animal had been basically on top of them, unseen and waiting for an opportune moment. It was scary at a primal level to think about, let alone see. How well dangerous creatures without the ability to plan or even the ability of higher thinking could hide themselves. Man had long been removed from such threats, but the apocalypse had thrown them back into the type of dangerous environment their Stone Age ancestors had lived in for countless generations. The feathered raptor, while it had stalked them, was still a creature of opportunity. The idea of one that existed somewhere that was as smart as a person and could actually plan, while being able to be hidden, as well as any other predator, was even more of a terrifying creeping thought, and one alien to even instincts handed down from Stone Age ancestors. In some ways, it was an even scarier thought than the idea of the people who had just now ambushed him were. The leader took a small step forward, crying out his fellow's name, as the dinosaur's feathered tail vanished into the forest. The other two both jumped as the dinosaur appeared, staring in disbelief at where their friend had been seconds before. With the group distracted, Adam realized he now, too, had an opportune moment to strike because his captors were no longer focusing on him. Taking advantage of the perfectly timed dinosaur attack, Adam forcefully slammed his head backwards into the nose of the man who was holding him. As the man stumbled, yelling and holding his nose, Adam grabbed the knife, wheeled around, and sank it into the man's neck. This time, real blood covered his body and clothes. "You son of a bitch!" the other redneck shouted, running towards Adam. Adam threw the knife and it hit the man right in his eye. The man screamed and collapsed. Just as the leader was turning around, Adam sprinted past him and towards the rifle. The leader swung his machete at Adam, but his hasty swing came short of its target. "Oh no, you don't, you asshole!" the leader shouted, running after Adam, his steel traps falling off his shoulder and onto the ground. The dinosaur teeth on his necklace clicking together audibly as he ran, like the calling card of some serial killer almost. Adam reached the weapon first, grabbed it off the road after diving to the ground for an extra burst of speed, and, in a single motion, he spun around, aimed, and fired. The leader stumbled as he was struck, and collapsed with a gasp, which became a scream, as the bullet hit his lower stomach. Adam ejected the spent shell and, by using his gun as support, stood on shaking legs. He approached as the man continued screaming in agony and aimed the gun at his head, looking him dead in the eyes, and the man stopped screaming to glare at him and waited to see what Adam would do next. "You're not gonna fuck around with my wife, or anyone else, ever again," Adam said after a second. "Besides, she's into men, not sad yellow little snakes that need plugs to make sure their sad little genes get passed on. And I'm sure everyone else you ever did dirty would agree." Still looking into the man's eyes, Adam saw no life in them, just a cold, evil shell, and he responded with the same coldness. Adam fired the gun. A moment later, he lowered the rifle and then added, "Snake would probably be more of a man than you ever were anyway," he said to the corpse that now adorned a fresh bullet hole in its skull, which was also splashed by bright matter that had once been the man's brain. Though the immediate threat was now over, Adam couldn't relax, even though he truly wanted a moment to just sit down and collect himself. However, Adam knew it wouldn't be wise to stay in the area. That Utah raptor, which was now nowhere to be seen, was likely part of a pack, or at least a familial unit. So he retrieved his bag, collected what had been stolen from it, took any valuables that the men had, and started back for home, leaving the dead leader on the ground where he laid with his now purposeless, rusted traps, and nothing new to his name, whatever it had been, but the fresh bullet hole in his head, right between his still open eyes. The pack of raptors could have him and his group. The adrenaline faded from Adam's system. As it did, the pain in both his head and shoulder finally hit him. He groaned and put a hand over his bleeding shoulder. As far as he was concerned, that was the end of trying to find other people by actually looking for them. He'd try a radio once he found one and got it working. He wasn't worried about that at the current moment, though. The only thing he was worried about at that moment was getting home and getting his shoulder fixed. As he left the scene of the massacre, following the road in the direction of home, he heard a Tyrannosaurus Rex bellowing in the distance, likely standing on top of some hill deep in the surrounding forest, for the roar to echo as well as it was. It was a sound that had vanished from the earth for 65 million years, that now again echoed over the land like a ghostly echo. Each time Adam heard the roar of a dinosaur, he thought it was another type of ghost. Adam also thought that the dinosaur's distant roar seemed like a kind of omen. After a few seconds, the deep booming bellow ceased, and its echo faded into the trees as quickly as it had first come. Adam couldn't help but note the sick irony of now preferring the sound of a Tyrannosaur's roar to the sound of a new human voice. When Adam opened the front door and Kalani saw his bloody shoulder, and the large purple bruise on his head. She screamed and ushered him inside and into the bathroom, past their startled children, where she locked the door and began to treat her husband. "What happened?" she asked, taking Adam's shirt off gently and beginning the process of cleaning the blood off his shoulder. Though she was careful of where she touched, the wound itself was hard to see because the bathroom had no windows, and the only light was from one of their lanterns that Kalani had brought into the bathroom with them. "I found people," Adam replied, his tone harsher than he wanted it to be. Kalani stared at him, then sighed. "It's been so long," she said. "Forget what they can do." "I forgot." Adam nodded. "Yeah. And they haven't gotten any better," he gently said. She took his hand in her own. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have sent you out there to find some... I guess my worry just made me forget what people do to each other," she said, trying to keep from crying and her voice from breaking. Adam kissed her hand. "Don't apologize. You were just hopeful I'd find some good ones. This time I didn't, but I think you're right. They've got to be out there. I do believe that. Just wish we knew of others who we could trust. Ones that could give you what you want for the kids." Kalani pulled away nonetheless, looking close to crying. "This was still my fault. I insisted you go. Because of something that almost never happens. Happened to occur, and I got freaked out by it. I sent you out there because old fears came back. I get so blind to what animals can do, I forgot what humans are capable of. Animals can't go out of their way to commit malice, they just do what they do. People are different. I should have known better," she said, her voice beginning to break. Adam stood up. "Hey, don't beat yourself up over it, please. It turned out fine. I'm home, and you all are safe," he whispered, taking her hand again. "And listen, there are ways to find people that are safe. I just need to find some radios, and then we can reach out anonymously. Who knows what else is out there?" Adam gently lifted her chin so that she was looking up at him again. "And maybe, just maybe, we'll find the people you're looking for. It has to be a balance. If there's bad people still out there, then there have to be good ones too." He placed his hand on Kalani's stomach gently. "And in the end, we have to raise this little fella here, along with their brother and sisters. Then I'll make this cabin the safest place on the entire damn planet. Even if I have to cut down the whole forest myself and use the lumber to build a wall around us. Even if it means I have to fight a troop of Dinopithecus or a pack of Gojirasaurus by myself." Kalani nodded and continued cleaning Adam's wound in silence. She finally asked, "Are there others? More like the ones who attacked you nearby?" Adam shook his head. "I don't know," he replied. "I guess it's possible. They mentioned a refinery, and there's one about 10 miles from where I was. So there could very well be more of them living there." "Where's the refinery?" Kalani asked. "East," Adam replied. Kalani nodded. "We don't ever go east again," she said. Adam nodded in agreement. "Like I said last night, thankfully none of the places we have stashes at or go are east. Today was the first day I went east of here for the last 10 years. I don't plan to go, ever again." Adam Wachowski awoke and sat up in his bed, groaning in pain. His shoulder was still sore, but had begun to heal nicely over the few days that had passed since he'd been attacked by the hillbillies. He tried to move it and his arm, as little as he had to, though. As Adam sat up, he realized that he had slept in due to the light creeping in from the hallway through the open bedroom door. The bedroom he and Kalani shared had no windows, so he knew for it to be that well illuminated that it must have been late in the morning. Specifically, 3 days had passed since the ambush on the road, and Adam was well on the mend. The knife wound to the shoulder had, amazingly, not been very deep, mostly just bloody instead of serious, but it still hurt. Adam had spent the days doing what small jobs he could around the property with only one arm of true use. He checked his game cameras, unaware that as he did there were unfriendly eyes on him, and set up a new fishing net in a nearby stream. He also helped Kalani in the gardens, collected jugs of water from a spring that flowed out of a cave in a hillside a few miles from the house, and studied some books he had recently brought back about not only how to make your own bows and arrows, but how to make your own bullets as well. If the family wanted their 4 guns to be of long-term use, then they couldn't rely on the few boxes of ammunition left at the drugstore for the rest of their lives. Adam would likely have to build a makeshift blacksmith in the future where they could make fresh bullets. Thankfully, there was an old pile of bricks just inside of the forest that he could finally make use out of for such a project. But that wouldn't be anytime soon. Most of Adam's jobs in his immediate future were still small things, helpful in their own ways, but often still finding ways to hurt his arm and shoulder and render it unusable for a few hours nonetheless. At least the arm he used to drink coffee with wasn't the one out of commission. Kalani was already gone from the room when Adam sat up on the bed, so Adam climbed out of bed as well and left the room too. Once in the hallway, he saw Maeve's bedroom door was open and it sounded like she was inside. Katrina was sitting in the living room, and Adam didn't see Nolan anywhere, and assumed he was somewhere outside. Entering the kitchen, the room with the most light coming in from the windows, partially thanks to the sliding glass door, Adam looked outside and saw Kalani near the garden plots. Then looking up at the sun, he feared it was around 10 in the morning, meaning he hadn't slept for as late as he'd initially thought he had. In fact, it was still rather early, the whole day more or less still ahead. Opening the door, Adam stepped out onto the back porch and stopped on the bottom step. "Morning," he called, leaning against the support beam for the porch. Kalani looked up and waved. "Keeping out the weeds," she said, holding up a handful of uprooted greenery and then standing up a moment later. Adam nodded, rubbing his shoulder. "Hey, how about a family fun day today?" he asked. The idea had come to him suddenly while he was in the kitchen, after seeing that it was still early, but it was a perfect chance for a day to go by without him needing to use his shoulder for anything. Plus, it had been too long since they'd had one. "A fun day?" Kalani asked. "Yeah, family time. A day to just relax, forget our hardships, and not be wound up." "It's been a while," Adam replied. Kalani kept staring at him for a few seconds, and then she smiled. Adam did too. He loved the quiet life, and times when everything wasn't wound up tightly were rare occurrences. Today would be a treat for all, time to just wind down, rest, and most importantly, it would be time to spend together as a family. Maybe it would also help bury the tension that had built up between them as well. Maeve and Katrina giggled as they splashed each other with water from the pond. Despite the fall season being in full swing, and the weather having cooled off substantially for well over the last week, the water was still plenty warm enough from the summer months for swimming. That particular day, the weather had also taken a dramatic, yet welcome, uptick in temperature, and it almost felt like summer again outside. And so there they were, laughing and splashing as they swam in the deepest part of the pond, enjoying what might very well have been the final warm day before the weather got cold and stayed cold until spring. As soon as the girls had heard a fun day was happening, they had both rushed to get their swimsuits on. They never missed an opportunity for swimming. Kalani sat nearby on the anchored pontoon boat. After pushing it offshore and paddling out to the deepest point of the pond and throwing the anchor off the bow, Her daughters had wasted no further time before jumping in for the first time since the last few weeks of summer. They were the only ones on the boat. The boys had other plans for their day. Adam, wearing his vest as usual, stepped out of the cabin. Nolan was sitting on the end of the dock, waiting for his father to join him, fishing rod already in hand. Nolan wasn't the biggest fan of swimming, so he and Adam had decided they'd rather spend the fun day fishing off the dock. Nolan had set 2 foldable chairs up on the end of the dock while his father had brought down the fishing gear. Maybe the girls would even scare the fish towards them with all the splashing and laughing they were doing. Nolan couldn't help but think to himself how constant the laughing and splashing had been for the last several minutes. Had his sisters even stopped to breathe? Unaware of their brother's musings, the sisters kept laughing and splashing each other, playing in the water as kids having fun did. Maeve took a deep breath and dove down, staying just under the surface where the light was still bright. Looking down, she saw just how quickly the water grew murky. Something certainly seemed to have stirred up the bottom recently. Maeve wasn't worried about it, though. Her father had done a check to make sure no unwanted animals had entered the pond, like he always did before they swam. She swam back to the surface and took a breath of air just as her sister splashed her again. "Oh, you little," Maeve giggled, splashing her sister back, starting a full-on water war. Screaming, splashing, and kicking, neither of them noticed the shape gliding through the murky water below them. Briefly visible for just a moment, Version 2 swam just slightly deeper than the girl's kicking legs, vanishing into the murk again. Less than a second after the twinkling golden light illuminated his face, teeth, and claws. If you had been looking down at the pond at that moment from a bird's eye view, you might have seen the large shape swimming under the drifting pontoon boat, on which the mother of the swimming girls was reading a book, fully unaware of the shape circling her 2 laughing and splashing daughters in the murky depths. Then the shape dived and was gone. Maeve and Katrina continued splashing each other and swimming, just as unaware of what had passed under their kicking legs as their mother was of what had passed under the boat. Unaware of what could have suddenly dragged them down under the water if it had so wished to do so at the time. Unaware of what was gliding at the bottom of the pond, completely hidden from their sight. On the dock, Nolan reeled in his fishing line and casted it out into the water once again as his father approached. Nolan sat back down in his chair, hearing the steps of boots on wood behind him as his father approached him. "Any luck?" his dad asked, stopping and baiting the hook on his own line. "Not so much as a nibble," Nolan replied. "Ah, well, there'll be days like that," Adam said, dropping his bait while trying to attach it to the hook. "Little rusty there, father?" Nolan joked. Adam shook his head. "It just slipped. Injured arm. And I haven't gotten to fish for fun for a good while," he replied, bending down and picking the bait up off the dock. "So, you are rusty," Nolan said, smirking as he turned to face the pond again. "You don't think that they're scaring the fish into not biting at all, do you?" he asked. Adam shrugged. "Well, if they are, not much we can do about it. I'm not going to tell them to stop having fun just so we can hook a few fish. Besides, son, catching fish isn't everything. I'll be content to just spend the day tossing lines and chewing the fat with you." Nolan chuckled. "Okay. You're right, Dad. Catching fish isn't everything." "That's my boy," Adam chuckled, tossing his own line into the water and sitting down in his own chair. "Catching fish sure is fun, though, even if the ones in this pond don't taste great," Nolan said after a second. Adam laughed. "Well, you are not gonna if you keep running your jaw like that," he said, looking out at the water. Maeve waved at him, pausing mid-water war, and Adam waved back. It did a father good to see his kids having fun. Letting them just be kids was a rare treat for him to give them in such a harsh world. Christmas might as well have come several months early. Katrina and Maeve kept splashing and giggling, not looking down into the water. Though now, There was no sign of anything swimming underneath them, nor was there any signs from above of anything swimming under the boat. Nolan cast out his line again, still not getting so much as a single tug on the end. He sighed. Normally the fish in the pond swarmed a baited hook. Why were they not biting today? He hadn't so much as seen a single tail flipping under the water. Surely his sisters weren't causing that much chaos to the pond's underwater inhabitants. Katrina lunged at her sister and shoved her under the water. Maeve came up a second later, sputtering. "Oh, you've done it now!" she shouted as she spat water out of her mouth and began swimming after her elder sister. Nolan cast out his line into the water again, staring at the spot where the ripples originated from. The water went still around it, and his line remained unattractive to the fish. The pond seemed unusually still to him. He'd never seen his line not get so much as a nibble before. Maeve caught up to her sister and kicked herself forward, grabbing Katrina by the back of her shoulders and shoving her under the water with a massive splash. Some of it even reached the deck of the pontoon boat where Kalani was still reading, and getting a slight tan in the process. The day was going as well as any summer afternoon did. In fact, it was about as perfect of a day as any of them could have asked for, in fact. Adam reeled his line in and set his pole down on the dock. He then stood, stretched, and told Nolan he was thirsty and going up to the cabin for a drink. "Want some water?" Adam asked. "No thanks, Dad," Nolan replied. "It's fresh from the spring," Adam said. "I'm okay, Dad, thanks," Nolan insisted. Adam nodded, ruffled his son's hair, and walked down the dock, saying to himself something about needing to get even more water from the nearby spring soon because of how tasty and fresh it was. "Getting low on stock," Nolan shrugged. Then he remembered his dad had just filled up a few jugs at the spring the day before. "No, you must be an addict," he chuckled, staring at his line in the water. Again, the water had gone still around it. It then suddenly took off, being dragged into the pond by something, obviously something large and moving fast. Adam heard. He had just reached the end of the short dock when it happened, and he turned and hurried back as Nolan clambered to his feet. Nolan looked startled. He'd never seen a line being pulled so quickly, and he didn't make any move to react for a moment. "Lock the line! Bring it in, son!" Adam shouted as Nolan stood up, knocking his chair into the water accidentally as he did. "Shit!" Nolan said when he heard his chair fall in the water, though he decided to focus on his fishing line. As soon as Nolan locked the line, however, the fishing pole was yanked out of his hand by the strength of the thing pulling it, and it flew into the water with a splash. Adam stopped. Nolan stood frozen to his spot, wide-eyed. Nolan stared at the bubbles in the water, then at his hands, and then he turned to gaze up at his father, who also looked simply bewildered. A second later, the water, a short distance from the end of the dock, exploded with a splash, and Nolan's fishing pole flew out of the water, landing between father and son on the dock, bitten into two pieces right in the middle. Adam and Nolan stared at it in bewilderment, and Adam crouched down to examine the pole after standing frozen in shock for a few seconds. "What could..." Nolan trailed off. "Dad, what could do that?" Adam picked up the pole and examined it. "It must be something in the water. Some big fish. But we fished everything out that was dangerous," Nolan protested. Adam nodded. "I know, but we must have missed one. Some large fish, another risottus maybe. Could have been a baby that we missed when we fished out the adults." He paused as realization hit him, and stood up quickly. "Oh shit," he said, dropping the broken pole and running off the dock, Nolan following. They ran around the pond, closer to where the boat was, and Adam began waving and shouted, "Out of the water! Kalani, get the girls out!" Kalani stood up, and the girls stopped splashing. "What is it?" Kalani called. "Girls, swim calmly back to the boat. There's something in the pond. Out!" Adam shouted. Katrina and Maeve did as instructed, both staying remarkably calm, and their mother helped them out and onto the boat. "Come on, paddle in!" Adam called. He then looked at Nolan. Fun day's over. We're gonna have to discuss this. He then looked back at the pontoon boat. Until I say otherwise, no swimming! Dad, how could we have missed a risotto, even a baby one? Nolan asked. Adam shook his head. I don't know, Nolan. The pond gets really deep over there. I guess I can see how one might have stayed out of sight after all this time, as unlikely as that is. If there is another one in there, then we're lucky that it hasn't done anything until now. That's probably where all your fish went, though, right down its gullet, he said, watching Kalani and the girls as they began to paddle the boat toward shore. When the boat got close to shore, Adam took a few steps into the water and helped them pull the boat up onto the bank. As the girls jumped off, he hugged them both and motioned them to the cabin. Head on up to the house, get dried off and changed out of your swimming clothes, he said, sending them on their way as he helped Kalani climb off the boat. Go with them. I'm sure they're a bit shaken. We'll talk about this at dinner tonight. What's in the water? Kalani asked. Adam shook his head. I don't know. My guess is we missed one risotto, or something similar. How? Kalani asked after a moment. Adam shrugged, shaking his head and replying, I don't know. I thought we got them all out of there years ago. And if we missed one, I feel like we would have noticed it by now. Are you sure it's not something else? Something that wandered in? I guess that's possible, but I feel it's unlikely. Before the girls got in, I walked around the pond just to check and make sure nothing slipped in, and there were no footprints leading into the water. So, as improbable as it sounds, I feel like it has to be a large fish that we missed, Adam said, truly at a loss. Kalani sighed, rubbing her arms. I just don't see how we could have. We checked so many times to make sure, she said. Version 2 swam up into the shallow water under the dock as he sent the fishing rod flying out of the water. Staying hidden under the dock, sitting between the wooden support beams, Version 2 lifted his head out of the murky water, watching the family and listening to them. His gaze focused on the father, the man who tried to kill him, and he snarled softly. As much as he wanted to rush out and kill the man, he remained hidden and waited until the moment would be perfect. Version 2 watched them, as a group, as they all headed up to the house, his gaze remaining unblinking the entire time, and his head slowly turning to follow them. The dad, Adam, would be his first victim. The others he would pick off after, in whatever order he desired. And until that moment came, not a second would pass where he wouldn't be watching them from somewhere. Once the table had been cleared after supper that evening, the Wachowski family stayed seated, recalling the alarming events from hours earlier. They were having a family meeting to discuss the events. It's times like these I wish we had a guard dog, something that could warn us about unwanted visitors, Kalani said. Looking down at the floor as she spoke. Maeve looked down at that comment too, looking like she wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't. She wanted more than ever to tell her family about her raptor friends. She didn't. She was still too worried about how her father would react to learning about Streak, Bard, and Gamma to bring them up. She was also worried that her father might even go as far as to blame them for what was happening if she told him about them then. Kalani then looked back up at the table. What are you going to do? She then asked. Adam sighed. Well, we don't even really know what's in the water, but the only thing I can think it could be is a risotto we missed somehow. I'm gonna have to catch it and shoot it like the others. You're sure it's a risotto? Kalani asked. Well, no. Even though that's what I think, I've also thought about other possibilities. Obviously, there's something in the water. Something potentially dangerous. I know a few aquatic predators I've seen around here before that it could be. It Could be a Chasmatasuchus, or a large Vanaclevia, maybe? Or potentially anything else, in all honesty. From the Devonian to the Cretaceous and anywhere before, between, and after. And beyond, which we have or haven't seen. Honestly, with how many possibilities it could be, trying to guess without seeing it at all is about as effective as throwing darts at a board and trying to hit one specific point. We can't leave it there, though. Whatever it is not only a threat, but it could also be the reason that we didn't catch any fish today, which means our food stock is being affected, Adam said. What about a Nothosaurus? We had one of those in there before, Kalani suggested, but Adam shook his head. No, those aren't particularly dangerous to people. The most they'll do is nip at you, then go away. Besides, one of those couldn't bite a fishing rod in half like that. And again, I didn't see footprints, and I even went back and checked again before supper, which makes me think it's not something semi-aquatic. It could still be anything, but I really think it's some big fish we missed because of the lack of footprints. Either way, we're going to have to catch it. I've got some volumes about prehistoric aquatic and semi-aquatic predators I'm going to go through later tonight. That might give me a better idea of what we're dealing with exactly. They cover all eras of Earth's prehistory, so hopefully I'll find something to give us an idea. Be it a fish, crocodile, aquatic reptile, anything that sounds even remotely like it's in the right ballpark. Can I help you catch it, Dad? Nolan asked. Me too, Katrina added. Adam looked at his children, then shook his head. No, we don't know what's in the water, so I'm not putting anyone else potentially at risk. Besides, we only have one fishing rod now. You have that really big hook in the garage the old ATV is in. Why not stick a rope on it and use that instead? Katrina said. And use what for bait? Kalani asked. There's still pork from that wild pig I shot a while ago in storage. Guess I can use that. What we have left is just a big chunk of it, so getting it on that large of a hook wouldn't be an issue, Adam replied. Go out on the boat with my rifle, throw the baited hook and rope in the water, then wait. Dad, can I help you get it all set up, please? Katrina asked. Adam shook his head. No, Nolan will help me set... Why? Let me help you for once! Watch your tone, Adam replied. Katrina stood up and stormed away from the table. She stopped just long enough to say to her mother, He does love Nolan more, she spat, storming off to her room and slamming the door. Adam sighed. That's not true, he said, rubbing his eyes. Nolan just has actual experience with this kind of thing. I don't want anyone else with me on the boat, but I need someone if we use that idea. I can't both pull the rope up and shoot whatever's in the water. Kalani placed her hand on his arm. Then let her help you this time. Yeah, Dad. I can help Mom tomorrow. Katrina can handle it, Nolan agreed. Adam sighed, and Kalani slightly tightened her grip on his arm. Adam, listen. You need to let her help you tomorrow. I know you mean well, and that she's still too young in your view, but always having Nolan help you has really hurt her more than you realize. Adam nodded after a second. All right, he relented. Though, I might still have some use for you, son. We probably shouldn't bet it all on one line of bait, he added, standing and leaving the room. He entered the hall and knocked on Katrina's door. Katrina, he called. Go away! Her muffled voice shouted back. It sounded like she had buried her head into her pillow. Adam sighed. Don't you want to help me out tomorrow still? He asked. There was a silence in Katrina's bedroom for a moment. Then she opened the door. Really? Adam smiled slightly and crouched down in front of her. Really, he said. She smiled and threw herself into his arms, causing Adam to chuckle.
Thank you,
She squealed as she hugged her father tightly. Adam gave her a good squeeze and then scooted her back to look her in the eyes. I don't love Nolan more than you, he assured. I love you all the same. Always. I'm sorry if I made you feel any different. I'm sorry if my always asking Nolan for help made you feel hurt. He's older than you. And I just wanted to make sure he was ready for anything before I began working with you. You're just so young still, and I guess I kind of forgot you're not as young as you seem to be, he said. Katrina smiled and hugged her father again. After everyone had gone to bed, Adam took a lantern out into the living room and sat it on the small table by the couch, going to his bookshelf and pulling the volumes of books about aquatic animals from the shelves. It had been years since he'd gone through some of these, and some he never even had. He began skimming through, looking at the drawn depictions of various prehistoric aquatic animals. He paused at one point while looking at a drawing of the Adestus. The particular species wasn't identified, but its serrated teeth and the way that they were arranged within its mouth, a single row in the midline of the upper and lower parts of its mouth, looked oddly familiar. He'd seen those teeth and the unique structure in which they were arranged somewhere else other than that drawing before, but he couldn't remember where. Aside from looking familiar, the shark-like animal's teeth had caught his eye because they would have been positioned in such a way to bite the fishing rod in half in the specific manner it had been. Adam could clearly picture the scissor-like teeth slamming down on the rod in the way that would have split it like it had been. But Adestus was a genus of fish species that lived in the Carboniferous era ocean, not in small freshwater ponds. There was definitely not one of those in the pond. Nowadays, they'd be swimming out in the oceans, which were all far away. Yet, Adam couldn't place why its teeth and how they were structured looked so familiar. He'd seen them somewhere else once. He knew it. How they were arranged in the mouth was a dead giveaway. But were there other animals from the natural order of things that had teeth arranged like that? Even if there was, what were the odds that he'd have encountered it himself? Adam shook the feeling off, knowing that Adestus couldn't be his culprit. If he limited himself to the familiarity its teeth caused, then his clue would turn into a red herring. Especially since his book implied that Adestus was the only genus of curved teeth arranged in that specific way. He continued scanning through the pages long into the night, looking at animals that ranged from Rhizodus to Sarcosuchus, a crocodile so big that it ate dinosaurs, to the shockingly large arthropod Jaeclelopterus, to even semi-aquatic dinosaurs like Baryonyx and Suchomimus. He gave every possibility a chance, no matter how unlikely they appeared to be at first glance. Yet nothing seemed to be his culprit, though. Other nightmarish animals, horrors from across many ancient eons, which he saw depictions and reconstructions of, as well as guesses on how they worked when alive, ranged from familiar-looking to completely alien. There was only a drawing of the Tychodus, while there were pages and pages about the Xanthactinus, Ednopteron, and many others, but all of them had features that disqualified them as potential answers. One of the major factors was that most of the fish he read about were ocean-dwelling fish, not freshwater fish. Even the Rhizodus, a freshwater fish, was not a perfect fit, even though Adam still saw it as his most likely suspect, since there had been some in the pond before. Adam also made sure to take note of various large prehistoric amphibians he saw, powerful carnivores from their own bygone age who could have been hiding in the water. There was a seemingly endless supply of nightmarish creatures with nightmarish teeth, animals that man was never meant to interact with. Animals that looked alien when compared to the animals of the modern day. And prehistoric fish and amphibians were not the only suspects. The carnivorous mammal Ambulocetus, an ancestor of modern whales from the early Eocene, was also suspect and perhaps even a candidate Adam saw as more likely than others. Yet, like everything else, it also didn't match perfectly with the situation. One thing that caused Adam to pause every time he came across what might have been a fully waterborne culprit was the fact that Adam could never reasonably explain how one would have gotten into the pond and remained unnoticed. No amphibians or mammals came as close as some fish species did to being the culprit, but there was no reasonable explanation for how they got into the pond. Rhizodus he could explain through one individual not being caught, or even one hatching from an egg after the others were fished out, but missing one when he knew deep down the pond was emptied of them just wasn't a satisfying enough answer for Adam. Nothing fit. By the time Adam found he had closed all of the books he had on aquatic prehistoric animals, he found that he was no closer to answers to what was possibly in the pond. All he had learned was that the things in the prehistoric waters were, in some ways, far more terrifying than the things that lived on the prehistoric land. He had no idea what to expect from the animal in the pond now, which made whatever was in the murky water even more frightening. He only knew that it was probably something very undesirable from the land, or rather the waters, of prehistoric horrors. For all he knew, it was a species lost to the fossil record and unknown to humans altogether. The fear of the unknown had taken a firm root in Adam's brain, and his mind continued racing for several long hours, deep into the night. Adam started early the next morning, Katrina at his side. They pushed the pontoon boat off the bank and into the water before the sky had completely turned from morning gray to blue and climbed aboard, paddling out into the deepest point of the water, their paddles causing the only ripples on the pond's still surface. The weather had cooled considerably from the day before. Both father and daughter were wearing warm clothes and insulated rubber boots. Adam also wore a white shirt under his red vest, and Katrina had a thick purple sweatshirt on. As she helped paddle, Katrina looked down into the water but saw no signs of anything below. "We're about there. The anchor is tied to the bow. Get ready to throw it over when I say," Adam instructed. Katrina nodded, set her paddle down, and ran to the front of the boat, lifting the anchor off the carpeted deck. "All right, go ahead," Adam said, sticking his paddle into the water with another splash. Katrina threw the anchor off the bow, and it made a far bigger splash. She watched it through the ripples and bubbles as it sank out of sight into the shadowy, dark gray pond water. The anchor quickly vanished. The rope trailing behind it was the only sign of it that remained, and the end of it too was lost to sight in the depths. It, the water, seemed much more ominous now than it had the day before. At his father's instruction, who had ultimately decided it would be better to have more than one bait source placed in the water to hopefully speed up the process of catching whatever was in it, or at least help entice it to show itself, Nolan was going around the bank of the pond, casting a baited line into the water close to shore. He was keeping distance between himself and the water at his father's instruction, as a means to mitigate the risk. Adam felt that if Nolan stayed on shore, with a distance between himself and the water at all times, he would be fine and relatively safe from whatever was in the pond. In an effort to help entice something to bite the hook like it had the day before, Nolan was using the same bait as he had used during the incident, hoping it would cause a similar reaction. Adam had not wanted to put anyone else at risk, But Nolan assured his father he was up for the job when asked, and it was then that Adam had told Nolan to keep some distance from the water while casting his line. He had only just cast out his line for the third time when he heard the splash of the anchor being dropped into the water. Like his father and sister, Nolan was wearing insulated rubber boots, and he had a thick, zipped-up, dark gray jacket on. Watch it not even be a fish. Probably was some giant amphibian or something. Maybe a Prianosuchus, that'd be cool to see at least, he muttered, reeling in and casting out his line again. Either way, surely we're bound to catch something, he said. He then glanced around, as if it just hit him. I'm talking to myself, he mused. Though he continued to cast out, there was not a single tug or nibble on the line. Even as he kept moving around the edge of the pond, the line remained as still as the water's surface. Once the sun was higher up in the sky, and the water less disturbed, Adam slid his cooler up to the front of the boat and opened it. He pulled out a cold, ham-sized chunk of pork and set it on the deck. Got the rope tied to the bow nice and tight? He asked, grabbing the large hook he had retrieved from the old garage. Katrina nodded. It's one of my double knots. We might never get it back off, she proudly said. Adam nodded, chuckling slightly. Good, he said, swinging down and sinking the hook into the meat. He stood up and, after making sure that the meat was stuck to the hook firmly, and making sure the hook was secured to the rope nice and tightly, he chucked the bait over the front of the bow. The pork made a splash not nearly as big as the anchor had, and Adam and Katrina watched it sink out of sight into the depths. Okay, keep an eye on the rope. Let me know if something tugs on it. I'm going to get my gun loaded, he said, patting Katrina on the shoulder and walking back towards the stern, where his rifle was sitting on one of the seats at the back of the boat. Katrina sat down and leaned over the front of the boat, looking down into the water for any sign of movement under her reflection. Back inside the cabin, Kalani was revealing to Maeve what her chores for the day would be. I'm going to work in the garden plots, Kalani said, putting her straw hat on. I want you to clean your room, she said to Maeve. Maeve groaned. Can't I help you with the weeds? Child, I've been asking you to clean that room for 2 months. Get it done before I come in for lunch, she replied, in that tone mothers use when they signal the conversation is over. Maeve sighed. Yes, Mom, she said. Good. You have the largest bedroom, so take care of it or we'll give it to someone who will, Kalani replied, kissing her daughter's forehead and walking out of the back door. Maeve just stood there for a second. Clean my room, she grumbled. I can clean it later, she added, talking to herself unawares just like her brother often did. She went to her room, locked the door, grabbed her jacket, and climbed out of the window. No one is none the wiser, she said, knowing that would be true as long as she got back before lunchtime. Making sure she wasn't seen, Maeve took off at a run towards the forest. Adam opened a box of bullets and began sliding them into the .22 rifle. After about a minute, he loaded it with the maximum number of bullets it could hold, and he made sure it was ready to fire. Gun now loaded, Adam set it back down against the wheel helm and walked back towards the bow. Anything? He asked. Katrina looked up from the water and shook her head. No, nothing, she said, turning away in time to miss the barely visible movement of something that had been watching her in the depths swim back into the deeper water. Adam nodded and sighed, sitting down on one of the plastic deck chairs. Well, nothing to do but wait. Katrina sighed too, and stood up as well. Yeah, she said, taking the seat opposite her father. Hey, Dad, what's the weirdest animal you've ever seen out here, other than that dinosaur you shot the other day? She asked after a few seconds of silence. Adam replied, placing his hand on his chin while he thought it over. The weirdest? I suppose maybe the second Notosaurus I saw once at the lake. No, not that one. I'd say definitely the Shringosaurus I saw grazing with a herd of cows in a field once. I had to find that one's name in one of the books I have. I'm happy it was in one of them, because it was so weird looking that if it wasn't, I'd probably have kept bringing home more books until I found one that had what I wanted to know in it. I tell you this too, one of the most intimidating I've ever seen wasn't even one of the big dinosaurs. It was an Intricatherium. Maybe one of the reasons I found it so intimidating was because it was a mammal, like us, and not something so different from us like a dinosaur. So what was the scariest animal? Katrina asked next, expecting him to say Tyrannosaurus, Spinosaurus, or maybe Giganotosaurus, or any of the other big carnivorous dinosaur species. People, Adam quietly replied without any hesitation, looking down. Huh? Katrina asked, looking confused. Adam sighed, looking back up at her. You know, the reason I've been hesitant to let you go out with me on my outings isn't because of the dangerous animals. It's because there are a lot of bad people running around out there. I found that out very early into this whole life. Like I've said to you before, you're so young that I didn't want you to have to see how the world really is yet. I get it. I never let you come help me. It's always your brother. But it's not because I don't love you or don't think that you can't handle it. It's because the world is ugly and dangerous. And I wanted you to not have to see how it really is out there until you're older. I should have just told you, but I didn't, and I'm sorry. But that's the truth. And I only ever take Nolan with me away from home whenever I'm sure I won't see anybody else. People are really the scariest? Katrina asked softly. Yes. You just haven't had to see it. We've been lucky, sheltered. But you're almost to the age that I'll start taking you with me, okay? Adam said. Katrina nodded. Oh, okay, Dad, I understand. I should have really explained everything to you sooner. Why I focus on Nolan. Why I make you wait. I'm sorry that I didn't. And that wound on my shoulder the other day? That wasn't left by a Utah raptor like your mother said. People did it. Katrina's eyes widened, and her father nodded. Don't tell your sister, or your brother, or your mother that I told you. But I think you should know the truth. Katrina nodded. Okay, Dad, she said, hugging him. One day, Katrina, your mother and I will be old, and we won't be able to go out there or protect this place. You guys will have to. And just know that I have the fullest confidence that you can do the job and do it well. You make me proud every day, you and your brother and your sister. You are strong kids, and you will be able to handle this world and whatever it throws at you. I know it. I always have. But when this world throws something at you for the first time, you'll be scared at first. Make sure you understand that. It will scare you. Just trust me, though. I know you kids will be able to handle it when you're old enough. One day, you'll all be ready. But right now, I know, Katrina, that you're not quite old enough yet to handle just how scary things can be. As soon as you turn 13, I'll be making sure that you're going to be ready for it. As Kalani worked to clear rows in the plots for winter wheat seeds, she happened to glance around, as she did every few minutes to make sure she wasn't being watched, and paused, dropping her small garden trowel. She hadn't noticed until she had gotten close, but one of the apple trees had all its nearly ripe fruit scattered around its base, and in its trunk was a set of fresh and very deep, oozing claw marks. An entire tree's worth of fruit lost because some damn animal needed to mark that very tree for whatever reason. She groaned, thankful that none of the others were touched, but also knowing that one tree's worth of fruit could mean all the difference between eating and starvation. As Adam and Katrina continued their hug, they didn't see the silent shape in the water, the same one that had been watching Katrina, surface for a moment right next to their boat. They didn't see it glide alongside before slipping under again, the spikes on its back vanishing last, leaving barely a noticeable ripple. With a soft slosh of its armored tail just under the surface of the water, it turned and glided towards where Nolan stood at the water's edge, using kicks from its legs and swings of its tail to move closer. Maeve made her way through the trees, kicking leaves that had fallen into small piles as she went. As she neared the pack's usual sleeping area, she cupped her hands to her mouth and began calling out, "Streak! Bard! Gamma!" She listened, but didn't hear a reply. Wonder where they are, she said, looking around to make sure none of them were sneaking up on her. No sign of the raptors anywhere. She arrived at the spot the three usually slept in and found them gone, though there were plenty of footprints in the damp dirt. The pack had taught her a few basic things about tracking, and so she crouched down, looking each set of footprint over carefully and determining which ones were the freshest. She stood and followed them deeper into the woods, assuming the pack had gone to hunt breakfast. She trailed them for about a minute when she lost the tracks, and as she bent down to try to find them again, a purple snout poked out of the bush right next to her. She slowly turned to face it and made contact with the large velociraptor. "Hey, Bard," she chuckled, slightly nervous due to his sudden appearance. He suddenly seized her leg in his hand and drug her off into the brush. Nolan had to admit he was bored. He'd gone around the whole pond twice and had not gotten a single tug on his line. He decided to try casting off the dock again, since that's where he got his bite on the line the day before, but that hadn't worked either. So, he continued looping around the bank, staying at the edge of the water, casting his line in over and over again. He was just about to reel it in again when there was a sudden, gentle but firm tug on the end. He froze, trying to pull the line out, and after a moment he found it was indeed attached to something. "Dad!" he called, his mind racing at what could possibly have taken the bait, what possibly could have been latched onto his hook, every nightmarish possibility, every terrifying animal that might have been hidden in the water, running through his mind. He began growing paranoid about the thing at the end of his line as his mind continued racing. Nolan saw his father and sister stand up on the boat, and he pointed his line into the water. He saw Adam rush to the stern of the boat, grab his gun, and return to the bow. Adam crouched down and used the safety rail to steady his aim. Katrina stood behind him, eyes wide. Nolan saw his father nod to him, and so he began to gently reel the line in, the mass seemingly allowing itself to be enticed towards the bank. The reel loudly protested each time he rolled more of it in, and it took nearly all of Nolan's strength to pull the line closer. Nolan, who was becoming more afraid and uneasy the closer the unknown thing on his line came to shore, swore he felt resistant and heavy pulls as he reeled more of the line in. Adam gazed through the scope of his .22, keeping the crosshairs aimed at exactly the spot his son's line vanished into the water, waiting to see what came up. The thing on the end suddenly seemed to put up a fight because it stopped moving, no matter how hard Nolan tugged. He reeled in more of the line, but the thing would not move. His feelings of unease and paranoia came back stronger than ever. "It's too heavy! It stopped letting me pull it!" he called, a hint of panic creeping into his voice as he looked into the water, unable to see anything. Or was there a shape out there that he could make out? A mass at the end of his line? It took a moment to be sure, but Nolan became convinced there was indeed something there. Adam could see it too. "Scoot further back, son!" he called, sliding the hammer on the gun back with his thumb. Katrina covered her ears as her father began to take aim. Nolan nodded and crouched to the ground, scooting further back from the water, still pulling on the line. Crosshairs on the center of the dark mass, Adam fired a single shot into it. The water splashed when the bullet struck it, and suddenly the mass seemed to stop resisting. Nolan stood and began reeling and pulling the thing to shore once again. His reel still protesting due to the weight, eager to see what they had caught and if it was what could have bitten the fishing rod in half. Adam stood up as well, seeing his son was having success and pulling the shape into the shallow water. With a grunt, Nolan gave a strong tug and the mass splashed to the surface. It was a tangled bundle of moss-covered tree branches. Nothing more. Nolan's hook had gotten wrapped around the soggy bundle, and it had been dragging along the bottom. Nolan groaned and saw his father had stood up. With an apologetic shrug, Nolan set his pole down and waded into the ankle-deep water to untangle his line. Adam shook his head, ejected the bullet casing off the side of the boat, and sat the gun back down. "Maybe next time," he said, loud enough for Nolan to hear. "Want to check the bait and see if anything is bitten on it at least?" Katrina asked. Adam chuckled. "Sure," he said, willing to entertain the notion. As they walked to and crouched on the bow, pulling up the hook, neither saw the spiked tail briefly surface once again off the starboard side of the boat, the 3 rows of spikes growing along the end, stabbing out of the water. A moment later it was gone into the depths again, and the only traces of it, nothing more than a small wake of ripples, sloshed against the side of the boat and were extinguished. "Is this really necessary, Bard?" Maeve asked. He was carrying her in his jaws by her hood, as if she was a troublesome hatchling. She was dangling low enough that her feet were dragging on the ground slightly behind her. Bard didn't answer, though Maeve was sure he was smirking. When he got back to where the others in his pack were gathered, he let her go and said to his fellow dinosaurs, "Look who I found, focused on only footprints and not her surroundings." "I said I was sorry," Maeve protested, scrambling to her feet before Streak could lecture her. "I just wanted to tell you guys something and didn't want to wait for you to come back. There's something real, and I mean real, weird going on at home." Gamma cocked his head to the side. "Weird? Weird how?" he asked. Streak didn't say anything, so it was clear he was giving her a chance to talk. "Well, we took a family fun day yesterday, just to spend some time together and relax. Unwind, you know. And suddenly, while I was swimming with my sister, Dad starts yelling at us to get out of the water. Something had dragged my brother's fishing rod out of his hand, bit it in half, and threw it back out of the water." "Do you know what it was?" Streak asked. Maeve shook her head and reached up to rub his nose. "No, Dad thinks it was probably a risottis, but he doesn't know. We can't swim again until he catches it, which sucks because the water won't be warm much longer." "What's a risottis?" Bard asked. "Big prehistoric fish, way older than dinosaurs, that could eat a human whole if it wanted to," Maeve explained. "Smart of your father to not let you swim then," Streak agreed, nodding in an approving manner. "What's he doing to catch it exactly?" "Baiting with my sister," Maeve said with a shrug. "He's using your sister as bait?" Bard replied quickly. Maeve laughed, realizing how it must have sounded. "Oh no, she's helping him bait a hook to catch it. They're using pork from a pig." "Yeah, Bard. What father would use their own child as fish bait?" Gamma asked. Bard looked a little flustered at the comment. Streak even chuckled. Then he nudged Maeve. "So, what's this about you not paying attention to your surroundings?" Maeve looked up at the raptor. I can explain that," she said, not sounding too sure. "Well, we've already eaten, so let's go back to our nesting site. There." "Please do explain," Streak said. The pack returned to their nesting site with Maeve, and the dinosaurs settled down on their sleeping spots. Maeve then sat down against Streak's belly as he looked at her expectantly. Maeve said, quickly looking around in all directions for something else to talk about instead of what Streak was wanting to hear. Hey, you have really nice, sickle claws? Maeve said, spotting the large sickles on both of Streak's middle toes and stringing a quick statement together, which she made up as she said it, and knew before it was even done that it was the most pitiful distraction attempt she'd ever made. Thanks, I used them on a deer about an hour ago, and they work superbly, he said, emphasizing the last word. He sank one of the sickles into the ground for added effect, and saw Maeve gulp at the sight of it effortlessly sinking into the dirt. Having given her a bit of motivation to be truthful, he then continued, looking Maeve right in the eyes. Now, how about that explanation, Streak said, knowing she was just trying to stall and steering the topic back to the one he wanted an explanation for. Yeah, right. You see, I was trying to find you guys, and my mind was elsewhere, because I knew you keep the area clear, she said, and then she sighed. Fine, I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings. Happy? Because you were honest with me? Yes, Streak said, nuzzling Maeve on the side of her head. I'm not as cold as stone. Mistakes happen, he said. You just remember this in the future, okay? Always keep an eye on your surroundings. I definitely will, especially the next time I go swimming, Maeve giggled, wrapping her arms around Streak's neck and hugging him tightly. He chuckled and purred softly. You're a good kid, he said, looking Maeve in the eye again. The best. Your parents are lucky to have you. They think I'm hard-headed, Maeve replied. Streak nodded. Yeah, I get why. But you're also very sweet. If you were my kid, I wouldn't change anything about you. If I was your kid, I'd have wicked cool claws, Maeve replied, curling her fingers to resemble claws. He'd also have to find a mate before he can have kids. Adult male in his prime, and no female has ever so much as looked at him, Bard said, butting in with an amused, taunting tone. Streak shot his fellow a glare, accompanying it with a hiss. He looked at Maeve and said, Not a comment from you, or I may just have seconds with breakfast. Maeve laughed, nodded, and hugged him around the neck again. Streak continued to pretend he was annoyed and grumpy as she did. Kalani circled around the cabin by the time Nolan had his line untangled, and she walked over to the water's edge. Adam! She called. She saw him look her way and wave. Yeah? He called back. Something clawed up one of the apple trees. All the fruit from it is a total loss. Clawed it up, Adam replied. You sure it wasn't a deer just rubbing antlers against the side of the tree? I've seen a buck whitetail several times early in the mornings along the tree line back there. Yes, I know what deer marks look like. These were claw marks, ones that left deep, oozing gashes, Kalani loudly replied, rather annoyed. Adam raised his hands. I believe you, and yeah, that's odd. It was probably that Gajirasaurus. It could still be hanging around. I don't know. I've never heard of a rogue dinosaur clawing trees up like that. Look, except for maybe Therizinosaurus. They've got the claws, you know, but they would leave bigger ones higher up. If I didn't know better, I would say it was meant to scare us. Well, don't let something that's nothing go to your head. We'll keep an eye out, but the thing in the pond should be our big concern. And where's Maeve? I haven't seen her all morning, Adam shouted back in reply. Cleaning her room? Kalani replied. Willingly? No, but I told her if she didn't clean it, then we'd give it to someone who would. Can I have it? Nolan called, reeling his line in again. Kalani glared at him. You don't exactly keep your room spring cleaning worthy yourself, mister. At least mine doesn't need a bulldozer, he called back, casting the line into the water again. Maeve had been so content while snuggled with Streak that she unintentionally drifted off to sleep. She slowly stirred out of sleep, wrapped in the arms and claws of the sleeping velociraptor who she'd been previously sitting against, snuggled up against his chest and belly. She sat up without waking Streak and glanced around, seeing the other raptors were also curled up and asleep. She then turned her gaze up to the sky.
"Oh, shoot!"
she said loudly, lifting Streak's arm off her stomach and scrambling to her feet. Streak, and the other raptors in the pack, were on theirs in seconds as well. "What?" Gamma asked, looking around for a threat.
"It's nearly lunchtime. I gotta get home before my mom realizes I'm not cleaning my room. I'll see you guys later,"
Maeve quickly said before sprinting off into the forest. Streak, Bard, and Gamma watched her. Gamma chuckled. "She's not paying attention to her surroundings, is she?" "Nope. I don't think the lesson's sunk in," Streak said. "Next time, I'll pretend to actually hunt her then," Bard replied with a chuckle. "And our alpha won't snuggle her like a loving father instead of lecturing her," Gamma added. Streak hissed at them both, though it was not a serious one. "Yeah, I wouldn't change her either," Bard agreed, knowing how Streak really felt. Streak huffed. "It's just a good thing for her that we keep our area of the forest clear of threats, since she runs off on her own so much," he added, continuing to put on a stern, indifferent, and slightly annoyed face instead of an amused one despite being so, though his packmates could see right through the facade. Bard chuckled. "Yeah, none of us would change her in any way," he said, to Streak with a knowing look. He knew his brother agreed despite his attempt to remain stern and annoyed with Maeve's lack of vigilance to her surroundings. Streak just huffed in response. Maeve sprinted through the forest and passed between tree trunk after tree trunk, indeed, completely unaware of her surroundings. But the swift runner made it back out of the forest safely and ran across the clearing to her bedroom window. Staying out of sight as best as she was able, with her father, brother, and sister all at the pond, all any of them would have had to have done is slightly glance over and she'd have been plainly visible thanks to her bright red jacket. But they didn't, and Maeve reached her window without being spotted. She slid open the window, crawled inside, closed it, and began throwing stuff into her closet as a knock came at the door. "Maeve Wachowski, you unlock this bedroom door right now," her mother said.
Just a second, Mom,"
she called back, arms full of a dozen pair of dirty clothes. Looking around in a panic, Maeve hurried back to her window, opened it again, dropped the clothes outside, shut the window, and ran to her bedroom door. "Hey, I was just about to strip the bed," she said, as her mother barged inside. Kalani looked around the room. About as far along as I expected you'd be, you little procrastinator," she said, walking straight to the closet. As she pulled it open, a few toys, clothing items, and other basic odds, like pencils and drawings, tumbled out. Well, not as bad as I was expecting. Seems you at least didn't stuff everything in here." She closed the door. "Put this stuff away in the right place, please. You have a desk, shelves, and bin for a reason. Then bring me any of your dirty clothes. I'm doing laundry this afternoon." As her mother left the room and closed the door, Maeve sighed and collapsed on the bed. "I can't believe I got away with it," she sighed, looking at her window, groaning as she knew she'd have to bring all those clothes back inside now. "Why did I throw them out the window?" she said, covering her eyes. By the time the sun was setting, Adam sighed in defeat and pulled the rope back up. Nolan had long since given up and gone back to the house. Nothing had happened at all since he'd made his catch. Katrina watched as her father pulled the pork up, hoping for a better sign than the first time they'd checked it. The pork was untouched. The only thing that was different about it was that it was wet and dripping dirty water. Adam shook his head. "All we achieved today was wasting a full meal's worth of food," he said, pulling the soggy, raw meat off the hook and tossing it back into the water. As her father began pulling the anchor back up to the surface, Katrina just watched as the pork sank back out of sight for the last time. Soon, the anchor was back on the boat, sitting on the bow next to the hook, and Adam and Katrina retrieved their paddles. Adam patted Katrina on the shoulder. "Don't be discouraged. It was a good idea. Whatever's in the water just didn't cooperate," he said, sticking his paddle into the water. "We'll just have to try a different approach next time." "How? What are we going to do next?" Katrina asked. Adam paused and looked at her. "Well, the way I figure it, it's about too cold to really be swimming anymore anyway. Why not just let the winter months go by? The water will freeze, and maybe, just maybe, whatever on Earth is in the water will starve without anything to eat. And if it's not a giant fish, well, if it's some giant amphibian or the like, the lack of food will drive it away, and next spring we can restock the pond with fish from the lake." "Don't those big amphibians hibernate, though?" Katrina asked. "Remember that one year we saw the Kulasuchus? Yeah, Kulasuchus coming out of hibernation near the lake? They hibernate underwater." Adam sighed. "We'll work it out," he said. "For now, though, we'll all just stay clear of the water. If it's a fish, then it can't reach you, and even those amphibians are only dangerous in the water. They're too slow on land to be a real threat out of it. I might set one of my game cameras up and aim it at the pond, see if it captures anything that might be in there," he added. He then leaned over the side and continued paddling. "We might even be to blame for the lack of fish in there, given how much we fish out of here for food without bringing any more in from time to time," he said after a moment, mostly to himself. "Well, something snapped the fishing rod," Katrina replied. Adam nodded. "You're right. There is something in the pond. I was just saying that it might not be what's responsible for the fish not being so plentiful." "So, what's the plan for tomorrow?" Katrina asked, starting to paddle as well. "Well, the food stock is even in a sorrier state now. I'm going to need to go hunting again to make up for what was wasted today, and then some," Adam said. "Winter is going to be a little rough, but don't worry. We'll pull through. We always do, right?" Katrina nodded, smiling. "Right," she affirmed. The family had a nice dinner that night. Cornbread with salted fried fish, which was actually delicious for once, and even some lemonade made with spring water and lemon juice squeezed from freshly picked ones that grew on the trees at the end of the road, the apple trees. Despite the less than productive day, everyone's moods seemed to be in good places again, and they had an actual conversation that lasted much longer into the night than dinner did. It was the first dinner table conversation the family had had in a very long time. After night fell, and after the family had long since gone to bed, the clearing the cabin resided in was dark and still, and version 2, aside from his glowing eyes, was invisible as he came out of the woods and approached the cabin. Slowly, he stalked towards the house. Minding each place, he sat his foot down, ensuring that he didn't make so much as a twig snap or leave an impression of a footprint. As he got nearer, he dropped onto all fours and crawled closer. So low, his belly all but dragged on the ground. Only when he was right up at one of the house's walls did he stand back up on 2 legs. Sniffing the night air, picking out where the scents of the people inside were the strongest, version 2 slunk to one of the windows and pressed up against it, peering inside and staring at the shape on the bed. He stood still, just staring, waiting to see how long it took for the person in the bedroom's instincts to take over, knowing that they were being watched, and wake them up. Still staring, unblinking, version 2 raised his hands to the glass, and he slowly began to trace his claws down along it. He continued to keep his gaze unbroken, looking the small shape tucked into its bed over, picking up on every detail he could see. From the size of the shape on the bed, he gathered that it was likely the youngest of the children. One of the two he had swum underneath while they were swimming, enjoying their complete unawareness that he was so close. If he had wanted, he could have sunk his teeth into their legs and pulled them down into the water, drowning them on the murky bottom. But he hadn't. He wanted to enjoy the thrill it brought to his crazed, feral mind of his prey being unaware of his presence. What also brought on an intoxicating thrill was the plans he was creating for the different fate that would befall each of the family members, such as the one he had in mind for the certain individual he was staring at. He'll fit nice and snugly in my starved belly, version 2 thought, lustfully and sadistically, staring at the sleeping human in her bed with drool falling from his maw, still tracing his claws down the glass, careful to make sure he didn't leave any marks on the surface. He didn't want to reveal his presence to everyone just yet. For now, he just wanted to scare one of the family members by letting them glimpse him. Before killing them, he would let a few of them catch small glimpses of him, enough to make them uneasy, tense, and afraid. Then, when he had had his fun of that, he would move in for the kill, for the collective slaughter. No one in the house knew that their fates were already being set in stone, that each one of them was being planned to die differently from the other. Each one would endure a different build-up prior to meeting a different end by his claws and teeth, version 2 thought. Each one would experience a different variation of terror prior to death. Preferably, version 2 was hoping he could kill them in ways that exploited the weaknesses he had picked up in each of them. Maeve stirred and opened her eyes, confused as to why she had woken up. She normally slept all night without any issues, even in bad weather, so this was unusual. She didn't have to go to the bathroom or need a drink, so Maeve didn't understand what had woken her up. She rolled over, facing her bedroom wall, looking at one spot that was illuminated by what little moonlight was out that night. The light was coming in through her window, illuminating part of her dresser, and a picture frame on her wall that housed a night vision game camera picture. It was one she really liked, showing a Carnotaurus, Maeve's favorite dinosaur, walking past the camera in full view. She looked at the picture and noticed that something about how the light in the room looked was off. As her tired brain registered it, it picked up on something else. The fact that something felt wrong. She couldn't place it, but something wasn't right. A detail was amiss, and her subconscious was screaming at her to notice it as well. Maeve lifted her head up, looking at the odd shape plastered on her wall in the dim moonlight. Something about it wasn't right. It didn't look like any other normal nighttime shadow. She focused on the spot, and she swore it moved. She swore that she saw large teeth inside a slowly opening set of jaws, cast as a shadow on her dresser and wall. Maeve sat up fully and spun to face her window. She saw a shape standing there, its wide, glowing yellow eyes looking right at her, two large hands, each with 4 clawed fingers pressed against the glass, long, quill-like spikes growing out of the back of its skull. She'd seen plenty of dinosaurs over the year, but that was no dinosaur standing at her window. That thing outside the house was a monster. Maeve screamed and covered her head with a blanket as the shape outside moved back from the window and took off. She kept screaming even as footsteps ran down the hall and into her room. She sat up when the door opened, crying, watching her mother and father rush to her side, Katrina and Nolan also appearing in the doorway. "Maeve, what is it?" Kalani asked, sitting down on her bed and hugging her daughter tightly. The window. I don't know what, but there was something horrible outside of it," Maeve sobbed, burying her face in her mother's chest. Kalani hugged her sobbing child and looked at Adam, who hurried to the window and looked outside, seeing nothing at all in the clearing. He looked at his wife and shook his head. Kalani nodded and made Maeve look up at her. "Are you sure it wasn't a bad dream?" she asked.
Yes! I wasn't dreaming!
Maeve screamed. Kalani sighed and wiped the tears off of her daughter's face. "Okay, what did it look like?" she asked.
I don't know. I only saw its shadow. It had spikes on its head and big teeth that looked like they didn't fit it in its mouth and giant claws on its hands,"
Maeve sobbed. Katrina and Nolan looked at each other, confusion on their faces. "Honey, you've got to give us more than that," Kalani said.
"You believe me, right?"
Maeve asked. "Honey, what you're describing just sounds too horrific to be real. There's no animal that looks like what you're saying," Kalani slowly replied. "You sound like you're describing a monster." Adam walked over and sat on the bed, and sat down next to his youngest daughter. "Sweetie, are you sure it wasn't just some dinosaur or even a deer passing? Maybe something you see all the time that just looked weird in the dim light?"
"It was big! It took up nearly the entire window. It had these big teeth."
"What kind of teeth?" Adam asked, briefly remembering for the first time in days the weird ones in the mouth of the dinosaur that had crawled out of the lake. He wasn't sure why that moment popped in his mind right then. Maybe it was from Maeve's choice of words. Though now that he realized a part of it did seem familiar to him suddenly. He couldn't place it, though. It was on the edge of his mind, but his brain just couldn't remember the needed connection between the way its teeth were arranged and the drawing of the Adestus teeth from his book. The possibility of one of the same species as the mysterious one having been in the pond was something that had never even crossed his mind either, and he didn't even think that there were any others around, let alone one of the same species being right outside his house. As Maeve began talking again, Adam completely forgot about the dead dinosaur that he'd left by the lakeside, and the teeth that seemed so familiar.
I don't know. Normal
"Dinosaur teeth," Maeve said. Adam nodded. "Well, whatever it was, it's gone, honey. It was probably just something curious. If it was aggressive, I don't think it would have run off. Just try to get back to sleep, okay?" he said, kissing her on the head. "You don't believe me," Maeve said. "No, we do, honey. It's just, it was dark. And what you're describing sounds too disturbing to actually have been there. You probably just saw a passing animal and your mind played tricks on you. Animals look weird in the dark. Like your dad pointed out, it happens," Kalani assured. "I've seen many things in the dark that look terrifying, only for them to just be normal objects in daylight." "I knew you didn't," Maeve said, yanking her blankets out of her mother's hands and covering her head. "Go away." Kalani started to open her mouth, but Adam placed his right hand on her arm, shaking his head. She sighed, but nodded, standing up and walking out of the door, silently ushering her other kids out and sending them back to their respective beds. Adam followed her and stopped at the door. "Honey, we believe you. Whatever is out there, it's gone. You're safe here inside the house. And like your mother said, I'm sure it really isn't as scary looking as it seems. You just saw its silhouette after all." When he didn't get an answer, Adam just sighed and pulled the door closed. Maeve stayed hidden under her blankets and sobbed long into the night, unable to even cry herself back to sleep. Though he didn't think it was a necessary action, Adam had seen that whatever had been at the window deeply affected his daughter. So, he sat in the living room for several hours after that, watching through the windows and waiting to see if Maeve's visitor came back. He hoped he could assure her of what the creature had been in the morning, but nothing did. In fact, nothing even entered the clearing for the rest of the night. Not even a stray raccoon. And when the night got old, Adam finally went back to bed, and by the time he did, he was convinced that it had indeed been nothing to worry about. Maeve didn't appear at breakfast the next morning, so Kalani left a plate of food at her daughter's door. Breakfast that morning was much quieter than dinner had been, and everyone seemed in a hurry to leave the table as quickly as possible. As Adam left the table, he whispered to Katrina, "Stay here today. Help your mother around the house. Keep an eye on your sister as well." She nodded and kissed his cheek as he left the kitchen. Adam was in the hallway putting his hunting gear on when Nolan found him. As Adam was getting his first boot on, Nolan said, "Hey Dad, I was thinking, how about I do the hunting today? Then you can go check your game camera and get an idea of what's in the area. We can knock out 2 birds with 1 stone that way and turn 2 days' worth of activity into 1. Adam regarded his son's suggestion for a moment and then nodded. He smiled and unslung his rifle, passing it to his son. "Be careful," he said, feeling proud at Nolan's offer to step up. Nolan took the gun. "I will, Dad," he assured, hugging his father. Adam handed his son his camouflage jacket and said, "Don't stray too far. Stay within a few miles of the house. If you don't find anything after searching for a few miles, just come on back," he said. Walking out of the hall into the rack coats were hung on, grabbing his red vest and putting it on. Aren't you going to take a gun, Dad?" Nolan asked. Adam shook his head. "Game camera isn't too far away. I've never needed one for just going out there before. Why would I today?" he said. Nolan nodded. "Okay. See you later, Dad," he said, opening the door and walking outside, pulling it shut behind him. Adam followed a minute later after saying goodbye to Kalani, and then going outside onto the porch himself. He'd thought about trying to talk to Maeve, but decided to just let her be for a while yet. Some songbirds were singing in the tree line, nice and loud in the early morning, as were the insects, and the temperature was warmer than it had been the day before. Pulling his vest up a little more, he walked off the porch and toward the trees. He caught a glimpse of Nolan heading into the forest in the opposite direction, and silently wished him luck. "Good hunting. Bring home that whitetail," he thought. Kalani watched her husband and son both walk into the trees on opposite sides of the clearing, and then walked back towards the kitchen, seeing Maeve's plate was left untouched. She sighed and entered the kitchen, finding Katrina still sitting at the table. "Can you please wash the dishes?" she asked, feeling a little emotional suddenly as old worries again came back to her. Worries of her kids' safety. Katrina nodded, seeing the look on her mother's face, and went to the sink with the dirty plates, grabbing a jug of water off the counter to begin cleaning. Nolan had gone around a mile into the woods when he came to a more open space, almost a small meadow, though still dotted with a few scattered small trees. Nolan crouched down, examining some deer tracks he had just come across, ones that looked relatively fresh. He brushed some of the dirt and leaves aside and examined them closer. "It went straight that way, probably just before sunrise," Nolan said to himself, looking at the opposite side of the clearing. He decided to follow it and stood back up, crossing the open area, looking around in case the deer had decided to bed down somewhere nearby. As he was walking, his gaze on the tracks, he thought he saw something out of the corner of his eye and turned to look to his left. What he saw wasn't a deer. Standing just inside the trees, a few hundred feet away, completely still, was a large black bipedal theropod shape. It stood completely motionless, and Nolan couldn't make out what it was due to the distance and the leaves obscuring a clear view. But he still thought he was able to make out a few features of the thing, though he felt uneasy when looking at it, like there was an itch in the back of his head. He felt like he was being watched, that the shape in the trees was staring back at him, and the feeling only got worse the longer he stared back at it. After staring for several seconds, Nolan quickly swung his gun around, raised it, and fired at the shape. It didn't move, though Nolan was sure he had hit it. The scope on the gun was accurate, and Nolan had never missed a shot with the .22 before. Confused, thinking maybe it was just an oddly shaped tree, maybe blackened by a lightning strike, Nolan began walking forward, crossing the space to get a closer look. He was so focused on the unmoving shape he was approaching that he wasn't looking where he was putting his feet. He stepped on a large stick, which broke under his foot and sent him tumbling to the ground. He recovered quickly from the trip and got back onto his feet, picking up the dropped rifle as he did. The shadow in the trees was now gone. Keeping the gun partially raised, Nolan hurried to cross the remaining distance to the tree line he had seen the shape standing in. Cautiously, he moved into the trees and found, roughly 10 feet inside the tree line, a set of fresh footprints exactly beside the tree the shadow had been next to. Looking around to make sure the area was clear, Nolan crouched and examined them. The prints looked like Utah raptor footprints, but they were far too big to be from a Utah raptor. A Utah raptor stood as tall or slightly taller than most humans, though their feathers did sometimes make them look even bigger, but the animal that would have left the tracks Nolan had found on the forest floor would have had to have been at least 3 or 4 feet taller than any Utah raptor, at least. The prints also, while at a first glance, looked like Utah raptor footprints, close inspection revealed a subtle difference other than just size. Between each toe was an additional impressed outline in the dirt. They looked like the impressions one would see on prints left by birds with webbed feet. A shiver ran through Nolan as he realized by the size of the prints that the animal was likely around 10 or even 11 feet tall. Nolan suddenly felt very exposed and uneasy. He felt again like he was being watched. He stood up slowly, looking around, the forest expanding on all sides of him, suddenly feeling threatening, dangerous, ominous, and wrong. Nolan began backing up, rifle raised, tracking a deer, the last thing on his mind now. Still seeing nothing, but still feeling like eyes were on him, Nolan threw caution to the wind and turned around and bolted, wanting nothing more than to get out of the forest that had now gone eerily silent. Crouched out of sight, lying on his belly, Version 2 watched as panic took over the boy and as he turned and ran away. If he wanted to, at that moment, he could have chased after and caught the kid in seconds. But Version 2 wasn't done having his fun yet. Scaring the family was enough enjoyment currently. He wasn't ready to kill them. Besides, he had also left something in the woods for Nolan to find. Kalani found the food untouched, but her daughter's door was now wide open. A quick search revealed Maeve wasn't in the house, so Kalani picked up the plate and took it to the kitchen. And she then went inside Maeve's room to tidy up the bed and anything else her daughter might have missed cleaning up the day before. She felt bad for what had happened and wanted to do something at least to make up for it. While straightening the blankets on the bed, Kalani's gaze went to the window her daughter had claimed the monster was at the night before. She walked over and examined the glass, finding no signs of any damage or any signs that something had tried to get in, which was comforting. Turning back to face the full bedroom, she then noticed something on the table by the head of Maeve's bed. Her sketchbook, and the worn pencil lying nearby seemed to indicate that she had been drawing in it while locked up that morning. Wondering whether she could possibly find out what her daughter had been thinking, Kalani walked over and picked up the book, flipping it open. At first, there was nothing unusual, until she found the most recent drawings that were not done in Maeve's usual style, but rather they looked to have been hastily done. The first thing Kalani took notice of was the little stick figure of a little girl. There was a triangle depicting a dress, and though Maeve had never worn a dress a day in her life, there was also a bow tie in the girl's hair. The other thing in the drawing was a scribbled, spiked-covered monster with large, empty eyes. The rounded shape vaguely resembled a dinosaur, but it rather looked like it had come from a nightmare. Above it was written the word monster. Kalani flipped through the pages one by one, finding each one more and more disturbing as she went. The pictures scaled up in their depicted content as she flipped through the pages, becoming more and more horrific. At first, the girl and the monster were just standing around in a forest. Then in one, it was chasing her, and the girl was running away from it. In others, she was hiding from it behind a tree or crouched by a fallen log as the monster looked for her. In some, she was crying, and as the drawings went on, Kalani saw that the scribbled monster seemed to be getting closer and closer to the girl, and it seemed to be getting bigger in each drawing. And finally, in the last one, it was holding a sobbing stick figure above its open mouth. Huge, horrific teeth bared in a snarl. And the idea of what happened next was clear. The girl was eaten. Kalani just stared at the drawing, feeling uneasy and disturbed by them all. She flipped the sketchbook closed and set it back on the table, leaving the room and closing the door behind herself. She walked through the kitchen and opened the back door, calling out to Katrina, who was filling a basket with apples.
Have you seen your sister?
Katrina looked up at the house and shook her head.
No, she was still in her room when you told me to come out here and do this. Well, bring back what you have. It'll do, and I'll pick more if we need them. I want you to go look around and try to find your sister, Kalani called. Katrina nodded, dropped the apple she was holding into the basket, and picked it up, carrying the basket towards the house. While Kalani waited for her on the porch, she looked around and said to herself, "Where is that child?" She noted that there were easily 100 places immediately around the cabin her youngest could have tucked herself away in if she wanted to hide, which it seemed like she definitely did. It was obvious that what had happened the night before had carried a bigger impact on Maeve than Adam and Kalani had thought. Maybe it was more serious than a simple night terror. Though perhaps there was one upside. That thing being described by Maeve was definitely not a Dinopithecus. Thank God. Kalani didn't know if she could handle facing one of those again. Especially since the memories from the attack from years prior were still seared vividly in her mind. Having to hold the door shut with all the strength between her and Adam and still feeling it opening. It finally being forced fully open. Adam yelling for her to duck, and her throwing herself to the floor as he fired several shots out the open door and into the shrieking troop, which had finally sent the one still alive running into the forest. That had been before they'd had kids, and Kalani wanted them to never experience something like it. She and Adam had never even told them it had happened. She wanted to believe there was nothing that was a threat to her children stalking around, but now she wasn't so sure. The only thing still giving her a sense of relief was that the thing Maeve described and drew didn't look like anything that actually existed. It was a relief she wanted to hold on to, but there was still the worry that something was indeed stalking the house and her family. She'd have to bring it up to Adam, though she played it off like nothing was wrong when Katrina passed her the basket of apples upon reaching the porch. "Things are no better at home," Maeve sobbed, leaning against Gamma's chest. He placed a reassuring arm around her midsection and looked at his pack. Bard and Streak also made eye contact with each other, and Bard asked, "What is it that even happened? You haven't exactly said." Maeve sniffed and rubbed her nose. "Last night, in the middle of the night, I woke up and I don't know why, and I noticed this shadow on my wall. So I looked at the window, and this thing was standing there with these glowing eyes and giant teeth. It was huge. It had its claws pressed up against the glass. It was looking right at me. Its eyes were just just these wide open, glowing yellow circles. It was so wrong looking. It looked like a monster. The raptors all looked at one another, their eyes widening. What happened next? Gamma asked, nudging Maeve on the cheek comfortingly with his snout. I screamed and my family came running in, and I told them what I saw. And today they acted like it was any other day, like nothing bad had happened. Maeve mumbled, her words becoming interrupted with fresh crying. She then looked up at the raptors and continued, What if it's been there on other nights? What if it's been staring at me through my window for months? It was the scariest thing I've ever seen. And my family didn't believe me. Not really. They believe I saw something, but not what I described. They just brushed it aside and told me to go back to sleep. And I couldn't sleep last night, obviously. Who could after that? So I just started drawing. I filled my whole sketchbook up with these horrible things that thing might do. You guys believe me, right? Of course we do, Streak assured. I mean that. He looked at Bard and whispered, What do we do? Do we let her go back? We can't keep her from her family. What do you think? Bard asked in a whisper as Gamma continued comforting Maeve. Streak chittered softly in response. With what happened at the lake, and now this, I think something is stalking her family. Something we might have missed when patrolling this area, he said, then added louder, Maeve, remember, use your signal if you ever need our help for anything. I really wish I'd rigged those fireworks up closer to home, Maeve sniffed. I just didn't want to risk my family finding them, because then I'd have to explain them. But now if I need them, they're so far away from the house. Streak shook his head. Your family isn't taking this seriously. I think the thing in your pond and what you saw last night are related. We're going to sleep at least a mile closer to your home tonight than we usually do, about halfway between here and the cave you have rigged up, so we can get there a lot faster if you need us. We don't want to get too close in case your father notices us. He might think we're what you saw and start shooting. I want to stay with you guys, Maeve sobbed. You take me seriously. Streak sighed. We can't do that. Your family would go all over creation to find you, and then they might run into whatever you saw. You go on home, but we will be ready to act if you need us. That's a promise. Gamma stood up. I'll take her back. I'll be sure to stop just out of sight of the house. Streak nodded. Okay. And we'll do a little looking around this afternoon and see if we can find anything, he said. Then he looked directly at Gamma. You be careful. I will, Gamma promised. Come on, kid, he said, lifting Maeve to her feet. Let me stay with you guys a little longer, please. I don't want to go back there yet, Maeve begged. Gamma looked at her and then at his packmates. Streak sighed. Okay, you can stay just a little longer, he said. Maeve flung herself against him and hugged him tightly. The raptor softly chattered and gently hugged Maeve back. After lying against him for a few minutes, the exhausted child passed out. Streak sighed and curled around her protectively, making sure she was warm, while she caught up on some of the sleep she was certainly needing after a night of being awake and afraid. And right then, she obviously felt more at home with them than she did at that house. Adam reached the tree his solar rechargeable game camera was on without incident. With Nolan taking care of the hunting, it truly was a perfect opportunity to check it and see what was in the area.
A modern-day, Jurassic era, forest mix was a perfect place for a great variety of wildlife to flourish. The pictures on the camera were never boring. Adam set his bag down and unhooked the camera from the tree, holding it up so he could see the small screen on it, and he began clicking through the pictures, checking the little clock in the bottom corner to see what time the animals pictured had moved through. The photos were pretty much what he expected. The first one showed Adam leaving the last time he had checked the camera a few days prior. There were various day and nighttime photos of deer, small dinosaurs, and a golden eagle, which was a surprise. There were occasional animals that Adam could sometimes not fully make out, like a blur that seemed to be some small flying, feather-covered dinosaur species. Another picture showed a fully grown Dimetrodon, a much more ancient animal than the often seen dinosaurs that hailed from the Permian era, a time long before the first humans or the first dinosaurs. It had passed through the area the previous day during the afternoon. There was a picture of a deer leaping past the camera, only for the next photo to show a blur chasing after it, likely a Coelophysis, judging by the shape. It was too scrawny and featherless to be something of a similar size from the Dromaeosaur family. There was nothing surprising about the photos. Deer were the most abundant animal, as expected. Also, as expected, was how far from the camera the deer were in varying shots. Some much further back than others, and there were some that had their noses right up at the lens. All showed them as relaxed and comfortable in the area, which was good. No noteworthy gems in this bunch. The most memorable... But then, Adam clicked to a photo taken shortly after 1 in the morning on the previous night. It showed a large, wide-open, glowing eye pressed right up against the camera lens, and it made Adam jump slightly in surprise. The picture unnerved him. Somehow, it almost seemed like it was staged by the animal. The eye seemed to be looking knowingly into the camera, with a wild and insane look to it. Adam finally made himself click to the next picture, unable to look at the eye any longer, and saw the following picture showed a spike-adorned tail vanishing into the brush as the animal walked away from the camera. Part of a foot, thigh, back hip, and haunches were also visible in the night vision photo. According to the clock, the follow-up photo had been taken 5 minutes after the original. Had the animal stared into the camera for 5 minutes? Adam clicked again to go to the next picture, but the one of the animal walking away was the last one the camera had taken. Adam looked around, spotting the brush the animal had passed when leaving, and wondered how far away it was now, and what it even was. Rather unnerved, Adam put the camera back on the tree, secured it tightly, and pulled out his walkie-talkie. Every time anyone left the house on their own, they were supposed to take one, and since they were solar chargeable, there was no need to worry about batteries failing at a bad time. Nolan? Nolan! Adam paused, lightly smacking his walkie-talkie. Nolan, something must be wrong with my walkie-talkie, because if you're responding, I can't hear you. If you can hear me, and you beat me home, get the other game cameras out of the hall closet, because I'm going to set them up this afternoon. Over and out. He assumed his son wasn't answering because he was hunting. Not unusual. Adam would do the same thing if he was hunting and someone called him and it wasn't a dire emergency, especially if he was close to making a kill. And they always kept conversations short, just in case of a scenario that someone undesirable might have been listening in on the frequency. So it was possible that Nolan just had decided not to respond. It wasn't concerning. There might have been a number of reasons. So, Adam just put his walkie-talkie back on his belt, made sure again that the camera was firmly fastened to the tree, grabbed his bag, and turned to walk back home. He walked back the way he had come at a quicker pace than he had on his trip to the camera. The homeward bound trip started just as uneventful as the original. But Adam became slowly aware of the sounds of something behind him. Not the persistent sounds of songbirds or woodpeckers, but of something big rummaging around and snarling nearby. Adam stopped and slowly turned around, scanning the trees and brush with wide but focused eyes. The rustling stopped, and nothing seemed out of place. Adam kept scanning his surroundings, and his eyes did eventually pick out something that didn't belong where it was. Adam froze and locked gazes, eyes meeting eyes, with a Carnotaurus. It was standing, or rather crouching, completely still, its eyes black and unblinking, its dark green, brown, and black warty skin helping it to blend in with the trees. Adam watched it, and it watched him. It had a thick, muscular neck and 2 horns on its head that gave the species away right away. It was somewhat like a bipedal, scariest carnivorous version of the Shringosaurus Adam had seen years prior, in what felt like another life. The Carnotaurus genus, which consisted of 1 species, was a strong, bipedal theropod dinosaur. And it was a carnivore. The tail on the individual, Adam could see, was long, and it had some of the shortest arms Adam had ever seen on any dinosaur. On its head, above its eyes, was the pair of horns, easily adding around another foot to its height. The animal stood between 10 and 11 feet tall, but was crouched low to the ground with its powerful but slender legs tucked against its body, and looked to be ready for a spring or a chase. There were no feathers to be seen on the animal. Adam didn't know how good the eyesight of the individual he was looking at was, but he wasn't worried about that. Carnotaurus had a good sense of smell that made up for any eyesight shortcomings, and it was a very fast runner. That was what Adam was worried about, since he knew he stood about as good a chance of outrunning a Carnotaurus long-term as he did outrunning the Utah Raptor from a few days prior. Not breaking eye contact or blinking, Adam began to slowly back up away from the dinosaur. He walked backwards slowly, making sure the places he was planting his feet were even and had nothing to trip over. Fallen leaves crunched under his boots with each step backwards. The Carnotaurus didn't move, but it and Adam's unblinking gazes remained locked on one another. An uneven spot made Adam nearly fall, and forced him to look at where he was going for just a quick second. He only tore his gaze away from the Carnotaurus for a second as he regained his balance, but when he looked back up, it was several steps closer. In that short amount of time, it had silently closed half the distance between them, its long and uneven teeth now visible in a beam of sunlight that was shining through the leaves. Now that its prey was facing it again, the Carnotaurus didn't move, nor did it blink, and Adam kept his gaze on it, frozen as well. The horrifying thought hit Adam like a slap. It's actually hunting me, he realized. The thought was accompanied by the coldest chill he had ever felt. The Carnotaurus continued staring at Adam, snarling softly, its unblinking gaze unwavering. The only movement the dinosaur made was when it breathed in and out. Adam took a few deep breaths, thinking about his knowledge of the area, thinking over each detail of the forest. Like with the Utah Raptor on the road, the Carnotaurus could not plan ahead, while Adam could, the one advantage he'd always had against reborn prehistoric threats. As Adam thought about his knowledge of the area, he couldn't help but realize there was irony in the fact that this happened on the day he specifically mentioned he'd never needed a gun on the trip out to his camera. Not that a basic rifle would have done much good against such a large animal, though. Thinking about the area carefully, Adam knew there was a nearby rocky creek bed, and growing right on the edge of one of its steep banks, roots tumbling into the creek, was a thick tree that was hollow on the inside, its exterior exposed by a large open hole in its base. It was the only thing nearby that he could possibly hide in. Taking a few more deep breaths to compose himself, Adam turned and ran at full speed, throwing his bag and leaving it behind. The Carnotaurus roared and began chasing after Adam with heavy stomps, forcing its way through the trees, splintering piles of brush as it went. Adam didn't look back. He just ran, focusing on his destination. Not soon enough, the creek came into view. Thankfully, the tree wasn't on the opposite bank. Ignoring the deep growling that was right behind him, he ran to the tree he desired, dropped onto his knees, and climbed into the hole, squeezing through and shifting into a sitting position within the cramped interior. As he started to shove himself up into the inside of the trunk, he found the inside of the hollow tree, shortly above the open hole in the side, blocked by a coiled, thick, rusty metal cable. It was probably a leftover from a fence that had been built out there probably a century before. Any other day, it would not have mattered, but today, it was blocking his shimmying climb into safety. Adam just tucked himself on the ground inside, knees to his chest, and hoped the trunk would keep the Carnotaurus out, since he knew it wouldn't be able to get more than its nose in through the hole. The Carnotaurus arrived moments later, and there was a thunderous splintering as the dinosaur latched its jaws around the tree trunk several times over a period of only a few seconds, but the tree held up against the animal's weak bite force. The Carnotaurus let go, circling around the tree a few times before eyeing the hole. It snorted and lowered its head to the ground, trying to force its jaws inside of the tree, but the hole was too small, as Adam predicted it was. Inside the tree, he gagged as the dinosaur's breath washed over him. It snapped its jaws, but just couldn't reach inside of the hole, no matter what angle it attempted to try. The Carnotaurus stopped its attack and regarded the hole, sniffing its prey inside. Adam kept clenched into a tight ball, watching the dinosaur's head just outside. The Carnotaurus continued growling, trying to find a way to reach its prey, though the tree seemed to be doing a good job at confusing it. Then, from out of the dinosaur's mouth came its tongue. The thick, saliva-covered muscle slid inside of the tree, up Adam's cheek, and wrapped itself around his head. Adam gagged and pulled back as the dinosaur tasted him and tried to pull him closer, but the tongue was slippery and could not get a strong enough grip, and the dinosaur eventually pulled it back into its jaws. The Carnotaurus stood up outside and rammed into the tree trunk a few more times, but the tree was strong enough to keep it out. With a frustrated roar, it quickly turned and stalked off, its tail delivering one last slap on the trunk as it left. Adam sighed and leaned his head back. He waited until the sounds of the dinosaurs stomping away faded, and only then emerged from his safe spot. Deciding not to go back for his bag, he just turned right away to get back on the path for home and to his family. Maeve awoke, still gripped in the protective claws of her velociraptor friend. Streak gently nudged her on the cheek with his snout. "Feeling any better?" he asked gently. Maeve looked down, but nodded. "Are you ready to go back home? I'm sure your family's getting worried by now," he asked. Maeve nodded again. "Yeah, you're right," she replied. Streak smiled. "Good. Gamma, take her home, then come find us. We'll be staying closer to the cabin for the next few nights, like we said, in case they need us." Gamma nodded and got to his feet. "Okay, kid. Come on. Let's get you home to your family." He reached out and helped Maeve to her feet. She still looked exhausted, but perhaps a tad more rested. "Thanks," she said with a small nod. "See ya, kid. Hopefully you don't need us tonight," Bard said as Gamma gently steered Maeve in the direction of home. Streak sighed. "Come on then. Let's find a new place for the three of us to bed down tonight," he said, standing up as well. He didn't even get to take a single step before Maeve came suddenly running back, an exasperated Gamma right behind her, and threw herself into Streak once again. "Please, Streak, I don't want to go back to my family. I thought I could go back, but they won't listen to me," she sobbed. "I want to stay with you guys. That thing is out there, and they won't believe me. You did!" Streak sighed again, and dropped his stern alpha aura completely. "I'll take her back," he said to his packmates. Maeve continued sobbing and leaning against Streak, so he gently lifted her in his arms and cradled her caringly. "Come on, kid," he said, walking out of the clearing. Maeve continued to sob, but allowed the raptor to carry her back in the direction of home. Streak nuzzled her gently and spoke. "Maeve," he said, cupping a hand behind her head and looking her in the eyes. "You have to go back to your family. Being away from them now is not good for anyone. If anything, being split up puts you in more danger. But I promise you that it will be okay. I will not let anything happen to you. I love you like a packmate. We all see you as one and will protect you as one. No matter what is out there, it will not ever hurt you." Maeve stifled her crying somewhat as he spoke, and then leaned against him again as Streak continued to carry her back in the direction of her family. Streak cradled her in his arms, close against his chest, for the entire trip. Katrina circled around the pond for a second time, facing the forest the whole while, shouting her sister's name out every few seconds. She'd searched the house, the area immediately around it, and each building within the clearing more than once, and Maeve was nowhere to be found. And after looking around the rest of the property, Katrina had come to the realization her sister must have gone into the woods. Not wanting to scare her mother, Katrina decided not to tell her, and was now calling out her sister's name, hoping to guide her home if she'd gotten lost. "Maeve!" Katrina shouted, taking a few steps closer to the tree line than she had previously. "Sis! Where are you?" she called, cupping her hands to her mouth. "Maeve!" she all but screamed. She lowered her hands and heard no sound, other than her fading echo and the sound of the wind rustling the leaves. She was about to call out again, contemplating going into the woods herself, when she heard something out of sight, rushing towards her from deep in the woods. Going wide-eyed, Katrina took a few steps back as the unseen thing picked up speed. It sounded big, and it was coming at her fast. Katrina was about to turn and bolt when her brother sprinted out of the forest, collapsing onto his knees, clutching his gun like his life depended on it, looking about ready to pass out. Katrina rushed forward and grabbed him, preventing Nolan from falling flat on his face. "What the hell happened to you?" she gasped. Nolan took multiple deep breaths for several seconds before he managed to start talking. "I was tracking a deer when I felt like I was being watched," he explained, coughing. "I saw this thing standing in the woods and shot it, but it vanished before I got to it. But I left these big footprints and I suddenly felt like I wasn't alone." He whimpered, shaking, panicked. "And what's more, on my way back, I found that Gojirasaurus, the one that was outside the house the other night. Something had killed it, gutted it. It was cut open and hollowed out. Its innards and organs were strung all over the trees like some sick Christmas decorations. It wasn't the outcome of some feeding frenzy. It was clearly done intentionally by something intelligent." Katrina stared at her brother, wide-eyed, and she looked up into the trees. Okay, come on, let's get you back up to the house," she said, helping her brother stand up. She then paused. "Shit," she softly gasped. "I think Maeve's out there." Nolan looked at his sister in disbelief, and then looked at the tree line. "Oh, fuck," he whispered, also going wide-eyes. "I gotta go look for her," he said, pushing his panic aside and making like he was about to walk back into the forest. Katrina stopped him. "You can barely stand. I think you're in a little bit of shock. Come on, you can't go back out there in this state. Maybe Dad will find her. That's all we can do right now," she said, steering Nolan towards the house. "And not a word of this to Mom, okay? Not of Maeve missing, and not about what you saw. Just say some Dilophosaurus spooked you while it was chasing a rabbit or something, and that's what's got you all shook up." "Okay," Nolan agreed, still breathing hard and shaking. "But I am telling you, there is something in that forest that shouldn't be there." They got to the house, and Nolan was about ready to faint. Katrina laid him on the couch and sprinted for the back door. Kalani was on the other side of the house, a short distance from the back door, just finishing hanging the laundry on the line, distracting herself from her worries and fear that her worst nightmare, a serious danger to her children, might have been on the cusp of reality. She'd just hung the last shirt and picked up her basket when Katrina came busting out of the back door of the house, shouting, "Mom!" at the top of her lungs. She waved her mother to the house, and Kalani dropped the basket and ran towards the door. That night, the mood in the cabin was tense. The shared atmosphere between the family was dark, even though everyone was home safely. Nolan took his father aside after another wordless supper. The fish again tasted less than desirable, and had a hushed conversation in the hallway, where he explained what he had found and what state the Gujirosaurus was in. "I haven't told Mom yet, because she's already stressed, and I didn't want to scare her," Nolan was saying, but his father raised a hand and cut him off. Good thinking," Adam said, keeping his voice low. He placed his hands on his son's shoulders reassuringly. "I'll break the news to her later. You go get some rest. I can tell you need it. And we'll go check that out first thing in the morning." Adam helped Kalani settle down into bed later that night, and he pulled the covers over her gently, before walking over to his side of the room to get changed. "My running off was our fault," Kalani said. "We should have listened to her last night. After seeing those drawings, I think she knew what she saw." Adam nodded, sighing slightly, staring at the windowless wall. He was beyond grateful that she hadn't encountered anything out in the forest, especially after what had happened to him out there. "As an isolated incident, I wouldn't be too worried," Adam said after a few seconds, turning to face his wife, seeing the worry in her eyes reflecting in the lantern light. "Especially after seeing nothing last night myself. But there's been weird things happening for days now. The fishing rod being bitten clean in half, the weird dinosaur I saw, what Maeve saw at her window, the thing I saw on the game camera, and what Nolan found in the woods." "What did Nolan find?" Kalani softly asked. Adam looked at her. "While he was out hunting, it wasn't a Dilophosaurus that scared him. He saw something watching him, he thought it was following him, and then he found that Gujirosaurus that was stalking around outside the house the other night. Something had not only killed it, but apparently had cut it open and strewn its innards out in the tree branches. He said it was like it was left for us to find," he explained. Kalani's eyes went wide with fright, and she began breathing rapidly. "Oh, Adam, it's like we're in one of those stupid horror movies we used to go see on late nights as kids when we had nothing better to do, Kalani said, tears welling up in her eyes as she tried to slow her breathing. Adam rushed to her side to comfort her. Now, listen. Listen to me. You said he was in a state of shock when he got back. Maybe he didn't see what he thought he did, Adam whispered, though he didn't believe his words. We're going out there tomorrow to have a look. And what if you do find exactly what he described? Kalani asked. Well, then the meaning is clear. Something doesn't want us here, or something just wants to scare us. Whatever it is, it's watching us. If we decide it's a threat, then maybe we pack what we need, what we want to keep, and set out. Set out into the world, on the road, try to find a new place, or maybe other people who are good. Even after what those people did to you, you want to find others? Yeah, if we find good ones. It's a wide world out there. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay? Adam said, looking his wife in the eyes. Maybe we're all jumping to conclusions and none of this is connected. Could it all just be a series of coincidences and we're scaring ourselves? We'll find out more tomorrow when Nolan and I go out there. Then I'll check the other cameras I set up around the area this afternoon. There's even 2 I aimed at the house. If anything comes near in the night, we'll know. I'm not going to let anything happen to any of you. I promise. He sat down on the bed at Kalani's side, taking her hand. Leaving isn't the option I want. We've made our lives here. It's home, and safer than most places. Our kids were born here. They grew up here. And I don't want to tear it away from them. Kalani nodded. It is, she agreed. Home. Adam sighed, looking down again. He then reached out to a drawer at the bedside table and pulled out a map. Tomorrow, I want you to study this. If we decide we need to go, if we're truly not safe here, then we need to have a destination. It's a big world. We can't just wander around without some place in mind. Kalani began chewing a fingernail. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Adam leaned forward and kissed her on the lips gently. It won't. We will figure this out, he vowed. Again, I'm willing to tear down the whole forest to keep you all safe. With that, he reached over and doused the lantern flame. To be continued. The Monster, an original post-apocalyptic story read by the author. So, even though I said in Followed it would be the last video to follow this plot, I decided to do one more to end this narration story with the tension and the rising action at its highest point. To see how it all goes down in the 3rd act when version 2 finally attacks, be sure to check out the book when it releases. I love horror, especially a nice, slow-burning horror story, and my novella, version 2, is my first attempt at writing a full book in the genre. And even though the whole series, the Spinosaurus, is named after Spino because he was the first character I made for the story, version 2 is my favorite character. And I wanted to give him his own story where he can be the star and have a chance to just be scary. You know, I think he's a very scary antagonist, and he's only in the first book in a very minor role. And I wanted to expand his character, and the novella spin-off is the book that resulted. Followed, the one that preceded this, was one of, if not my favorite audio story videos I've done yet. Again, I love horror, and that one was, I think, the most scary one I've done. And when I say I love horror, I'm not kidding. My coworker literally bought me she knows this, and she literally bought me a blanket and pillow that says, I love horror, and it has like all the most famous horror movie mascots. So I love horror. Now, originally, the Hybrid Part 2 would have been the end of Wave 3 of narrations, but I decided to add this video on to cap off Wave 3 instead because the deputy had to be completely pushed back from Wave 3 to Wave 4. And this was my way of giving you one last story for the current wave to make up for it. Like the bonus episodes The Walking Dead did in Season 10. You know, a fun way to give you more, even though some stuff was delayed. You know, Here's Negan made those bonus episodes worth it, and I hope you enjoyed this. You know, I hope you enjoyed this bonus narration at the end of Wave 3. And if you want to listen to more, there's a chronological playlist linked below that has all the narrations in the order they occur. So with this, Wave 3 is over. I hope you enjoyed. Be sure to listen to my other audio stories, like, and subscribe.